2 days after Han Fei and the others left, a scarlet figure appeared outside the secret realm. If Han Fei were here, he would have definitely recognized this person. It was none other than Qi Huan, who was cheated by him. At the moment, Qi Huan's face was gloomy. He said coldly, the same fighting style. The same parasitic spiritual plants. It must be Han Fei and his team again. A half-merman respectfully said, Master Qi, these people are too elusive. Every time, they finished the battle quickly and killed everyone. We can't just let them go on like this. This was not what Qi Huan cared about, as the mission this time was so secretive. How did they know of this place? Did they just happen to meet these sea demons? Or did they have a special ability to track sea demons? Qi Huan's eyes turned cold. Follow them. Huh? Master Qi, their whereabouts are erratic. How can we follow them? Qi Huan said coldly, don't they like hunting us? In that case, let me be the bait. 5 days had passed. The thug legends didn't return to the Scattered Stars Island in a hurry. They were 600,000 kilometers away from the island, so it would take at least 10 days to return even if the Wind God boat flew at full speed. Besides, they were not in a hurry to return, so they took their time fishing, eating hot pot, and having fun. They had put their contractual spiritual beasts in the sea to let them have fun. All of Han Fei's contractual spiritual beasts had reached level 49. Little Black and Little White had even reached level 53. This was the result of countless battles over the past year. Han Fei didn't deliberately use the spirit awakening fluid to catalyze them. Obviously, contractual spiritual beasts had their own cultivation too. Combat experience, talent, and devouring other creatures could all play a role in enhancing their strength. Normally Han Fei would just let them cultivate on their own, but when they needed a boost, he would throw tens of thousands of kilograms of spirit awakening fluid on them to help them with their breakthroughs. During this period, Han Fei entered the Soul Sea once, when he made the breakthrough and became a peak-level hidden fisher. However, after many attempts, he was still forced out by that terrifying force after eating a lot of primitive soul beasts. In the Soul Sea, Little Black and Little White upgraded by 2 levels, but except that, nothing happened. And Han Fei had also tried the integration skill of Little Black and Little White. Fusion made Little Black and Little White become one, while integration made Little Black, Little White and him become one, turning him into a kind of fish. The biggest advantage of this skill was that he could become a fish. Besides, Han Fei could borrow Little White's treasure hunting ability, but it was actually unnecessary because Little White could find treasures herself. However, this integration skill had a weak point. When he integrated with Little Black and Little White, the two's immortality ability would disappear. If they encountered uncontrollable danger and were killed, Little Black and Little White might truly die. Of course, Han Fei, after the integration, would possess great power and wouldn't easily die, but he still didn't really like this skill. If he had to become a fish, he preferred the 3 Transformation Wondrous book. However, now he was going to the 1,000-star city, so there was no such need. Lu Renquang mumbled, my spiritual beasts and contractual spiritual beasts are growing up really slowly. My spiritual clam is only level 46. When will it break through level 50? Zhang Xuanyu rolled his eyes and said, go easy on it. It takes time for them to grow. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry. Luo Xiaobai said, yes, no rush. Be it a spiritual beast or a contractual spiritual beast, it needs time to grow up. It's not that they grow up too slowly, but we grow too fast. Lu Renquang said, shall we make the breakthrough and become law enforcers? Han Fei was surprised. Can you become a law enforcer now? Lu Renquang sighed. I'm almost there, but I'm a little bit uncertain about my way. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Humph, your way is eating. Zhang Xuanyu nodded hard. Exactly, eating is your greatest pleasure in life. I feel that this path will definitely be carried forward by you. Lu Renquang said helplessly, I'm still thinking about whether to take the path of ultimate defense. Eating is just my hobby. Luo Xiaobai chuckled. Your hobby is what you really want in your heart. Lu Renquang. Zhang Xuanyu smacked his lips and said, anyway, my way has long been set, and I can become a law enforcer at any time. Luo Xiaobai agreed, me too. Han Fei added, me too. Lu Renquang asked with a doubt, do you really think that I can take eating as my way? The three all nodded. Han Fei patted Lu Renquang's shoulder and said, don't forget you once defeated 17 people alone by eating. Lu Renquang took a breath. Huh, you're right. He immediately said, then let's go. Stop chatting. Let's go back to the Empyrean waterfall to make the breakthrough and become law enforcers. There are still 300,000 kilometers to go, come on. When they were about to go back, Little White suddenly jumped out of the water and swam to Han Fei's side. Dad. There are sea demon experts, more than 3,000 kilometers away. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Are there many of them? Little White blinked a few times. Yes. Many. Han Fei's eyes lit up. Hey, did you hear her? Zhang Xuanyu was overjoyed. Are they sea spirit experts? Han Fei nodded. Yes, they must be sea spirits, maybe even stronger. Zhang Xuanyu said, great. Junior sea spirits are too weak for us now. Han Fei grinned. That's what I think. If we kill one more now, we'll have less trouble later. God knows when we will come back from the 1,000-star city. Lu Renquang nodded. Okay, let's fight one last battle before we leave. Luo Xiaobai agreed, okay, we'll go back after this battle. 1 hour passed. Han Fei said, I feel it, 300 kilometers away, about 50 sea demons. Huh? More than 10 half-mermen? It seems that their mission this time is very important. Luo Xiaobai frowned. How did so many get so close to the scattered stars? Island? You know, there are often law enforcers patrolling about 200,000 kilometers away from the island. Zhang Xuanyu licked his lips and said, perhaps they found some large ruins. Here? Han Fei shrugged. It's okay. No matter what their purpose is, a sea spirit and its followers can't pose a great threat to us. Shall we still follow them? Or directly rush up and kill them? Luo Xiaobai said, follow them. If there is a secret realm, we can take the secret realm at the same time. Lu Renquang nodded. Although we have accumulated a lot of resources this year, they're not even worth mentioning in the eyes of the big clan people from the 1,000-star city. We'd better get more resources. Han Fei nodded. Okay. Then follow them. After following these sea demons for about half a day, Han Fei set in. Surprise, what are they looking for? A secret realm? But why is it taking them so long? The other three's perceptions couldn't go that far, but Han Fei could perceive clearly. Led by a sea spirit, after all this time, the sea demons still couldn't find the secret realm. There seemed to be something wrong. And Han Fei's perception and attention were all placed on the sea demons in front. He didn't notice that in the sea, there was a mass of red seaweed approaching in their direction. At this moment, it was less than 100 kilometers away from where Han Fei was. Suddenly, Han Fei frowned. Xiao Bai, let's stop following them and just rush up and kill them. I feel that something is wrong. Luo Xiaobai glanced at Han Fei in surprise. Shall we just retreat? Anyway, they're just some sea demons. Han Fei said, let's retract our contractual spiritual beasts first. Underscore swish. Swish. Swish, underscore. Rays of light entered into their bodies. They were all experienced soldiers. They knew once they felt that something was wrong, they must take it seriously. Han Fei just wanted to say let's rush up and kill them when a red light suddenly pounced at them. Han Fei shouted, retreat. The other three all backed up as quickly as they could. Damn, it's a trap. Han Fei didn't panic. He stretched out his palm and infinity water darted at the red light. Underscore explode, underscore. Underscore boom, underscore. Han Fei didn't hesitate at all. Being able to quietly enter the range of his perception, avoid Luo Xiaobai's dangerous premonition, and being so close to him, this guy couldn't be easy to deal with. The terrifying explosion set off rolling waves, like a mushroom cloud rising. And the red light was directly torn apart. At that moment, all four of them activated their secret methods. Except for Han Fei, they had all fused with their spiritual beasts and appeared in midair. Huh? You detonated a high-quality divine weapon? I didn't expect you to be so rich. Under the impact of the detonation, Han Fei and the team were sent flying more than 10 kilometers away, and a huge deep pit appeared on the sea surface because of the explosion. Then a set of bright red armor appeared. Immediately afterwards, Qi Shui Huan walked out of the surging wave. Qi Shui Huan looked a bit discomfited, but he wasn't severely injured. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. The seventh member of 8 Wings of Blue Feather. Qi Shui Huan. Luo Xiaobai and the others instantly became serious. This time, it was different from before. The 8 Wings of Blue Feather were peak-level sea spirits, who were completely different from ordinary sea spirits. In Han Fei's perception, the sea spirit and dozens of sea demon realm powerhouses who seemed to be looking for something were also rushing in this direction and were coming soon. Han Fei sneered. Nice, I was actually fooled by your performance. Without using the voice transmission, Han Fei directly said, I'll resolve Qi Shui Huan and the other sea spirit. The rest are yours. With a thought from Han Fei, the infinity water gathered, and he turned his hand over to retract it. He knew this would be a tough battle. Apart from Qi Shui Huan, the remaining dozens of sea demons were not easy to deal with either. Fortunately, the thug legends were all peak-level hidden fishers. Huh. Is that a high-quality divine weapon? Can it actually reassemble automatically? However, in terms of power, it is an ultra-quality divine weapon at best. Are you going to use this to deal with me? Han Fei licked the corner of his mouth. Who said I'm going to fight you? Qi Shui Huan's eyes narrowed slightly. Underscore huh? Is there someone else here? Underscore. Underscore impossible underscore. He was sure Han Fei was deceiving him. If there were a stronger master around, he would have discovered that person long ago. Qi Huan grinned. Do you think I will be fooled by you? Another sea spirit expert, leading a large force, had already appeared. Hundreds of kilometers away. Qi Huan didn't mind Han Fei holding off longer. That way, they would only die faster. Buzz. A phantom image of a mountain suddenly appeared. Qi Huan's eyes narrowed slightly, but then his face changed drastically. Who is it? Swish. As the mountain disappeared, a blood-red long knife appeared in front of Han Fei, drifting in the air. The knife was actually talking. Master, you summoned my original body. Are you in big trouble? Qi Huan's face changed drastically. A talking knife? What the hell is this? Han Fei pointed to Qi Huan. Kill him. After that, behind Han Fei, the phantom glass wings spread out. Agility of wind. With a swish, Han Fei disappeared. Luo Xiaobai and the others also flew in the direction of Han Fei. They weren't afraid of fighting a sea spirit. However, to be on the safe side, they would lead the sea spirit to Han Fei. Behind them, Qi Huan stepped forward, his 4 fingers turning into shadows, trying to penetrate the void and directly destroy Han Fei. However, punishing saber cut across the air. The terrifying power slashed directly into the void, shattering that blow. Punishing saber snorted. In front of me, do you still dare to be distracted? Die. Hum. A huge knife light broke the void, and the terrifying power swept across at an unimaginable speed. Qi Huan was shocked. What the hell are you? He threw a mid-quality divine harpoon at punishing saber, but the next second, the harpoon broke inch by inch, and the horrible thundering sound shook within hundreds of kilometers. Punishing saber laughed. What am I? I am Yinyang soul-quelling knife. You blocked my blow? Not bad. TSK, no wonder Master summoned me out. Now the battle became easy for Han Fei because he just needed to resolve a junior sea spirit. Even without devil change, Han Fei had already had almost 2 waves of power. And with devil change, his strength could even reach 16 waves. A golden fist. Mark shot out, shaking the sky. Seeing this scene, the sea spirit was shocked. Is Han Fei so strong? Secret method, sea god descends. Boom. The sea spirit was sent flying 100 meters by the punch. Han Fei sneered. No wonder you can resist my blow. It turns out that you're an intermediate sea spirit. During this year, Han Fei had discovered some secrets about sea demons. In the realm of sea spirit, the pure power of a junior sea spirit was about 3 waves. And an intermediate one was at least 5 waves or more. Therefore, when they used Sea God Descends, their strength could only increase by 3 times at most. This was like his devil change, which could increase his strength by 10 times. In the beginning, but with the growth of his strength, now it was only 8 times. Han Fei guessed when he became a law enforcer, this multiple would probably become 6, or even 5. This was because after one grew stronger, if the secret method still improved his strength that much, his body might not be able to stand so much energy. This meant that the stronger one grew, the less effective the secret method would be to him. Of course, in the realm of law enforcers, a secret method could still be very useful. When he became an explorer, he might need a corresponding level of combat skill. Otherwise, Han Fei guessed that devil change would only improve his strength by less than 2 times. And the strength of this intermediate sea spirit that he was facing probably had 5 waves of strength. After he activated Sea God Descends, his power should be about 15 waves, a little weaker than his. However, the difference was not great. Swish. Han Fei punched out, again and again, the golden fist mark shook the void. And the void line swept across the sky. On the other side, numerous giant vines emerged from the sea, and Luo Xiaobai used the grand spirit summoning art to summon dozens of different forms of spiritual plants, directly enclosing everything within the radius of a kilometer. Zhang Xuanyu's attack was the most direct and violent in this battle. Whenever he used the momentary time, a sea demon would die. No sea demon in the sea demon realm could resist a blow from Zhang Xuanyu. The battles on the 3 battlefields were so fierce that the surging waves almost hit the sky. At the moment when the void lines appeared, the sea spirit felt the danger and activated his law. His law turned out to be blood-sucking. He was trying to draw the blood out of Han Fei's body. For others, this law was very strong. Unfortunately, his opponent was Han Fei. Han Fei forcibly suppressed the turbulence of his blood. How is it possible? You are only a hidden fisher. How can you resist the power of my law? Han Fei grinned. It's been a long time since the last time I broke out with all my strength. Let me show you how it feels. Swoosh. Han Fei accelerated, activating both the agility of wind and devil change, and the sea spirit couldn't catch up with him at all. Boom. Han Fei's figure seemed to disappear. When he reappeared, he was already on the side of this sea spirit, and the latter attempted to dodge him. However, a terrifying gravity suddenly descended, causing his body to sink. Han Fei punched his abdomen. At the same time, all 10 void lines fell on him. At this moment, Han Fei no longer needed to control the void lines separately. In the past, he didn't have enough soul power to control the enemy entirely. But now, his soul power was almost limitless, and it was definitely not something an ordinary sea spirit could handle. Boom. With another punch, this sea spirit was directly sent flying into Luo Xiaobai's battlefield. And over there, 7 or 8 sea demons were already dead. Seeing the savior come, a sea demon immediately roared, "Master, this mist is a poisonous illusion." However, the sea demon had just finished speaking when he found that his master had pierced his body with a harpoon. Han Fei was about to go over when suddenly his body softened, and he quickly summoned a large amount of spiritual energy and crushed many energy fruits, which all flew towards Punishing Saber. Punishing Saber and Qi Shui Huan were fighting in full swing, and one after another waves rolled up 500 to 600 meters. Han Fei hurriedly put a few energy fruits into his mouth, before he sighed. How long has it been? The consumption is too much. I should have summoned water luster. After all, the sea is her territory. Han Fei thought that water luster's combat power was not as strong as that of Punishing Saber, and thought that Punishing Saber could kill Qi Shui Huan with a few slashes, but it seemed that he was wrong. Then he continued to fight the other sea spirit. In order to prevent the other sea demons from escaping, Han Fei directly activated the law of gravity, summoned the void chains, and had Little Gold attached to him, who immediately activated Lightning Blade. Zhang Xuanyu used Soul Explosion, and Lu Renquang brandished his knife. At This time, the battlefield was like hell, and most of the sea demons were killed in an instant. And the rest only lasted a moment. In the distance, Qi Shui Huan launched a secret method, and scarlet seaweed instantly covered everything in a radius of 3,000 meters. Spirit entangling. Han Fei took the sea spirit and flew across the sky, rushing towards that area. However, the intermediate sea spirit instantly died as soon as it entered the area covered by the scarlet seaweed. Only at this moment did Han Fei discover that there were countless red lines in the void. Puff. 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 The sea demon's body was cut into countless pieces. Chop. At that moment, Han Fei's spiritual energy was drained again, and he immediately took out a large number of energy fruits, and spiritual energy to refuel. However, at that moment, the sky darkened, and the void cracked as if it was cut open by a knife, and it was pitch black inside. Boom. All the scarlet seaweed shattered, and a red light disappeared between the sky and the earth. An arm flew into the sky and then fell into the sea. When the wave subsided, Han Fei grabbed the arm and asked, "He escaped?" Punishing Saber shuddered. "Yes. That sea demon is a bit special, not an ordinary creature. He has almost entered the same realm of an explorer. However, his right arm won't regenerate." Han Fei was speechless. So you failed to kill Qi Shui Huan? You almost drained up my energy several times, but still didn't kill him, Punishing Saber seemed a little embarrassed. "Master, I didn't drain up your energy, because I feared you wouldn't be able to fight at all if I did so." Han Fei said casually, "I see. It doesn't matter. No big deal." When the knife returned, however, Han Fei almost cried. Why didn't you just use up my energy and kill Qi Shui Huan? Do I lack energy? I needed you to kill him, Lu Renquang swallowed. "Oh, Qi Shui Huan is one of the 8 wings of blue feather, and you actually fought him?" Han Fei said lightly, "It's not a big deal. He is not even an explorer, don't underestimate our own capabilities." Qi Shui Huan had never expected that Han Fei would have such a powerful helper. Little did he know that Han Fei couldn't release all 5 legendary creatures in the sea-quelling painting once. Otherwise, Qi Shui Huan would have had no chance to escape at all. Now Han Fei planned to go home. Otherwise, if Blue Feather came in person, he would be dead meat. 100,000 kilometers off the coast of the Scattered Stars Island, the 4 of Han Fei were sailing in the sky, and the wind god boat streaked the sky. From time to time, someone would appear on the sea. When they discovered the 4 of them, they immediately exclaimed, "Oh, it's the 4. As early as when the team of 4 entered the ancient battlefield, some law enforcers had noticed them. At this time, Han Fei's goal was the huge sea fortress on the ancient battlefield, which was a bit similar to the Pearl Divers port in the Pearl Sea. However, the scale was much smaller. After all, the Pearl Sea was much less dangerous, and even hanging fishers could go there. While the ancient battlefield was very dangerous, and hanging fishers wouldn't even be able to survive there, the sea fortress was much smaller. However, no matter how small it was still a well-developed base, which was as big as half a dragon boat. There were some shops on it, which were mainly resource stores, spiritual energy shops, spiritual fruit shops, refining halls, and auction houses. When Han Fei's team approached, they met an acquaintance, Yi Xingchen, whom Han Fei had once met. Yi Xingchen was standing at the top of the fortress, looking somewhat crossly. At the four of them. Last time, he talked too much, which caused Han Fei to rob an undersea chimney. So he didn't want to see Han Fei at all. Of course, he knew he couldn't mess with these people. Yi Xingchen wasn't surprised at Han Fei's achievements at all. It was said he even destroyed 2 of the ceiling stones of this ancient battlefield. At the top of the fortress, Han Fei stood in midair. Senior Yi, what a coincidence. Yi Xingchen took a look at them and was a little surprised. You fours. Cultivation speed is really fast. No wonder people call you 4 little dragons in the waves. Han Fei was taken aback. 4 little dragons in the waves? What? Yi Xingchen curled his lips. People gave you this nickname because you killed a lot of sea demons in the deep sea. Then Yi Xingchen said solemnly, Han Fei, let me ask you something. What was it like in that hole? Han Fei was confused. Which hole? Yi Xingchen said grumpily, which one can it be? The one in the ancient battlefield. Han Fei said in surprise, don't you know? That hole leads to the underground city. Yi Xingchen nodded. I know it leads to the underground city. However, the danger inside seems to be beyond our imagination. In just 1 year, more than 100 hidden fissures have died inside. Han Fei asked in surprise, what realm were they in? The lowest ones were intermediate hidden fissures. Of course, they were mostly advanced hidden fissures. Han Fei said, didn't they get any advice? My suggestion was that it is best for peak-level hidden fissures or above to go in. There is a river in it, and once one crosses that river, it is extremely dangerous. Yi Xingchen nodded slightly. Someone also suggested that to me. But it's a pity that such a wonderful place of practice doesn't come in handy. These hidden fissures would go to the battlefield in the future, and it would be a waste if they were dead now. Han Fei immediately said, you should have already known the situation inside. But there are too many law enforcer level creatures in it. Advanced hidden fissures had better not force their way in. Yi Xingchen nodded slightly. Okay. I see. Did you come here on purpose, or what? We are just passing by. We are heading for the Scattered Stars Island. Yi Xingchen raised his brows. Oh? Are you leaving? Han Fei nodded. Yes, if we don't leave now, we'll be sent to attack the 10,000 Demon Valley. Hearing this, Yi Xingchen curled his lips and thought, it would be nice if you could take the 10,000 Demon Valley down. Han Fei thought for a moment and said, well, by the way, I have something to tell you, Senior. I think the 10,000 Demons Valley is too quiet. They seem to be brewing something big. I planned to tell the Marshal this, but now you can tell him for me. Yi Xingchen turned serious. Okay, I see. The Scattered Stars Island, Skeleton Shore. 800 kilometers in the outer sea, seaweed spread. These seaweeds were a little different, looking a bit threatening and containing a lot of spiritual energy. Above the seaweed, a total of 14 people were fighting. All the creatures attracted by the spiritual energy were imprisoned by this piece of seaweed. So, the group of people above the seaweed were killing very easily. Among them, a little girl seemed to be dancing on the seaweed, carrying an armor box on her back, and sword light flew out of the armor box from time to time. The weapons flying out whirled around like they were dancing. Looking closely, this girl used 7 swords in total. Every time a sword drilled into the seaweed gap, it would chop a certain creature into pieces. After about half an hour, a voice rang, "Okay, everyone, get ready to take off." Wu Xiaoxiao shouted, "Fly to the sky." A bulky man shouted, "Fly to the sky." After everyone flew to the sky, the large piece of seaweed gathered and turned into a human. The person stepped on two flying swords and leaped onto a fishing boat. Wu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but exclaim, "The Thug Academy is full of monsters. Chu Jinnan, do you want to go out with me?" Chu Jinnan blushed immediately. "Sister Xiaoxiao, don't make fun of me. No, I'm serious. Bang. Someone slammed her armor box on the ground. People in the Thug Academy don't date outsiders. Wu Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes. Ling Yuan, there are only two of you in this session. Do you mean Chu Jinnan is yours? Ling Yuan's face blushed slightly. I heard that our academy recruited a new junior sister. Jinnan, what do you think? Chu Jinnan felt a chill down his spine. Forget it. I think it's fine to be single. Huh? Chu Jinnan shook. I mean, Ling Yuan, you are pretty good. Hee hee. Gu Daliang laughed out loud. Haha. You two are just like Captain Han and Xia Xiaochan. I heard that this is the same case with the door-carrying marshal and his wife. Chu Jinnan almost cried. I've tried resisting, okay. But it was useless, Chu Jinnan hurriedly said, let me recover for a while and we can continue. Suddenly, someone flew over, and everyone greeted him respectfully, Captain. Yu Lingyun said, you don't need to call me Captain anymore. My transfer order has already been issued. Xiaoxiao, your application to go home has also been approved. But, are you sure you want to go home? Wu Xiaoxiao grinned and said, I'm going to become a hidden fisher soon. You? No, I am timid, so I don't want to go to the ancient battlefield. Our town is too short of teachers. I am going to go back to become a teacher, safe and comfortable. Yu Lingyun nodded. Well, that's good. In this way, you don't have to face crises all the time. Then Yu Lingyun turned to Chu Jinnan and Ling Yuan. Nan, Ling Yuan, Han Fei. And the others came back an hour ago. However, I think they won't stay long. Are you going to see them? Chu Jinnan and Ling Yuan exchanged a glance and said in unison, yes, of course. On the way back, Wu Xiaoxiao said, hey. I heard that they killed countless enemies outside. Unfortunately, we are not the same level as them. Gu Daliang nodded. Yes. Would you like to meet them? Wu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes and said, no, but I hope I can meet them again. One day in the future. However, I think it's not likely. In the depths of the twisted jungle, Mu Qingchuan was making dumplings, and Chu Linyuan was kneading noodles. The atmosphere was harmonious. Mu Qingchuan smiled and said, President, would you like to try some other dishes? I think braised pork in brown sauce is also good. Chu Linyuan nodded. President, I always feel it's a bit weird to match dumplings with hot pot. Old Bai said leisurely, no, it's not weird at all. After this meal, you can go to that place. Suddenly, Mu Qingchuan paused. Haven't Da Shui and Bai Lu already gone there? Do we also need to go there? Old Bai nodded slightly. Yes, our Thug Academy has too few students. At this time, the spiritual barrier opened, and Han Fei roared, Old Bai, we are back. Lu Renquang added, President, is there anything to eat? Zhang Xuanyu sighed. Oh, I can finally get a good sleep. Chu Linyuan was surprised. Wow, there you are. It just so happened that Qingchuan and I made some dumplings. Let's eat together. Mu Qingchuan smiled and said, Xiaobai, what did you get this time? Luo Xiaobai bowed and said, the harvest was quite fruitful. Old Bai sat up straight with a swish and then looked at the four of them, saying, well, our school funding has been a bit tight recently. I heard that. We have taken 10 new students, and as senior brothers and senior sisters. Shouldn't you donate something to our school? Everyone. Han Fei rolled his eyes and said, can't the fish dragons feed them? Chu Linyuan smiled and said, don't pressure them, President. We have the stock. But they are going to the 1,000-star city and need resources. But then he said with a smile, but junior brothers and junior sister, you can share some of your combat skills, the more the better. Luo Xiaobai was surprised. Doesn't our school only want quality combat skills? Mu Qingchuan said with a smile, different combat skills have their own advantages. Please give us a copy of your combat skills. They will be used by your junior brothers and sisters. Han Fei took out a sea-swallowing seashell and said, take this. There are more than 2,000 combat skills inside. All cheap stuff that nobody wants. Seeing this, Chu Linyuan and Mu Qingchuan didn't speak anymore and lowered their heads to continue to make dumplings. Old Bai leaned back on the recliner and grunted. Okay, let's talk after dinner. _hum_. The spiritual barrier shook again, and Chu Jingnan and Ling Yuan ran in. When the two saw everyone, they immediately shouted cheerfully, Hi, senior brothers. Hi, senior sister. Seeing that Chu Jingnan grew much taller than before, Han Fei said in surprise. Oh. You look much stronger now, Nan. Han Fei patted Chu Jingnan on the shoulder. Zhang Xuanyu stared at Ling Yuan in shock. Who is this girl? It can't be Ling Yuan. She is much prettier than Ling Yuan. Ling Yuan rolled her eyes. Senior brother, you, move aside. Zhang Xuanyu. Han Fei put his arm around Chu Jinnan's shoulders and said, Xiao Nan. I've prepared a gift for you. Chu Jinnan's eyes lit up. So senior brother Han has not forgotten us. He couldn't help but say with joy, thank you, senior brother Han. Ling Yuan couldn't help being curious. Han Fei prepared gifts for them? That's not Han Fei's style. Han Fei stuffed the sea-swallowing seashell from his hand into Chu Jinnan's hand and said, Xiao Nan. To enrich your knowledge, I have specially prepared more than 2,000 combat skills for you. Copy them tonight and take your time to read them, but remember to return it to me tomorrow. Everyone. The dinner lasted for about an hour, and Han Fei did give Chu Jingnan and Ling Yuan some things, but they were all ordinary things. He wanted to give them some more valuable things, but Old Bai stopped him. In the words of Old Bai, no strong person could become strong solely with the help of others. If they needed resources, they could get them from the ocean themselves. After dinner, in Old Bai's room. At this moment, Old Bai had put down layers of seals, and the four of Han Fei sat across from Old Bai. They knew that they were going to the 1,000-star city, but they didn't know why they were going there. The unknown place was already very vast. If they wanted to practice, they could just go to the outer sea. They could finish exploring all the areas under the jurisdiction of the Yang world as long as it took enough time. It didn't seem necessary for them to run to the Thousand-Star City. Of course, Han Fei and the others had a rough idea of the reason, which was Old Bai still wanted to rebuild the Thug Academy in the Thousand-Star City. This was the only reason they could come up with. At this moment, Old Bai said leisurely, "You're going to become law enforcers soon, right? But don't make the breakthrough and become law enforcers in the Empyrean Waterfall." Han Fei was puzzled. Huh? Why? Old Bai said lightly, "It won't make much difference whether you do it there or not. Besides, if you make that breakthrough in the Empyrean Waterfall, it is easy for you to go astray and be affected by the laws there." Han Fei thought about the deep-sea giant demon underneath. Maybe that was the reason? However, judging from Old Bai's expression, he seemed to know the secret of the hole under the old turtle. Han Fei asked, "President, you mean, we should make the breakthrough in the Thousand-Star City?" Old Bai nodded. Xiao Bai should know that in the Thousand-Star City, there are several special places to do so. Everyone immediately turned their eyes to Luo Xiao Bai. What special places? Did Old Bai want them to make the breakthrough there? Luo Xiao Bai nodded slightly. The 3 sacred sites of the Thousand-Star City, the Monument of God, the Sky Meditation Garden, and the Ideal Palace. No one has ever explored these 3 places thoroughly. They have been sacred places since the Thousand-Star City was founded. Han Fei and the other 2 looked at each other in confusion. What the hell were these places? Their names sounded so creepy. Would they be as dangerous as the Boneyard? Lu Renquang said, "Their names don't sound like they belong to this era." Zhang Xuanyu nodded. Monument of God? Who does it commemorate? A sea god? Han Fei remained silent. Judging from the statue of the sea god in the sea quelling painting, there might be many sea gods. They were more like existing to compete for the power of human belief. Luo Xiaobai said, "I don't know. According to my grandfather's grandfather, these 3 places have been known about since the beginning of the Thousand-Star City. Besides, there is very little information about these places. Even the big clans don't know much about them." Han Fei looked at Old Bai and said, "President, do you want us to make the breakthrough in these places?" Old Bai nodded. "It doesn't matter if you become law enforcers or not. Even if all 4 of you become law enforcers, you are just law enforcers. The Thousand-Star City has an abundance of these." Hearing it, they all rolled their eyes. Come on, they were talking about becoming a law enforcer. At least it was better than a hidden fisher, right? Old Bai said, "Let me put it this way. Some things may involve ancient times and the Age of Doom. I think you should know a little bit about them." Han Fei nodded. In the Age of Doom, stars fell, and the water of the sea swept across the mountains and land. This is what I knew when I was exploring some ruins. Old Bai looked at Han Fei and said slowly, "Do you know what they mean about the stars falling?" The 4 shook their heads. They thought it was a meteor passing by. Otherwise, what did it mean? Old Bai chuckled. The Age of Doom. Why was there doom? Have you thought about the reason? The 4 still shook their heads. Who would know this? Old Bai said leisurely, "I also learned about it occasionally by some coincidence. It said that before the Age of Doom, that age was called the Age of the Gods." The Age of the Gods? The 4 of Han Fei exclaimed. Wow, the name was really domineering. Han Fei was excited. Even in the Age of Doom, there were sea-quelling bizarre treasures and the snow god's temple. Then how glorious and splendid would the age of the gods have been? Old Bai glanced at Han Fei. The stars falling does not refer to the stars in the sky. It is very likely referring to the death of these gods. Wow! The four all gasped. Zhang Xuanyu asked, do the gods refer to kings? Old Bai shook his head slightly. I don't know. I am not from that era. However, you should know what happened after the Age of Doom, the Sea Clan rose. In the ocean, endless creatures are growing, squeezing the living space of human beings. Lu Renkuang's face trembled and he said, but, what does this have to do with our going to the Thousand-Star City? Old Bai sneered. Do you know why the Thug Academy broke out in an all-out war with the big clans in the Thousand-Star City more than 30 years ago? Han Fei was surprised. Wasn't it because of the sea-quelling painting? Old Bai sneered. The sea-quelling painting has always been there, although it was part of the reason, but not that important. Do you know what was left behind after the death of the gods in the Age of Doom? Han Fei took a breath and said, the Heavenly Palace? Old Bai was taken aback for a moment. Huh? Is there some information about this in the sea-quelling painting? Han Fei smiled and said, do you forget where the sea-quelling painting originates from? Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei. Where is the Heavenly Palace? Han Fei shrugged. I don't know. It should be above the Thousand-Star City. Haha. Old Bai sneered. Nonsense, you know nothing about it at all. If the Heavenly Palace is just above the Thousand-Star City, someone would have flown up already. Han Fei asked, then where? Old Bai narrowed his eyes and said, if I'm not mistaken, it is an ancient, mysterious place hidden in an independent space. The level of that place is much higher than the Thousand-Star City. Han Fei knew this very well. The Heavenly Palace ruled the entire Thousand-Star City and the 36 towns, but it should be empty now, except for some puppets guarding it, which were all explorers. Old Bai said, so far, I know that 3 people have been to the Heavenly Palace. Luo Xiaobai asked in suspense, which 3? Old Bai took a meaningful look at Han Fei. Ren Tianfei, who took the sea-quelling painting out of the palace, the previous marshal of the scattered Stars Island, who had lost control over himself, Han Guanqiu. And, one of our thug ancestors. Everyone immediately looked at Han Fei, then at Old Bai, and finally looked at Han Fei. Han Fei was speechless. Old Han told me nothing about it. Lu Renkuang asked, who is Ren Tianfei? Old Bai said, you don't need to know who he is. You just need to know that after he came out of the Heavenly Palace, he was besieged by the big clans of the Thousand-Star City, so he scurried off like a frightened rat, and almost died. It was the same case for Han Guanqiu, Han Fei's father. Even our thug ancestor was the same. Do those big clans care about the sea-quelling painting? No, what they really care about is the Heavenly Palace. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Shit, it seems that all 3 have something to do with me, Old Bai said, it seems that I want you to go to the Thousand-Star City. Because I want you to rebuild the Thug Academy, but more importantly, I want you to find a way to enter the Heavenly Palace with the pretext of rebuilding the Academy. Why do I refuse to ally with the 7 major sects? Because once we become allies, there won't be any secrets among us. Luo Xiaobai frowned. But even if we find a way to enter the Heavenly Palace, won't we follow in the footsteps of those 3 seniors? Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renkuang both nodded. Even the venerables couldn't resist them, and their thug ancestor was even killed. Who could handle this? Now, they weren't even law enforcers yet. Oldby smiled mysteriously. No, because your strength is too weak. Even if you find a way to enter the heavenly palace, you won't be able to enter it. So, you can keep this secret and wait for the chance to enter it in the future. Han Fei glanced at Oldby. President, why don't you go find it? Oldby rolled his eyes and said, We? Do you think the big clans will let us? Do you really think they are stupid? Han Fei thought, but after all these years, they still failed to annihilate the Thug Academy, didn't they? Suddenly, Han Fei's heart flipped. The Thug Academy must still have a trump card, yes, it must be so, Oldby took out a puppet back then, was that puppet a clone of the Thug ancestor or something? If this is the case, the Thug Academy should still have a trump card that no one knows about, otherwise, the big clans in the Thug Academy would have annihilated the Thug Academy long ago, Sure enough, Oldby said, as long as the strongest ones of the Thug Academy don't return to the Thousand-Star City, the big clans won't dare to act rashly. However, we also can't go to the city to find a way to enter the Heavenly Palace. Han Fei asked, can we? Oldby nodded. You are special. Xiao Bai is from the Luo family. And your background is even more complicated. They dare not touch you or indulge you. With the Thug Academy and your dad in check and balance, your safety will be guaranteed. Zhang Xuanyu said, what about Kuang Kuang and I? Oldby said leisurely, you two are not important. Zhang Xuanyu. Lu Renkuang. The two were speechless. Not important? Once again, their young hearts suffered a blow that they should not have suffered at their age. Oldby said, okay, you will be faced with a lot of difficulties in the Thousand-Star City this time. But they won't dare attack you openly. So, rest assured to rebuild the Thug Academy. Anyway, play it by ear in the Thousand-Star City. You three can go now. Han Fei, wait a moment. When they left, Han Fei asked in surprise, President, why do you have to tell me alone? Oldby looked at Han Fei. Don't make breakthroughs too fast. When you become a peak-level law enforcer one day, where will you go? Han Fei pondered for a while and decided not to tell Oldby about the matter of the Waterwood world for the time being. So he said, when the time comes, Old Han will find a place for me. Oldby nodded slightly. Okay. You can't make the breakthrough within the power of the Thousand-Star City. From the moment you got the sea-quelling painting, there were countless people watching you all the time. Now that your father has a plan for you, you can just let nature take its course. However, you'd better find a way to the Heavenly Palace before you become a peak-level law enforcer. Otherwise, Han Fei? Otherwise, the big clans in the Thousand-Star City will threaten your life. After all, there is more than one venerable in the Thousand-Star City. Han Fei nodded. Understood. Old Han was a potential threat to the Thousand-Star City. He had now appeared. And on the surface, this game had reached a stalemate, creating a short-term balance. Han Fei had thought that the ultimate goal of their chess game was the sea-quelling painting, but it seemed that he was wrong. The real point of the chess game should be either to become a king or to uncover the mystery of the Heavenly Palace. With this in mind, Han Fei felt so pressured. He had to find a way to enter the heavenly palace, go to the Waterwood world. Once he became an explorer, and attack the 10,000 Demon Valley, but there were only 8 years left. Han Fei sighed. President, what else do you want to tell me? Old Bai took out 4 small bottles and said, these are Heaven Heart pills. 1 for each of you, and there are 2 pills in each bottle. Heaven Heart pills can help you when you're making the breakthrough to become an explorer. In the words of old Jiang, this pill can not only increase the probability of breakthrough success by more than 30%, but will also allow you to comprehend your own way. Hearing this, Han Fei quickly grasped the bottles in his hands. In any case, these were really precious. It could not only raise the probability of breakthrough success, but also help one understand his way, which was extremely precious. Old Bai rolled his eyes and said, hey, calm down. It's of no use to you for the time being. By the way, after going to the 1,000-star city, you can accept disciples. Find our academy some good talents. Han Fei pointed at himself and said in astonishment, us? Accept disciples? Old Bai said lazily, yes, do you have a problem with that? Han Fei said, isn't our task to find a way to enter the heavenly palace? How? Do we have the time to find disciples? Old Bai sneered. The 1,000-star city has more than these 3 places worth exploring. There is a place called the 1,000-star Proving Ground, where the disciples of the 7 major sects and the children of the big clans in the 1,000-star city train themselves. Really? Old Bai stood up and said, the 1,000-star Proving Ground is a trial place that comprises thousands of secret realms. According to the degree of danger, there are different levels. From easy to difficult, there are 10 levels. Basically, each sect or clan controls dozens or even hundreds of secret realms. We shall try to control some too. Han Fei exclaimed, wow, you mean the secret realms are just out there, waiting for others to take them? Old Bai sneered, took out a sea swallow seashell, and handed it to Han Fei. Open it when you are going to the 1,000-star Proving Ground. Then he said, you'll find out by yourself. Okay, I've told you all that you need. Remember, when you arrive in the 1,000-star city, you must be strong, strong, strong. You can kill anyone who dares to provoke you. Set off. Tomorrow morning. The next morning, Chu Jinan and Ling Yu were sitting in the plantation, with a lot of jade slips in front of them. The 2 of them didn't do anything last night but copy these jade slips. At this moment, their minds were chaotic, full of messy combat skills and techniques. However, although Han Fei seemed to be mean to them, many of these jade slips were heaven-level combat skills and techniques. At least, Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan felt that starting today, they didn't need to go to the logistics division to buy combat skills ever again. At the same time, the 2 of them couldn't help but wonder how many people had seen your brother Han Fei robbed to get so many combat skills and techniques. Eating a pot sticker, Han Fei walked into the plantation and said with a smile, Xiaonan, Ling Yuan, how is your work going? The 2 raised their heads numbly, and Ling Yuan said, Senior brother, it's almost done. You are going to leave, right? Go ahead. Don't be late. Chu Jinan nodded. Yes, senior brother, we're almost finished. Han Fei touched his nose. Huh? Are they driving me away? Han Fei said leisurely, I think the outer sea is too dangerous, so you need to get used to it in advance. Come on, let me train you a little in the twisted jungle. Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan trembled, looking at Han Fei helplessly. Ling Yuan complained in her heart, are you a monster? Before leaving, you trained us and we were almost tortured to death. Not again, Luo Xiaobai said, alright, Han Fei, just let them go. They've done a good job. If nothing else, we should go now. Ling Yuan and Chu Jinnan breathed a sigh of relief. Senior sister was their savior. Han Fei laughed. No. I haven't finished my breakfast yet. Half an hour later, Chu Lingyuan and Mu Qingchuan sent the four of Han Fei outside the spiritual barrier. Chu Lingyuan warned, junior brothers and junior sister, this journey will be dangerous for you. Take care. However, don't be afraid. The academy is behind you. Mu Qingchuan smiled and said, Lin Yuan and I had planned to go with you, but we're assigned with some other tasks. So you can only count on yourselves in the 1,000-star city. Luo Xiaobai nodded. Senior brother, senior sister, don't worry about us. Han Fei grinned. Senior brother, you can rest assured. I'll take note of whoever provokes us. You will avenge us later, right? Chu Linyuan. Then Han Fei shouted towards the yard, President, we are leaving. Old Bai said indifferently, okay. Remember to recruit some good students. Not long after the four left, Chu Linyuan said to Chu Jinnan and Ling Yuan. Little junior brother, little junior sister, we'll have to leave everything here to you now. Improve your strength soon and go to the Empyrean waterfall when you can. Ling Yuan said in surprise, Senior brother Chu, senior sister Mu, are you leaving too? Mu Qingchuan said softly, yes, we all have our own affairs to tend to. You two are the representatives of this generation of the Thug Academy on the Scattered Stars Island. When you grow up, you should take care of your junior brothers and junior sisters. This is not a light burden. Chu Jinnan took a breath and said seriously, Senior brother, senior sister, we will try our best. Chu Jinnan, the innocent boy, felt that he was suddenly shouldering a heavy responsibility. But Ling Yuan was thinking, why did Chu Linyuan and Mu Qingchuan leave too? After the four others went to the 1,000-star city? It seems like they are planning something together, but the two of us are excluded from it, The Thug Academy seems to have some secrets. What on earth was the story behind this, Out of the twisted jungle. Meow. Han Fei heard a meow as soon as they came out of the jungle. It was Big Yellow. Sure enough, Big Yellow was crouching on the road. By the side of Big Yellow, Li Luo and Qing Chen were looking at them. Big Yellow rolled his round eyes. Han Fei, give me a male cat and a female cat. Han Fei rolled his eyes. You want to give birth to kittens again? What if you kill them again? Big Yellow turned his head and said, no, I'll train them and make them strong. Then they can make babies, and babies will make babies. In this way, I can gradually change their genes. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Wow, Big Yellow has tried really hard to find himself a wife. He even planned to manipulate their genes. Poor cat. With a thought from Han Fei, two cats, one male and one female, appeared, and they were immediately grabbed by Big Yellow with his paw. Han Fei turned his eyes to Li Luo and Qing Chen and asked with surprise, why are you two here? Qing Chen said with a smile, Brother Han, I heard that you were going to the 1,000-star city? Haha. Let's go together. Li Luo threw 4 waist tags over. I want to go too. For the time being, the number of law enforcers on the Scattered Stars Island is enough. I heard that the Thousand Star City is very interesting. I haven't been there yet, so I am going to go with you too. The moment when Han Fei grabbed the 9-star waist tags, Shueishenqi's phantom appeared. Take away the waist tag. Take care. Shueishenqi was as cold as ever, and he was gone after saying these words. And the four of Han Fei were thinking, who were Li Luoluo and Qing Chen working for? As for Big Yellow, he had been watching Han Fei leave. In his heart, Han Fei was his good friend. In Big Yellow's memory, no one else knew that he was a cat the first time they met him. Therefore, seeing Han Fei leave, Big Yellow was a bit sad. To go to the sky ladder, they must first go to the tiny floating island where they originally appeared. And no one knew the way there better than the Cloud Whale. Perhaps it was a coincidence or something. Anyway, when the four of them came to the big river, the Cloud Whale was flipping and moving in the clouds. They directly flew to the sky and came to the Cloud Whale's side in a moment. The Cloud Whale seemed to remember Han Fei. At the first glance, when he saw Han Fei, it opened its mouth and rubbed its head against Han Fei. Caught off guard, Han Fei was sent flying by the Cloud Whale. Han Fei laughed. Big guy, I'll treat you to crabs. With that said, Han Fei took out a 20-meter-long crab and threw it into the Cloud Whale's mouth. Woo! _crack _. Crushing the crab in one bite, the Cloud Whale circled around happily and pushed them up. Li Luoluo lay on the Cloud Whale's forehead and turned to look at Han Fei. Han Fei, you seem to be on better terms with the Cloud Whale than others. Qing Chen smiled and said, this is the benefit of feeding him. Han Fei laughed. Sure, I feed him every time I meet him. As he said this, Han Fei patted the Cloud Whale and said, Big guy, please bring us to the sky ladder. Do you know where it is? It's next to that floating island. Woo! The Cloud Whale flicked its tail, dispersing a white cloud, and its body was submerged in the clouds. Han Fei looked at Li Luoluo and Qing Chen. Why do you two want to go to the Thousand Star City? Are you not happy on the Scattered Stars Island? Qing Chen was chewing dried fish. After I became a law enforcer, there's no more challenge for me here. Sea demons have suffered heavy casualties since the last war, and I don't think they will attack us soon. Li Luoluo added, I heard that the Thousand Star City is interesting. There are many ancient things there, so I want to have a look. Han Fei curled his lips. Regardless of whether the two were telling the truth or not, anyway, there was no competition between them. Besides, he couldn't stop them from going there. Right? Zhang Xuanyu approached Li Luoluo and said, Girl, do you remember me? Li Luoluo glanced at Zhang Xuanyu and raised her eyebrows. No. Zhang Xuanyu didn't mind at all and said with a smile, then let's get to know each other again, okay? Girl, look at me and look at yourself. We have something in common. Li Luoluo looked Zhang Xuanyu up and down and said, What's that? Zhang Xuanyu chuckled. We're both good-looking. Hey, who is dragging me? _whoosh, _. A vine caught Zhang Xuanyu and threw him directly into the air. Luo Xiaobai couldn't stand him anymore. The Cloud Whale also gave a woo and tilted his body, trying to catch Zhang Xuanyu. But then seeing Zhang Xuanyu flying back himself, he continued to fly forward. Coming back on the Cloud Whale, Zhang Xuanyu sighed in frustration, sat beside Lu Renquang, and began to eat sea melon seeds with him. Luo Xiaobai said, the sky ladder is not easy to climb. Anyone who enters the Thousand-Star City through the sky ladder will have permanent residence right in the Thousand-Star City. Besides, the sky ladder is also a kind of assessment. What assessment? Luo Xiaobai said, the 7 major sects will issue an invitation to those who enter the Thousand-Star City through the sky ladder. Therefore, on the sky ladder, there will be tests set by the 7 major sects along the way. Of course, it is not mandatory. Li Luoluo questioned, how do you know this? Aren't you from a town? Luo Xiaobai paused and then said, I read it from a book. Han Fei asked, are the tests difficult? Luo Xiaobai shrugged. I don't know. Qing Chen smiled. I heard that they're relatively difficult. However, not extremely difficult. People from the Empyrean waterfall have mostly passed the tests. Han Fei raised his brows. Mostly? Not all? In Han Fei's view, none of the people who could go to the Empyrean waterfall were weak. How could there be anyone who couldn't make it? Luo Xiaobai continued, as far as I know, of the 7 major sects, the sea Cloud Tower is the most low-key, but the assessment they set is the most difficult. If someone from the Empyrean waterfall failed to pass the tests, he must have been stopped by the Sea Cloud Tower's test. Han Fei was slightly surprised. Indeed, as a major sect, the Sea Cloud Tower was too quiet. The Heavenly Sword sect was the most high-profile. The Jade Fairy Palace was all women, so it was like paradise for Zhang Xuanyu and the like. Therefore, it was the most famous. The Grand Void Academy, Mountain Sea Pavilion, Origin, Returning Peak, and Death Door sect each had their own strong points. But the Sea Cloud Tower was the most low-key. Although it belonged to the 7 major sects, Han Fei had met very few people from the Sea Cloud Tower. The only person from the Sea Cloud Tower he had met was Yu Xian. However, his strength didn't seem to be strong and there was nothing special about him. The Sword of the Heavenly Sword sect, the Girls of the Jade Fairy Palace, the Gate of the Death Door sect, the Virtual Sword of the Grand Void Academy, the Physique of the Disciples of the Mountain Sea Pavilion, and the Comprehensive Strength of the Origin Returning Peak were all impressive, but the Sea Cloud Tower seemed to have nothing. Han Fei asked, what kind of a sect is the Sea Cloud Tower? Luo Xiaobai shook her head slightly and said, I'm not familiar with the 7 major sections. We'll find out when we climb up. The Cloud Whale's speed was very fast, and it only took them 3 hours to arrive. They jumped off the Cloud Whale, and Han Fei put a big octopus into its mouth and said, thank you, big guy. Woo. The Cloud Whale's voice was ethereal, resounding between the heavens and earth. He turned around and sank into the clouds again, swimming lonely in the sky. Turning around, the 6 of them looked at the so-called sky ladder. When they saw it for the first time, they thought it was just a hanging ladder, and people needed to climb it with their hands and feet. In fact, it was not true. Only now did they discover that the so-called sky ladder was more like flaming steps hanging in the air. However, looking from the hanging island, only one side of it could be seen. So it looked like a hanging ladder. The sky ladder was like a bunch of burning chains of fire. In fact, except for the burning part, the rest of it was blank. One could only move through the chains of flames. Han Fei tried to stand in a blank space outside the flames. However, his body immediately began to fall. Only by standing on the invisible flame chains. Could he stand? However, once standing on the flame chains, his whole person turned into a burning man. This flame not only had the heat of flame, but also seemed to have a slight impact on his soul. Lilualuo immediately shouted, "Just stand on the flame chains." Lilualuo tried to stand on the second chain of fire, only to find it was air underfoot and she couldn't stand on it at all. Luo Xiaobai suggested, "We should walk step by step. Otherwise, we can easily fly to the 1,000-star city along the fire chains." "Then what's the use of the sky ladder?" Lu Renquang nodded and said, "It can't be that simple." At this moment, Han Fei was stepping from the first chain of fire to the second one. The moment he stepped on the second chain, however, he disappeared. Qing Chen screamed, "Oh! There is a problem with space here." Zhang Xuanyu shrugged and said, "Yes. We can only walk the chains layer by layer." When they walked to the second floor one after another, Han Fei appeared. At this moment, they had turned into 6 burning people. I don't know exactly how many layers of the sky ladder there are, but the intensity of the flames and the influence on our souls seems to be stronger and stronger. "Hey, Xiaobai, are you going to climb the sky ladder too?" Luo Xiaobai said calmly, "Yes, I'll be with you guys." Yes, Luo Xiaobai certainly wouldn't want to go back through the teleportation array alone. Lu Renquang had stepped out, muttering, "Since I came back from the ancient battlefield, my soul has strengthened greatly. Let's go. Hurry up." They walked up 4,000 steps, and all of them had already put on low-quality divine battle suits. If not, they would have been burnt naked by the fire. At this moment, Han Fei seemed to see a fist light, whose power equaled that of a punch of a peak-level hidden fisher. Han Fei casually punched out, easily shattering the fist light, and the others did the same thing. Perhaps the sky ladder was difficult for others to climb, but they had all reached the realm of a law enforcer, so they were not afraid of this level of an attack at all. On the 5,000th floor, a sword light swept over, but was blasted to pieces. On the 6,000th floor, it was still sword light, but the speed was extremely fast. Han Fei recognized at a glance that this was the Jade Fairy Palace's combat technique, but it was still easily shattered. On the 7,000th floor, it was a door. On the 8,000th floor, it was a sea of swords. On the 9,000th floor, the attack was a weird demonic sound. Lu Renquang felt slightly uncomfortable but still walked over. This should be thanks to the pure soul beads he ate. Han Fei smiled and said, "It's only a hidden fisher level assessment. Although the flame temperature is high, we can still handle it." Luo Xiaobai nodded. "The influence on the soul is not that strong. Let's see the last assessment." Han Fei was thinking how the sky ladder had 9,999 floors. If it wasn't set here by the 1,000-star city, it must have been set by the Yinyang Palace. When Han Fei stepped onto the 9,999th floor, his heart suddenly did a flip and he fell into a short illusion. He saw Lin Miao Miao attacking him. Huh? Inner demon? Han Fei frowned. Why was his inner demon always Lin Miao Miao? This was not the first time. Although Lin Miao Miao died because of him, he didn't expect that she had become his inner demon. Although he felt very guilty about Lin Miao Miao's death, he had avenged her. Was his revenge not enough? He thought that it was enough to kill Sun Mu. But although Sun Mu had already been killed, Lin Miao Miao's figure still haunted his heart. He tried to remember what Lin Miao Miao told him in the days when she served as his guide. She must have told him something, which he remembered so well deep down in his heart that he couldn't forget even now. But he couldn't remember what she said to him. At this moment, feeling the shock of his soul, Han Fei closed his eyes. A ray of gold flashed across his body, and he punched out, shattering his inner demon to pieces. At this moment, Han Fei decided to go back to the level 3 fishery someday and bring back the corpse of Lin Miao Miao. Suddenly, Han Fei felt his heart turn lighter. When he stepped on the last chain of fire, his vision changed and he found himself standing on a circular platform. There were 3 stone pillars around the platform, which were smooth and had no carvings. On the top of the stone pillars, however, unique exquisite patterns of spirit-swallowing fish were carved. This platform was independent and suspended, about 10 kilometers away from the closest floating island. And at this moment, in the midair, 7 people were standing in the air. They were wearing different costumes. It could be seen that they were the disciples of the 7 major sects. They were all law enforcers. In addition to these 7 people, at the edge of the floating island 10 kilometers away, there stood a person who didn't seem to be from the 7 major sects, looking arrogant and hostile. Are you waiting for us here? With a thought, Han Fei changed his clothes and put away his battle suit. Among the 7 people, the person from the Heavenly Sword sect asked with a smile, Han Fei? Han Fei nodded. It's me. The man said softly, although I know the relationship between you and Tang. Good, you're still from the Thug Academy. Are you choosing to enter the Heavenly Sword sect, or do you have other plans? Swish, swish, _. At this time, the other 5 appeared one after another, and the flames on their bodies had just disappeared. Hearing that person's question, Luo Xiaobai said directly, we are going to rebuild the Thug Academy. Li Luo let out a sigh of relief. It turns out that the last pass is our inner demons. Fortunately, it's me in this body. Otherwise, Li Luo wouldn't have been able to make it. Han Fei shivered slightly and looked at Li Luo. Brother Quang? Li Luo nodded sternly, and then looked at the people of the 7 major sections. Are there any other assessments? Show me. Qing Chen was stunned. Li Luo, what's wrong with you? Li Luo raised her chin and looked at Qing Chen. I'm Li Quang, not Li Luo. Qing Chen was about to speak when Zhang Xuanyu put his arms around his neck. Brother Chen. The law enforcers of the Heavenly Sword sect, or to be exact, the law enforcers of the 7 sects, had no animosity towards the Thug Academy. Especially the Heavenly Sword sect, because Tang Ge and Mu Ling were about to get married. As for venerables, in this era, in today's Thousand-Star City, they were more like a deterrent and were very unlikely to take any action. But Han Guanchu was special because he was still so young. Therefore, his existence would be a greater deterrence. Therefore, influenced by the Heavenly Sword sect, the 7 sects didn't take the Thug Academy as an enemy. At this time, the man from the Heavenly Sword sect looked at Li Luo and Qing Chen. Before that person could speak, Qing Chen said directly, I heard that the Mountain Sea Pavilion is famous for physique training? The law enforcer from the Mountain Sea Pavilion was somewhat surprised. He had thought that these people would not choose the 7 major sections. He didn't expect Qing Chen to ask him this question. He smiled and said, yes, among the 7 major sects, only our Mountain Sea Pavilion is professional when it comes to physique training. You're already a Law enforcer, so if you choose to join us, you can directly become a core disciple. Of course, if you want to teach in our Mountain Sea Pavilion, you'll need to reach an agreement with us. During the agreement period, most of the resources and information in the Mountain Sea Pavilion can be shared with you. Qing Chen glanced at Han Fei. You know, this is my way. Han Fei nodded. It's up to you. Qing Chen stepped forward and smiled. I'm going to the Mountain Sea Pavilion. By the way, do you have enough food for me? Huh? The law enforcer from the Mountain Sea Pavilion was dumbfounded. What kind of a problem is this? You're a cultivator. You don't even need to eat, . However, the man still grinned. Sure, we will get you whatever you'd like to eat. Qing Chen looked back at Han Fei. This guy was the best cook he had ever met. However, compared with the temptation of food, cultivation was more important. Then, the law enforcer from the Jade Fairy Palace looked at Li Luoluo and said, Girl, you've already become a law enforcer. If you enter our Jade Fairy Palace, we'll provide you with the same treatment as the Mountain Sea Pavilion. Different from the Heavenly Sword sect, our Jade Heavenly Palace has as many hunters as manipulators, as well as many powerful soul warriors. Would you like to join us? Li Luoluo scowled. Why did you call me girl? I'm a man. Why am I going to stay with a bunch of women? No way. Everyone? The 7 people were all dumbfounded. You're a man? Are you sure you're not a girl? Han Fei and the others were all speechless. You're talking to Li Kuang, not Li Luoluo. He would probably choose to join the Mountain Sea Pavilion, Origin, Returning Peak, or Sea Cloud Tower. However, Li Kuang suddenly looked at Han Fei. I heard that you are going to build a school, right? Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Not really. Our benefits package is very poor, and it's very troublesome to clean up the old site. Kuang. Brother Kuang, our school is not a good choice for you. The law enforcers? The 7 people couldn't help but doubt if they were blind. Why did Han Fei call this girl brother? Zhang Xuanyu seemed to want to say something, but Luo Xiaobai gave him a stare and stopped him. Obviously, there was something wrong with Li Luoluo. Her soul probably had something wrong. However, the female law enforcer from the Sea Cloud Tower said, You can come to our Sea Cloud Tower. In our sect, men and women are evenly divided. I bet you'll feel at ease in our sect. Li Kuang paused. Only if you can beat me. With that, Li Luoluo took a step forward, and a long stick appeared in her hand. She swung the stick, and a 7-color light appeared behind her. Seeing this, the female law enforcer from the Sea Cloud Tower's face suddenly changed. She frowned, and behind her, an undead creature appeared, dressed in black armor, looking hideous, and blocking Li Luoluo's stick barehanded. _bam_. At that moment, a cyan light burst out of the 7-color brilliance. The law enforcer from the Sea Cloud Tower was shocked and hurriedly drew back. And the undead creature was devoured by this cyan light in an instant. Power of life? In this brief confrontation, the person from the Sea Cloud Tower obviously suffered a defeat. Of course, it was mainly because she was caught off guard. Even Han Fei didn't know that Li Luoluo had such a skill. What was that 7-color light? And that cyan light seemed to contain vitality and directly devoured the undead creature, which seemed a bit strange. Li Luoluo put away the stick and said arrogantly, "Humph, I'm not going to. Your sect." Suddenly, her body stiffened in midair. Han Fei was dumbfounded. It seems Li Luoluo is coming back. Seeing the return of makeup on Li Luoluo's face, Han Fei knew that the master personality was back. Li Luoluo landed directly on the platform and looked at Han Fei. "I'm going to the Thug Academy." Luo Xiaobai was shocked. "Why?" Li Luoluo smiled and said, "You are more interesting, and have fewer people." Zhang Xuanyu hurriedly said, "Welcome, welcome. Let me tell you, the biggest benefit of our Thug Academy is that we have many delicious foods for you." Lu Renquang nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I can prove it." The people from the 7 major sects were speechless. What's wrong with this person? Is she crazy? Her soul obviously has a serious problem. She is not a good choice. The law enforcer from the Heavenly Sword sect bowed to Han Fei. "Well, in that case, we're leaving. This sky ladder is meant to be prepared for ordinary and slightly talented people. I know you are all extraordinary talents. See you later." Han Fei nodded and suddenly asked, "By the way, when will be the wedding of Tang Ge and Mu Ling?" The law enforcer from the Heavenly Sword sect smiled. "In 3 months. We'll send an invitation to your school then." Just when the people of the 7 major sects were about to leave, the person on the edge of the floating island 10 kilometers away suddenly sneered. "Is this your 7 major sects assessment? What makes you guys think you can just walk into the 1,000-star city so easily?" Hearing this, Han Fei frowned. Who is this guy? This time, the 4 of them had come to claim territory and rebuild the Thug Academy. Besides, Old Bai had emphasized that they should fight back hard if anyone dared to provoke them. Therefore, at this moment, Han Fei certainly wouldn't flinch. Han Fei sneered. "Which family are you from? I guess you're not from the Chow family, right? So, who the F***ck are you?" With old Han behind him, Han Fei wasn't afraid of anyone. Lu Renquang took a breath. "Believe it or not, I can blow you to death." Zhang Xuanyu smiled contemptuously. "Humph, is the 1,000-star city yours?" The law enforcer of the Heavenly Sword sect said indifferently, "Chu Xiao. They've passed the sky ladder, so you have no reason to stop them. The Chu family has no say in this matter, right?" The young man named Chu Xiao chuckled and shook his head. "It depends on what they are going to do. We all know what they came here for. Isn't it ridiculous that a village boy thinks that he can do whatever he wants and even become a king in a few years just because he got the sea-quelling painting?" Stepping in the air, Chu Xiao pressed on, looking at Han Fei. "Our Chu sect didn't go to compete for the sea-quelling painting because we don't think that the painting is of any real significance. If one can become a king just because he gets a painting, why do we bother to work so hard to cultivate?" Hoop. The phantom glass wings spread, and Han Fei stepped into the sky step by step. "You're right. One can't become a king just with a painting, but since the Chu sect doesn't want the painting, what are you nervous about? Besides, do you really think you could get it if you competed for it?" That being said, Han Fei's mind was racing. Why has the Chu sect challenged us twice? They seem to be targeting the Thug Academy instead of me. But why? What was the relationship between the Chu sect and Thug Academy? Seeing the two go head-to-head, Li Luoluo was very excited. I like teaching a lesson to this kind of idiot. Let me help. She wanted to go over when Luo Xiaobai stopped her. Luo Xiaobai said, "One-on-one, it's fair." Li Luoluo could only raise her small fists. Han Fei, come on, kill him. Han Fei grinned. So are you going to stop us from entering the 1,000-star city? And do you think you can? Chu Xiao looked Han Fei up and down. So conceited. You're only a peak level hidden fisher, okay? Do you think you are as strong as your father? Han Fei sneered. I rarely mention my father. I don't know if I'm conceited or not, but I really don't think it's a big problem to beat someone like you. Chu Xiao grinned, and suddenly the void shook, as a soul power fell and burst open. Zhang Xuanyu frowned. Damn, it's a soul explosion. The people of the 7 major sects were also horrified, and the law enforcer from the Heavenly Sword sect frowned, ready to rescue Han Fei and the others if they couldn't handle the attack. After all, Han Fei wasn't even a law enforcer yet. But they felt ashamed at the same time. Chu Xiao was really shameless. At least he should reduce his strength to that of a hidden fisher. How could he attack a hidden fisher with the strength of a law enforcer? However, in the terrifying soul explosion, Han Fei didn't even blink his eyelids. Han Fei sneered in his heart, these people simply had no idea how strong his soul power was. He immediately activated the devil change and disappeared. In the void, 3 sharp spikes darted out of the void and went straight to Chu Xiao. Han Fei's voice resounded in the air, is this all you've got? Swoosh, Chu Xiao jumped into the sky. It was easier to cause damage when fighting in close quarters. His fast speed reminded Han Fei of the Yi family's unique skill. Swish. Swish. Swish, Both of them jumped up quickly, attracting many people's attention. Except for Luo Xiaobai and the others, many people were watching this battle elsewhere, including some strong masters. Until they both reached the altitude of 8,000 meters, they began to fight. The 3 demon-slaying spikes, like 3 cloud-piercing arrows, revolved around Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao didn't use the power of his law and seemed to be testing Han Fei's power. Clink, The crisp sound vibrated in everyone's ears. Chu Xiao sneered. Your strength is not bad. But, are you sure you want to fight with me with a semi-divine weapon? Boom. Boom. Boom, As soon as Chu Xiao finished speaking, the 3 demon-slaying spikes exploded. At the same time, like a thunderbolt in the sky. Standing on the clouds, Han Fei cocked his head and smiled. For me, semi-divine weapons are no different from disposable items. But their explosion didn't feel that comfortable, right? Seeing that Chu Xiao was sent flying for dozens of kilometers by the explosion, Han Fei cracked a bright smile and shook his head. TSK, I had thought that the Chu sect was very powerful. It turns out I am wrong. Ridiculing enemies was another unique skill of Han Fei. However, he didn't try his best yet. After all, the Thug Academy would accept disciples in the 1,000-star city. He'd better stay low-key. However, weapon explosions were really cool. Seeing his enemy so flustered, he finally understood why Yu Shire liked using weapon explosions so much in a battle. Chu Xiao's face had darkened. How could he have thought that Han Fei would blow up 3 semi-divine weapons so easily? As far as he knew, semi-divine weapons were still scarce in human society. The explosion power of semi-divine weapons was comparable to an attack by a law enforcer. Therefore, if he wasn't physically strong enough, he might have been severely injured. Chu Xiao didn't wear a battle suit, so now his clothes were riddled with holes, and there were more than 10 bruises all over his body. It was certainly impossible to kill him with a single explosion. However, seeing him in such a mess, Han Fei felt it was definitely worthwhile. Chu Xiao's face was twisted. Now you've really pissed me off. Go to hell. Hum. Chu Xiao's body suddenly turned into a cloud, and the large expanse of white rolled towards Han Fei. Seeing this, Han Fei frowned slightly. There were some people who could turn into sand, shadows, or some other special things, which Han Fei hated most, because these people were very difficult to fight. Of course, it was not that there was no way to solve these kinds of people. For example, Han Fei was confident that he could beat the hell out of the opponent as long as he used the yin-yang divine eyes and the void lines. He knew there was a way, even if Chu Xiao could turn into a cloud. Besides, he could also use the law of gravity, but he didn't want to expose these skills. After all, he was sure he wouldn't be able to kill Chu Xiao this time because he felt that there was a terrifyingly strong master watching this battle. Perhaps Chu Xiao was just sent to sound out his real strength. As for the invincible fist technique, it would be like hitting mosquitoes with anti-aircraft guns if he used it, and it would alert his enemies. In that case, Han Fei grinned and said, "This is your law? I just want to describe it with one word, rubbish." No one responded, but Han Fei felt that the cloud contained great lethality. If he hadn't finished practicing the third level of the indestructible body art, he would definitely not have chosen to confront Chu Xiao head-on. However, at this moment, Han Fei didn't move, allowing the cloud to wrap him up. Below. Qing Chen said in surprise, "Why doesn't Han Fei attack?" Li Luoluo said, "This law enforcer's law is very weird." Although Han Fei's physique is very strong, the other party is still a law enforcer. The law enforcer from the Sea Cloud Tower said, "Chu Xiao's law can corrode enemies, be it body or soul." What is Han Fei going to do? The law enforcer from the Grand Void Academy smiled. Although I don't know what Han Fei's purpose is, from what I know of him, he is certainly not stupid. Hum. Just as the others were talking, a pillar of fire descended from the sky and Han Fei activated the void fishing technique. He knew that in this way, someone would doubt his combat technique. But compared to combat technique, what would attract more attention would be his physique. After all, most of the combat techniques, when operating under the scorching sun, would draw from the sun's fire. Hum. A large array emerged, and Han Fei trapped the cloud with a coiled turtle array. When the terrifying sun fire fell from the sky, in an instant, a scream broke out. "Han Fei, you are looking for death." An angry roar erupted above the clouds. Without a strong enough physique, no one could stand this power, but Han Fei could hold out for 5 seconds with his current strength and physique. Only a second later, Chu Xiao had to resume his original body. Below, the people of the 7 major sects were all stunned. Someone exclaimed, "Is he crazy?" Someone sighed. There is a problem with this combat technique. This combat technique will hurt Han Fei too, although it can hurt Chu Xiao. The law enforcer from the Mountain Sea Pavilion grinned. "No, it can't hurt Han Fei. Look, he's alright. Han Fei's physique is, very strong. As for Luo Xiaobai and the others, they were very calm. In their view, Han Fei was at his peak. Ordinary law enforcers wouldn't be able to defeat him. This had been proven countless times. In the next second, Chu Xiao's whole body was cracked. Although he had put on a divine battle suit, he still couldn't resist this terrifying heat. Chu Xiao tried to break through the large coiled turtle array, but Han Fei's phantom glass wings and agility of wind stopped him from breaking through. Han Fei smiled and said, "Aren't you here to test me? Don't flinch. Come on." On the third second, Chu Xiao bled all over. His hair was all burned out, his skin all over his body was scorched, and he was almost roasted. Suddenly, there was a muffled hum from the sky. Someone broke the large coiled turtle array with one hand and grabbed Chu Xiao. However, Chu Xiao was already dying. If he were not a law enforcer, if he hadn't had a divine-level battle suit, he would have been burnt into ashes. But Han Fei was almost unscathed. When he came down from the sky, his hair was growing, his clothes were changed, and he casually threw himself a divine healing technique. The thin cracks on his body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. This showed how horrifyingly strong Han Fei's physique was. Han Fei landed on the ground and looked at the person who was holding Chu Xiao in his hands. He was throwing a healing technique on Chu Xiao, and the latter was also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Han Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. This person was probably a peak-level law enforcer. Otherwise, a spirit gatherer who was only an ordinary law enforcer wouldn't be able to treat a person so quickly. At the same time, Han Fei was aware of a problem that old Jiang once told him. The higher the realm of a spirit gatherer, the more powerful he would be. A low-level spirit gatherer was the object of protection of the whole team. But when a spirit gatherer became a peak-level law enforcer, he could both launch an attack and gather energy, and wouldn't easily run out of spiritual energy. Once a spirit gatherer became an explorer, he would be even stronger. And it would be very difficult for his enemies to beat him. Han Fei looked at the person and said, "A peak-level law enforcer? Don't you feel ashamed to fight us?" The middle-aged man took a deep look at Han Fei. "The people in the Thug Academy are all the same, humph." With that, the middle-aged man grabbed Chu Xiao and flew away without a word. The law enforcers of the 7 major sects glanced at each other. The arrogance of the Thug Academy was simply passed down from generation to generation. They made a salute and said, "Okay, we're leaving." When the 4 of them boarded the island of the Thousand-Star City, they looked around and found that a large area of this place was unoccupied. The floor was paved with carved sapphire bricks, and there were several human-shaped statues not far away as if they were welcoming people coming up from the sky ladder. In the distance, the outline of the buildings could be seen, which seemed to be quite tall. Qing Chen had already left with the people of the Mountain Sea Pavilion. Everyone looked at Luo Xiaobai. It was the first time they were here, and they were completely unfamiliar with the Thousand-Star City. For now, they hadn't flown to the sky to get a bird's-eye view, so they didn't know how big this so-called Thousand-Star City was. How many islands were there? And what was the layout? Luo Xiaobai said, "I don't like it here very much. The Thousand-Star City is mainly composed of 36 floating islands and several mini-floating islands. It should be 5 or 6 times larger than the Scattered Stars Island." Puff. The others were all dumbfounded. What? The Thousand-Star City was 5 or 6 times bigger than the Scattered Stars Island? Li Luolua was surprised. Are you from the Thousand-Star City? Zhang Xuanyu asked, huh? So where should we fly? Where is the former site of the Thug Academy? Lu Renquan silently counted and said, so, the city has an area of about 10,000 kilometers? At this moment, an old man in gray flew over. Miss, sorry I'm late. Miss, are you okay? Luo Xiaobai leaned slightly and said, Grandpa Ku. The old man smiled brightly and said, Miss, Master asks for you, are you going to take your companions back to our family to live several days, or what? Luo Xiaobai shook her head slightly. No, we're going to the former site of the Thug Academy. Grandpa Ku, you can just tell us where it is, and we'll go over by ourselves. The old man smiled and said, no, since I'm already here, I shall lead you there. Then he looked at the others with a smile. I'm Ku Shui. Nice to meet you. The former site of the Thug Academy is already dilapidated. If you want to live there, you may have to clean it up first. This old man was obviously a very strong law enforcer. However, since Luo Xiaobai's father was already an explorer, it was normal for him to have such a servant. This was the benefit of the big clans. Even if Luo Xiaobai said that her family had declined, it wasn't something an ordinary family could be compared to. Han Fei made a salute and said, then please lead the way, senior. Ku Shui waved his hand and a fishing boat appeared. Han Fei was surprised. Can people take fishing boats in the Thousand-Star City? Ku Shui smiled and said, sure, or you can fly with wings. After all, the Thousand-Star City is too big. Even local residents will get lost sometimes. Lu Renquang said, Senior, would you tell us about the city? Zhang Xuanyu echoed, yes, tell us about the 7 major sects and the big clans in the Thousand-Star City. Are they all on the most central island? Where is our Thug Academy? What's new here? They didn't ask Luo Xiaobai these questions, because as the young miss of the Luo family, she probably didn't go out very often. However, Luo Xiaobai was very knowledgeable and had a good memory. Even though she wasn't familiar with the roads, she must be familiar with some things. Luo Xiaobai said, Grandpa Ku, please bring us a copy of the materials and ancient books about the Thousand-Star City in a few days. Yes, Mississippi. Ku Shui said with a smile, in fact, the Thousand-Star City is a bit different from what you think. Neither the 7 major sects nor the big clans are on the central island. You can imagine this place as a large circular island. The most central part, called the central god seat, is also called the city of sacrifice and is said to be the place where the gods lived. It is blocked by terrifying killing arrays, and even venerable experts dare not step into it. Enclosing the central god's seat are the 3 sacred sites of the Thousand-Star City, which are the Monument of Gods, the Sky Meditation Garden, and the Ideal Palace. The 3 sacred sites occupy an island each. On the periphery of the 3 sacred sites, there are 6 floating islands, where the most powerful clans in the Thousand-Star City live. In total, there are 18 clans. On average, there are 3 big clans on each island. Han Fei suddenly asked, where are the Chao family and the Chu sect? Ku Shui smiled and said, they live respectively in the south and north of the Thousand-Star City. And we are currently in the north of the city, so the Chu sect people came just now. The Chao family and the Chu sect are also the only 2 families occupying an entire island in the Thousand-Star City. That is because the 2 families both have venerables, but that doesn't mean other Families don't have venerables. They just can't come out. Li Luoluo asked, curiously, why? Ku Shui smiled. I don't know if you have ever heard about the lifespan of a cultivator? After becoming a great fishing master, a cultivator will have a lifespan of 200 years. Hidden fishers have a lifespan of 800 years. Law enforcers are the transition from hidden fishers to explorers and haven't formally stepped on the way of cultivation, so their lifespan is only about 1,200 years, not much longer than a hidden fisher's. But explorers' lifespans surge to around 2,000 years. They asked, what about venerables? Ku Shui said, venerables' lifespans are at least 5,000 years, but vary from person to person. But if a venerable has lived for 5,000 years, his overall strength will slowly decline. So the venerables older than 5,000 years have to be very cautious to be engaged in a fight. It can be said that they are burning their lives in every battle they fight. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Really? Ku Shui said with a smile, some venerables have exhausted their lifespan in advance, some have increased their lifespan through special treasures, some seized others' bodies and regenerated in others' bodies. However, it's said that a king can live tens of thousands of years. I don't know much about it. It's even said that some strong master has turned into a god, and his life is as long as the heavens and earth, but it's just a legend. Zhang Xuanyu took a breath. So, the venerables don't engage in fights, because they want to live longer? Ku Shui nodded slightly. Yes, some people even seal themselves to a certain extent. However, it's not absolute. For example, if a venerable attacks you, it won't consume their life unless you become explorers. Han Fei asked, what about a venerable who hasn't lived 5,000 years? Han Fei asked this question because of old Han. He thought old Han should be still young. Ku Shui smiled and looked at Han Fei, knowing why he was asking this question. He said, then he has nothing to lose. He can keep fighting and can even burn his life when necessary. No wonder people were so scared of old Han. Other venerables had to consume their remaining vitality in a fight, while he could keep fighting. Of course, Han Fei didn't believe that all the other venerables in the Thousand-Star City had lived for 5,000 years or more. There must be some younger ones. Otherwise, from what he knew of old Han, he would probably keep fighting them until their lifespan was exhausted. Li Luolua's eyes were firm. I want to be a venerable. The others looked at her speechlessly. Everyone wants to be a venerable, okay? Luo Xiaobai said, so once one's lifespan is over, he won't have any hope. Therefore, we must try to become a venerable within 1,000 years. Ku Shui chuckled and said, Miss, you're right. Many heavenly talents may become explorers or even venerables in a few hundred years. But, becoming a king is extremely difficult. Some people once said that due to various limits, the Thousand-Star City cannot produce a king. But no one knows what the truth is. Han Fei gasped. Wow, no one can become a king among the hundreds of millions of people. Could he really make it? Han Fei suddenly smiled secretly. I have got all these precious resources. And even the Yinyang Heavenly Palace is going to be mine. If I can't become a king, who else can? The information about a cultivator's lifespan made Han Fei's mind wander. They really knew little about the world of cultivation. After all, no one had mentioned this information to them before. Han Fei thought for a moment and asked, Senior, I have a question. Are there any grudges between the Chu sect and the Thug Academy? Ku Shui shook his head. I don't know. After all, things between the strong are usually only known to the strong. Han Fei frowned. What kind of a family is the Chu sect, and what are they usually up to? Ku Shui smiled. The Chu sect's history is relatively short, which is only a few thousand years. They have a special interest in the Thousand Stars proving ground because they believe there is a big secret in it. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Thousand Stars proving ground? Did the conflict between the Chu sect and the Thug Academy originate from the Thousand Stars proving ground? Thinking of the sea-swallowing seashell that Old Bai gave him before they left, Han Fei decided to go to the Thousand Stars proving ground first, when he settled down. Han Fei nodded. Senior, please go on. Ku Shui paused for a while and then said with a smile, except for the big clans, the other islands are around the central island. The weak families may be scattered on any floating island. Except for the big clans, other peoples' residences won't be divided according to their level of strength. The strong may live with the weak. This is normal. And there are many small markets, at least thousands of them. There is a large-scale business center on each floating island. On top of that, there are the 7 major sections. The 5 of them listened, like kids listening to stories around the campfire. Sitting next to Le Renquang, Han Fei had already taken out snacks and fruits while listening intently. Seeing this scene, Luo Xiaobai rolled her eyes. They were like kids. Ku Shui was speechless too. Was he some sort of storyteller? However, he just smiled. After all, they were still kids. He continued, the 7 major sects are located on the outermost 7 floating islands. They've slowly turned these floating islands into their own territory. Although there are many ordinary people living on these islands, they're more or less related to the sections. After all, the people of the sects also need resources. Where do these resources come from? Of course, obtained through various transactions. Han Fei interrupted, where about our Thug Academy? Ku Shui paused, and his face stiffened slightly. He had paid special attention to the Thug Academy after Miss became one of their students. Ku Shui said, the Thug Academy has been vacant for many years. Since that war, the site has been deserted. And the plantation seems to have been occupied by several big families. However, you should be able to take it back. There are some people living on the site, but it's mostly deserted because ordinary people dare not to occupy it due to the influence the Thug Academy used to have. Han Fei said, so you mean, except for the old site, our Thug Academy has nothing left? Ku Shui nodded slightly and stroked his long beard. But since you've returned, you should be able to rebuild the academy. Somehow, Han Fei felt that something was wrong. Because the Thousand-Star City was too large, Ku Shui couldn't introduce it to them in detail. God knew how this island extending tens of thousands of kilometers could be suspended in the air. The ancient strong masters were really powerful. So it was actually not a big deal that Chen Huangdian moved the sea demon mountain that was as large as 800 kilometers. The ancient masters had even moved an entire island that stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers. Zhang Xuanyu asked, so, Senior Ku Shui, is our Thug Academy's old site on one of these 36 floating islands? It's not on those negligible small islands, right? Ku Shui nodded. Of course not. The Thug Academy was once comparable to the Heavenly Sword Sect and the Jade Fairy Palace. Although the academy doesn't have many disciples, each of them were exceptional talents. The group of them breathed a sigh of relief. Nice. Otherwise, they didn't know how to claim their own territory. From the north to the east, they had passed by several floating islands, and also encountered many fishing boats. In the sky, there were birds flying, but the birds didn't fly too high and were mainly relatively ordinary birds. Occasionally, some perception swept over. That was just because Kushui was with them. Otherwise, nobody would have paid attention to them. They crossed the mountains and rivers and flew all the way to the rising sun. After half an hour, they arrived on a floating island with mountains, rivers, and waterfalls. Flying past the crowds, markets, woodland, and mountains, they finally saw a ruin-like building in the east end. Regardless of what the Thug Academy was like before, half of the site had been covered by woods now. The site was overgrown with weeds, some of the buildings had collapsed, and some only had pillars left. And the slabs on the ground and the paths were all destroyed, and the crevices were filled with weeds. As soon as they saw this academy, they all nodded. This was exactly the style of the Thug Academy. Behind the school were mountains, and in front was a plantation. The only difference was that there were rivers connecting inside and outside the old site of the Thug Academy. At this moment, there were some people sitting on the broken rocks and fishing. Luo Xiaobai frowned and said, "How come there's only so little left? The area is even smaller than 100 kilometers, and the left and right sides have been occupied." Lu Renquang pointed to the front and said, "Look, almost all of the plantation has been occupied. There are many houses built on it. The one to the left is not even half the size of the one in the Blue Sea town." Zhang Xuanyu said, "This place is not the gate of the school. The gate is over there." The others looked in the direction of Zhang Xuanyu's finger and saw that there were two super tall stone pillars erected dozens of kilometers away. Li Luoluo said, "But even if that's the gate, it's still not big. The area is 100 kilometers at most, not including the mountains and forests, and about 300 kilometers if the mountains and forests are counted." Han Fei said seriously, "It's at least 500 kilometers including the plantation." Ku Shui said with a smile, "To be precise, there should be 800 kilometers. Although there weren't many people in the Thug Academy before, as you know. The Thug Academy likes the idyllic feeling. So, including the plantation, the area should be more than 800 kilometers. The four of Han Fei were silent. Lu Renquang said slowly, "But there are only 50 kilometers left." The corner of Zhang Xuanyu's mouth twitched. "The entire plantation has been occupied, so has half of the area inside the gate." They all looked at Han Fei, including Luo Xiaobai. When fighting and adventuring, Luo Xiaobai was always calm and witty. However, she had no idea how to claim territory at all. Should they fight their way through, or just reason with people? Han Fei's face was changing, and he said after a long silence, "Let's go to the old site. Demolish all the buildings that shouldn't be there, clean up the site and rebuild our school." Zhang Xuanyu said in surprise, "Will those people allow us to do that?" Han Fei grinned. "Don't panic. Let's clear up the unoccupied areas first and keep moving. Demolish those unauthorized buildings along the way until a peak level law enforcer shows up." Lu Renquang tremored. "What if a peak-level law enforcer does show up?" Han Fei sneered. "We fight." Zhang Xuanyu's eyes widened. "Who will fight him?" Han Fei looked at Ku Shui and grinned. Senior Ku Shui. Ku Shui. But in fact, Ku Shui didn't mind. Han Fei said this because he didn't treat him as an outsider. Besides, because of Luo Xiaobai, Ku Shui wouldn't refuse to help them. But he would only come forward if necessary. Luo Xiaobai had no problem with it. After all, the Thug Academy was her school. Li Luoluo said, "What if an explorer comes?" Han Fei smiled and said, "No, explorers won't reduce themselves to come to fight us." Han Fei suddenly looked at Li Luoluo. "Li Luoluo, if you want to join our school, you'll be our junior sister." Li Luoluo protested, "Why? Can't I just be a part-time teacher? I am the only law enforcer among you." Zhang Xuanyu smiled. "As long as you don't become Li Quan." "Luoluo, I agree with you wanting to be a teacher." Luo Xiaobai was pondering. Now the power of the Thug Academy was too weak. They did need teachers, because they would enroll students soon. Lu Renquang had no objection. As long as there was enough food, he would be fine. Han Fei nodded. "Okay, then you are the first part-time teacher in our school. Now, please clean up the site with us, Miss Li." Li Luoluo. When they landed on the ground, they were all shocked. The battle marks on this ground were too obvious. Some places were full of bumps and hollows. In some places, the slabs were broken. In some places, there were residual sword marks and knife lights, which hadn't disappeared even after 38 years. It showed that the battle that took place at the Thug Academy was even more terrifying than what they had imagined. With a thought from Han Fei, Nine Tails rolled out. Han Fei instructed, "Xiaobai, can you be responsible for clearing the plants? Quang Quang, cut trees, Zhang Xuanyu, quarry stones, and Li Luoluo, manipulate the insects to turn the soil. Nine Tails, demolish the buildings, all of them." Li Luoluo asked, "What about you?" Han Fei smiled and said, "I'm going to drive those people away." It was a little overkill to have Luo Xiaobai and the others do the cleaning. But their cleaning speed was really fast. When they got started, the people who were fishing in the Thug Academy all stood up and looked at the group of uninvited guests in surprise. When these people saw them walking over, they yelled, "Hey! Brats, what are you doing? Don't trespass on our property. Boom. As soon as he said so, Nine Tails whipped his tail and shattered a dilapidated building in the distance. Han Fei grinned. "I'm Han Fei, from the Thug Academy. Well, you can call me the acting president of the Thug Academy in the Thousand-Star City. From today on, I have the final say on this land." The faces of those people changed slightly, and someone asked in surprise, "The Thug Academy is back?" Someone narrowed his eyes and said with disdain, "Boy, who are you bluffing? The Thug Academy no longer exists. How can you prove you are from the Thug Academy?" Han Fei took a look at these people. "Well, among the 5 of you, only one is an intermediate hidden fisher, but you yelled at me. I'll give you 3 minutes to leave. Otherwise, I don't mind throwing you out." Indeed, these people were not strong. Of course, Han Fei was still surprised to see a hidden fisher among them. This showed that there were many hidden fishers in the Thousand-Star City. At this moment, the hidden fisher looked at Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai, who was controlling spiritual plants in the distance, and he frowned. He could tell these people were stronger than him. He immediately sneered. "Good. You do know this is the Thousand-Star City, right? Brat, let's wait and see. Let's go. In fact, on the Thug Academy's land, besides these people fishing, there were also people cultivating and training their bodies on the two sides, and there were also some people in the mountains and forests. Han Fei had decided to drive all these people away and would solve them one by one. Looking at the 5 people who left in anger, Ku Shui appeared next to Han Fei. Young Master Han Fei, although this place is deserted, it is close to mountains and rivers and is in a great location, so it's full of spiritual energy, and every morning many people will come here to cultivate. Han Fei looked up at the sky. In other words, we are late? Most people have already finished cultivating and left? Ku Shui nodded. Han Fei grinned. It's okay. They won't be allowed to enter from tomorrow on. After a while, Han Fei came to a place overgrown with weeds on the left side of the academy. A boy was cultivating there, and spiritual energy was gathering around him. The boy probably knew that Han Fei had come, but he didn't stop cultivating. The corners of Han Fei's mouth were raised slightly, and he stomped, forming a spirit gathering array. The spiritual energy that was supposed to enter the boy's body was easily taken by Han Fei. The boy opened his eyes, frowned, and stared at Han Fei. A spirit gatherer? What are you doing? Why are you interfering with my cultivation? Han Fei smiled. Is what I just said not clear enough, or did you not take it to heart at all? I said, the Thug Academy is back, and everyone here needs to leave. The boy looked calm. How can you prove you're from the Thug Academy? Swish. As soon as the boy said this, in the next second, he was lifted to a height of 100 meters. Han Fei grinned. Do you think I'm joking with you? Looking up and seeing this scene, Luo Xiaobai and the others knew that they couldn't reason with these people and would still have to throw them out. Han Fei shouted, everyone within 100 kilometers, leave within half an hour. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The young man held in Han Fei's hand said angrily, let me go. Do you know who my father is? Han Fei swung his arm and threw the boy dozens of kilometers away. Then he shouted in the sky, I don't care who your father is. Today, you all have to leave. But as soon as Han Fei finished speaking, a few kilometers away, someone also flew to the sky. Stop bluffing. You're just a peak-level hidden fisher. How dare you drive us away? Boom. A golden fist mark blasted out, and the person who spoke was shocked and hurriedly summoned a big turtle to protect his body. At the same time, a turtle shield flew out of his armor box. Bam. Crack. The turtle shield shattered, and the man spurted blood and was sent flying by Han Fei. Han Fei grinned. You're not qualified to talk to me unless you can take my punch. Now. Within 10 minutes, if anyone is still here, I'm gonna beat the hell out of them. Bam. In the forest, a man was sent flying, and Zhang Xuanyu cursed, cut the crap. And get the hell out of here, understood? In a few moments, within hundreds of kilometers, dozens of people left one after another, cursing and yelling angrily. Good. I didn't expect that someone would dare to mess around on our pure sun island. Let's wait and see. Great. I swear you'll regret this and beg for our mercy. Don't leave. We'll be back in half an hour. No one ever dared to treat me like this. You guys are really something. But none of them dared to curse Han Fei. That was because Han Fei's punch just now was too frightening, which even sent a peak-level hidden fisher flying. If they provoked Han Fei, he would probably beat them hard. They certainly didn't want to see that happen. However, all of them were very angry and went back to get reinforcements. Li Luoluo said, "Wow. Han Fei, you seem to have offended a lot of people all of a sudden." Han Fei said carelessly, "Currently, in the entire Thousand-Star City, how many forces are there that we haven't offended? Since we've even offended the big clans here, I don't mind offending some ordinary people. Let's solve them all at once. Boom. Boom. The dilapidated buildings were torn down by Nine Tails one by one. On the ground, weeds were being pulled out, and countless mounds appeared on the ground. 1 hour passed. Weeds piled up, gravel became mountains, and the area within about 30 kilometers was emptied out, and nothing was left. As for Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renquang, one was carrying and piling up big trees, and the other was arranging huge boulders into several rows. Han Fei was busy pressing the cleared land with the law of gravity, and wherever he passed, the land was flattened. Pu Shui was watching with interest. He had to admit that the students of the Thug Academy really had a strong practical ability. And was Han Fei using the power of a law? He had felt the fluctuation of a law. How could a hidden Fisher master the law of gravity? Suddenly, Han Fei sensed that hundreds of kilometers away, thousands of people were rushing over. Han Fei was a little surprised. Wow, these people came really fast, Han Fei shouted, "Put the work in your hands down for a moment. Let's go. Welcome our guests. Which be *** beat my son? Come out. How dare you hidden fishers mess around on our Pure Sun Island? Are you all out of your minds? If you don't pay a price today, you won't be able to get out off the Pure Sun Island." The Thug Academy disappeared nearly 40 years ago. Let me see who is pretending to be from the Thug Academy. After a while, the 5 of the Thug Academy lined up in a row and confronted the thousands of people, who were headed by as many as 8 law enforcers and included a lot of hidden fishers. There were old people, children, women, and strong middle-aged men among these people, all of who looked angry and fierce. For them, the old site of the Thug Academy had long become their daily cultivation place. Although this place was deserted, it was full of spiritual energy. When the Thug Academy was still here, there was a large array. The concentration of spiritual energy here was one of the highest in the entire Thousand-Star City. Now, the Thug Academy was destroyed and the big array was wiped out, but it was still much better than other places. Since this site was ownerless, everyone could use it. But these people claimed they were from the Thug Academy and wanted to take this place back. How could they let them? When seeing Han Fei and the others, the boy who was thrown out by Han Fei just now pointed to Han Fei and shouted, "Dad, that's the guy." And the man who was sent flying just now, and was still a little pale, said to a middle-aged person next to him, "Uncle, this is the guy who beat me." "Okay, son, he will pay the price today." Then the middle-aged man pointed at Han Fei. "You, kneel down and beg for my son's forgiveness. Otherwise, you won't be able to walk off of the Pure Sun Island today." Another person sneered. "Only kneel down? No. He must provide compensation." An old man shouted, "Brat, who allowed you to trespass in this place?" A woman laughed. "Humph, how dare these brats claim to be from the Thug Academy? They must be out of their minds. A young man stared at Li Luoluo and said with disgust, "Look at this woman. What the hell is she wearing? She looks like a witch." Li Luoluo shouted, "Say that again. I will rip off your tongue." Han Fei glanced at Li Luoluo. "A quarrel won't solve the problem. Even if your voice is loud, you can't beat more than 1,000 people. You'll have to fight." Li Luoluo rolled her eyes and thought to herself, how are we supposed to fight? Unless old man Ku Shui takes action, there are dozens of peak-level hidden fissures among the 8 law enforcers, in addition to the others. This group of people is definitely not weak. Han Fei was also somewhat amazed. The 1,000-star city was much stronger than he had imagined. If the Scattered Stars Island and 10,000 Demon Valley were considered the front lines, then the existence of the 1,000-star city was probably equivalent to the so-called King City of the Sea Demons. There were many strong masters. If all the strong masters here were to be dragged to the Scattered Stars Island to fight, if the other party only had the 10,000 Demon Valley, the sea demons would have long been wiped out. However, Han Fei wasn't flustered at all. He took a step forward and pointed his knife at the crowd. "Since you're all here, that's good. I'll make it clear that from today onwards, you are not allowed to come within 50 meters of the Thug Academy. The territory of the Thug Academy that has been occupied shall be returned within 3 days. If you don't return it, you will be forcefully pushed away." Haha. Is this person crazy? Does he know what he's saying? Is there something wrong with his brain? Return? Return what? Who do you think you are? Amidst the mockery, Han Fei walked forward with his knife. Li Luoluo, solve. 1 law enforcer. Li Luoluo looked at Han Fei speechlessly. "Will you solve the rest?" Han Fei grinned. "Let me try." Luo Xiaobai said, "I'll solve 1. Zhang Xuanyu licked his lips and said, "I'll solve 1 too." Lu Renquang was speechless. "Then I." Han Fei said, "The people below are all yours." Lu Renquang was about to roll his eyes. Each of you are dealing with 1? But I'll deal with 1,000? Are you kidding me? Suddenly, Luo Xiaobai said, "Forget it. I'll swap with Lu Renquang. If he really attacks, I'm afraid blood will flow like a river." Lu Renquang was an armorist, and now that he had learned the true martial demonic saber that old Han had given him, it would be impossible for him not to injure anyone if he went berserk. As for Luo Xiaobai, although she could also kill people as a manipulator, she was relatively gentler in group battles. The 5 of them lined up and walked forward. Fight with these people? Who knew how long it would take? Han Fei said as he walked, "You're asking us how we can prove that we're from the Thug Academy? Today, I, along with the other 5 people from the Thug Academy, challenge all of you." The 1,000+ people opposite him were dumbfounded. Countless people were rendered speechless. They had seen lunatics, but they had never seen one that was this crazy. Just 5 of them wanted to challenge. More than 1,000 of them? Opposite him, the middle-aged man in the lead shouted, "Kid, do you think killing is really forbidden in the 1,000-star city? Do you think anyone will say anything if you, a hidden fissure, really dies here?" Han Fei and the others walked faster and faster, their figures flickering. First, the bloodthirsty shark appeared behind Zhang Xuanyu. Then, he took another step and activated the tertiary body. 3 identical Zhang Xuanyu clones appeared in front of everyone, each of them holding a divine weapon. Following that, an orange-red glow erupted from Lu Renquang's body as he activated the violent war body. Behind him, a dark blue and invisible phantom entered his body. This was the deep blue roar. Even Han Fei and the others rarely saw Lu Renquang use the deep blue roar. It was a legendary contractual spiritual beast. Li Luoluo waved her hand as a large number of 7-colored worms appeared. Her aura was rapidly rising. Hoop! Han Fei's phantom glass wings spread out, and the colored glaze-like wings stunned everyone. As for Luo Xiaobai, she was even more intimidating. With every step she took, the plants around her grew. The vines were weaving, and man-eating flowers appeared. All kinds of thorns began to fill the area. Old man Ku Shui sighed as he watched from afar. It was no wonder the big clans thought so highly of these students from the Thug Academy. They were all monsters. Especially Han Fei. He had obtained the Wind God Pearl and was a powerful refiner. Even the young lady who joined midway was extraordinary. As for the thousands of people opposite him, they were also somewhat dumbfounded. The strength of the 5 youths opposite them was rapidly increasing. Furthermore, none of them looked simple. Especially the glaze-winged one in the middle. Why weren't they white wings? A law enforcer's expression turned ugly. He took a deep breath and enunciated. Wind. God. Pearl. The expressions of the few law enforcers turned solemn. A person who could obtain the Wind God Pearl was definitely not a nobody. If he was from a big clan in the 1,000-star city, his name would have long spread. This meant that these youths might have just come from the Scattered Stars Island. The leading elder said, "Young man, your talent is indeed outstanding. It's not that we can't admit that you are from the Thug Academy. However, we have already settled down outside. Why don't you just use this undeveloped area to rebuild your school?" The old man knew how the Thug Academy had declined. Under normal circumstances, the Thug Academy would never return to this place in his entire life. But now, Han Fei and the others were here, and there were no big clans in the 1,000-star city to stop them. This already explained some things. This meant that to a certain extent, some big clans had tacitly agreed. If it were just Han Fei and the others, they wouldn't have had the ability or the strength to make the big clans agree to their return. Therefore, behind Han Fei and the others must be a strong master who could speak in the 1,000-star city. Such a figure was definitely not someone ordinary families could compare to. At the very least, he wasn't someone they could afford to offend. Han Fei said indifferently, "If I say you have to return it, I mean you have to return it all. There's no room for negotiation." The elder immediately said angrily, "Punk, don't push us too hard. Then let's fight." At this moment, Han Fei was extremely domineering. Some things could be resolved with fists, so there was no need to reason with them. After all, it was extremely difficult to beat 1,000 people with 5 mouths. This wasn't a war of words. And now, this was a squabble. It was more like a family squabble. How could they argue? _swish_. Han Fei disappeared and reappeared hundreds of meters high in the sky. He shouted, "Law enforcers, come up. Otherwise, don't blame me for not warning you if you accidentally kill someone. _swish. Swish. Swish. Everyone flew into the sky. Instantly, Luo Xiaobai was the only one left. Her pupils were pure white as She stared coldly at the thousands of people in front of her. The young man who had been thrown away by Han Fei was still in a state of shock. They were all hidden fishers, so why were these people so arrogant and domineering? In midair, the three of them each held down one person and left. The remaining 5 faced Han Fei. Someone said, "Kid, no matter how talented you are, you're only a hidden fisher. How can you be a match for the 5 of us? If there were advanced law enforcers among you, I certainly wouldn't challenge you. Unfortunately, you don't have one." As he spoke, he activated the devil change and agility of wind. Han Fei was like a flickering illusion in the void. With a dragon roar, he threw a golden punch at the 5. Bam, 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 The sky exploded as the void trembled. In just 10 seconds, the 5 law enforcers were all sent retreating by Han Fei. Some were even smashed into the mountain, their hands bleeding. At that moment, someone on the ground was shocked. How is that possible? He's only a hidden fisher. Even the 5 law enforcers were alarmed. Not good. This child is a genius in body refinement. We have to use the power of laws. Of course, these law enforcers didn't want to use the power of their laws in the beginning. But once Han Fei attacked, his strength and speed suppressed them in all aspects. If they didn't enforce their laws, they would be beaten up. Fire tide. The sky was crimson, and flames covered the sky. Han Fei was instantly enveloped in flames. However, to the senses of the law enforcers, Han Fei was completely fine. The golden fist mark still erupted. Someone shouted, "Terror demonic sound." A strange sound rang in the sky. Han Fei stuffed a mouthful of mint leaves into his mouth and slashed at the person without even looking. Berserk electric current. Sizzle. Han Fei resisted the terrifying electric current and even twisted his head twice, producing cracking sounds. With a wave of his hand, the infinity water transformed into 10,000 sabers that swept out crazily. Poison cloud. Triple berserk. Unfortunately, although the 5 law enforcers were all powerful, what left them dumbfounded was that Han Fei didn't even King retreat. They had no idea that Han Fei had been drinking poison for 2 years. At this moment, the heaven spirit detoxifying insect was a level 47 insect. What kind of poison hadn't he tasted? Han Fei had already tasted 80% of the poisons that could be bought on the market. However, the middle-aged man whose law was triple berserk was actually stronger than Han Fei. Bam. Han Fei punched 3 times in a row to shatter the man's punch. However, this wasn't a big deal. Han Fei's figure flickered in the air at an extremely fast speed, and he delivered more than 20 punches to the man in an instant. The battle in the sky was intense. As if he had been devilized, Lu Renquang controlled more than 1,000 semi-divine weapons and dozens of divine weapons to wreak havoc. In his hand was a pitch-black saber. Behind him stood a black phantom that was more than 50 meters long. His saber could tear apart the heavens and the earth. The other party's law happened to be gravity too, but when it landed on Deep Blue Roar, it was completely sucked away. Therefore, after 30 seconds of fierce fighting, Lu Renquang slashed the person until his body was covered in blood. Zhang Xuanyu's physique wasn't that strong, but he could use the momentary time from afar. Even law enforcers couldn't withstand it. Li Luoluo controlled countless flying insects. She was a law enforcer, so she didn't flinch at all. On the ground, flowers bloomed everywhere. The gigantic blue cannibal flower bloomed into thousands of flowers. The Great Spirit Summoning Art summoned more than 50 different types of spiritual plants. All sorts of toxins, smoke, and spirit-devouring spiritual plants entered the crowd. With one person in control, the surroundings became a dead end. Ku Shui sighed from afar. What a monster! It wasn't almost impossible for a hidden fisher to defeat law enforcers. On rare occasions, there were always geniuses in the 7 major academies and the big clans who had such abilities. After all, the law enforcers only controlled a law, not a great Tao. If this law happened to be unable to suppress the other party, or if the other party happened to be able to suppress this law, the only difference between the law enforcer and hidden fisher was the upper limit of spiritual energy, the strength of their physique, and the strength of their soul. However, heavenly talents and ordinary people could be considered two different creatures. One couldn't use the strength of an ordinary person to measure a heavenly talent. If that happened, the outcome would definitely be tragic. However, no one expected Han Fei's strength to be so great that he could fight 5 alone. The 4 laws were almost useless against him, and the only law that was effective against him was the most ordinary power law. Who wouldn't panic? At this moment, under the continuous bombardment, because the 5 law enforcers couldn't suppress Han Fei, and their full strength was much weaker than Han Fei, they could barely resist Han Fei in the sky. A golden fist mark filled the sky as it struck. None of the 5 law enforcers could withstand the domineering power of the invincible fist. Apart from the strength-type enforcer, the other 4 had their skin cracked and their bones fractured. Blood spewed out of their mouths as they barely managed to remain in midair without falling and injuring the people on the ground. Below, the young men and women who were only there to make up the numbers were stunned when they saw this scene. On the ground, Luo Xiaobai was controlling more than 50 strange spiritual plants within 1,000 meters. She had already knocked out more than 20 of these people. As no one knew what these spiritual plants were, they had no way to deal with them. How could these people know about the spiritual plants from the underground city? They were easily knocked down one after another. In the sky, Lu Renquang's opponent couldn't resist him at all. Even his strongest attack couldn't penetrate the dark blue illusory carapace. Furthermore, the demonic saber in Lu Renquang's hand was awe-inspiring and filled with a murderous aura. Even if the enemy was a law enforcer, he wouldn't be able to take the upper hand. If it wasn't for the fact that Lu Renquang wasn't fast enough, he would have long been beaten to the ground. Zhang Xuanyu's opponent had already been defeated. Although Zhang Xuanyu usually didn't seem to show his combat strength, it was because he was in a group battle or a complicated battle situation. In a one-on-one battle, his momentary time was extremely terrifying. Even Han Fei couldn't dodge his momentary time. Furthermore, he had now created the triple firmament of the Furious Sea. When he shattered the void and attacked, the power of the triple-layered waves in Furious Sea far exceeded the 9 layered waves of the Furious Sea. Furthermore, Zhang Xian was holding a high-quality divine weapon. His opponent, the law enforcer, had 5 to 6 holes in his body as he lay on the ground. As for Li Luoluo, her figure was ethereal. Rainbow-colored insects flew everywhere as all sorts of illusory realms appeared. She was a heavenly talent of the Empyrean waterfall, so what problem could she have to fight against an ordinary law enforcer? At that moment, his opponent had already fallen into an illusion and was tearing at his own skin. As for Han Fei, needless to say, his figure flickered crazily in the sky, completely treating the 5 law enforcers as sandbags. With every punch of their flesh and blood spewed out. Someone below was suspicious. Is he from the Yi family? Someone shook his head. No, maybe. He's really from the Thug Academy. A woman was horrified. How can he be so strong? Is the Thug Academy that strong? An elder's expression changed. The former Thug Academy was indeed impressive. However, it's unheard of to fight 5 people at a higher level. Stop. Suddenly, a figure swept across the sky and reached out to grab Han Fei. At the next moment, old man Ku Shui stood in midair. The young masters said that these people shall return the land of the Thug Academy. If you want the young masters to stop, you have to make these people agree to this. The person's expression turned ugly. A peak-level law enforcer? Ku Shui smiled and said, I'm Ku Shui. You should be from the Su family. Right? Hi, Mr. Su. The man's expression changed drastically. The Divine Manipulator family, Moon. Gazing Islands, Luo family. Are you Master Ku Shui? The man immediately shouted, everyone, step back. Return all the land to the Thug Academy. _hum_. Han Fei's wings swept out in an arc and he stood beside Ku Shui. He said with a faint smile, that's how it should be. Don't worry. The Thug Academy has its rules. We have returned to establish a new school. If no one offends us, we won't offend anyone. Since there are rules here, we will follow suit. Han Fei smiled faintly. You can stop now. Zhang Xuanyu had finished his fight long ago and was watching the show with a stick in his arms. It had to be said that Li Luolua's fight was rather fancy. And pretty. Hu. The deep blue roar vanished as Lu Runquang landed on the ground and stood beside Luo Xiaobai. Luo Xiaobai extended her hand and the spiritual plants around her quickly vanished. Moments later, there was only a battlefield that looked like ruins. Li Luoluo snorted. If it weren't for the fact that we're not allowed to kill here, I would have killed them long ago. In the sky, Ku Shui smiled and said, you can talk. Han Fei was enforcing the law head-on, and the person opposite him was probably stronger. If he wasn't at a peak-level law enforcer, he was at least at an advanced one. He couldn't defeat such an opponent now. After all, there was a fundamental difference in strength. Even if an advanced law enforcer didn't use any unique abilities, his strength alone would be above 10 waves. It was similar to when he encountered the green Turing Flood Dragon. The green Turing Flood Dragon's physical strength alone was 20 waves. With just a little strength, it was impossible for law enforcers at the same level to be a match for it. Therefore, if the person in front of him really used a secret technique, his strength would be at least twice that of his, giving him an absolute advantage. Furthermore, the other party might be a peak-level law enforcer. Han Fei casually guessed that the pure strength of a peak-level law enforcer was more than twice that of his after using the devil change. Of course, Han Fei wasn't afraid at all. He said bluntly, the Thug Academy will return today. If we're not around, outsiders can use this territory. Now that we're back, we'll take over all the territory. No one else is allowed to enter. The middle-aged man gave Han Fei a deep look. He had been shocked by the battle just now. It was impossible for ordinary geniuses to fight 5 alone. In the entire Thousand-Star City, there weren't more than 10 people who could do this in centuries. And Han Fei was one of them. Therefore, Han Fei was qualified to reclaim this territory. The middle-aged man glanced at Han Fei and the others. The Thug Academy is returning? Yes. The middle-aged man frowned. Just the 5 of you? 1 law enforcer and 4 peak-level hidden fishers? Han Fei smiled. So what? Do you think we dare to return to the Thousand-Star City without any means or trump cards? The middle-aged man fell silent for a long time before suddenly saying leisurely, there aren't any explorers guarding the area, right? Han Fei tilted his head and waited for the middle-aged man to continue. The middle-aged man sighed and said, although the Pure Sun Island has declined, if there are no explorers guarding it, are you sure the big clans won't come looking for trouble? Han Fei said without hesitation, the 7 sects and the big clans already know that we've returned. Even if they come to cause trouble, it won't be the explorers. The middle-aged man looked at Han Fei in surprise and said after a moment of silence, what about a declining family or a small family? Han Fei frowned. How would he know how many families there were in the Thousand-Star City? However, there should be many families in this vast city. Right? Those people probably didn't know the situation of the Thug Academy. Or, rather, would the big clan send those people to cause trouble? Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. They all came to the Thousand-Star City for a purpose. They had to go to the 3 places in the God's Monument to find a way to enter the Heavenly Palace. He had to go to the Thousand-Star Trial Ground to fight for territory. Once he left, what would happen if the small families came to destroy the Thug Academy? However, although he thought of this, Han Fei looked calm on the surface. He looked at Ku Shui and said, Senior, if those small families take the initiative to invade, can't we attack them? Ku Shui was slightly taken aback. This boy's style of doing things was really unyielding. Ku Shui said with a smile, it's fine as long as it doesn't affect the lives of ordinary citizens. However, there are also law enforcers in the Thousand-Star City. There's a high chance that they will stand on the side of those small families. Han Fei thought for a moment and looked at the middle-aged man. How to deal with it is our own business, right? Why? Does your Su family have an idea? The middle-aged man smiled. Since the Thug Academy wants to establish itself in the Thousand-Star City again, you might not lack law enforcers, but you still lack explorers. However, our Su family has explorers. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. To what extent? What are you proposing? Han Fei and the others weren't here to offend anyone. He didn't know what the Su family's goal was, but it didn't stop him from listening. The middle-aged man grinned. Since the Thug Academy wants to be rebuilt, we certainly have to recruit students. My son is also extraordinary. Can you recruit 5 students from our family? Old Bai had given him power, and Han Fei was now the acting president. He certainly had the final say. However, Han Fei shook his head. That's too many, and we must pick the students ourselves. This tradition couldn't be broken. Otherwise, if all kinds of people were allowed in, what would the Thug Academy become? The tradition of the Thug Academy was to only accept geniuses. It didn't matter how many people there were, what mattered was the quality. The middle-aged man didn't seem to expect Han Fei to agree to take in 5 people. He immediately said, I won't beat around the bush. 3 students. Our family has 2 explorers. If necessary, they'll help you. Han Fei smiled and said, 2 explorers? Then we'll take in 2. Otherwise, let's not talk about this matter. Since we can resolve the big families, do you really think those small families can overturn the sky? The middle-aged man was silent for a moment. He realized that something was indeed wrong with the return of Han Fei and the others. Logically speaking, any big shot from the Thug Academy could handle this. But in the end, they sent the 5 kids back? This meant that there was a reason why those big shots couldn't return. Although the strong masters of the Thug Academy couldn't return, the young ones could return, which meant that they had recovered to a certain extent and had the strength to challenge the big families of the Thousand-Star City. Under such circumstances, the former location of the Thug Academy had to be returned. After all, the land belonged to them. He also believed that these big shots could settle many small families here with just a little effort. However, why not take the opportunity to recruit a few more people? The Su family was considered an ancient family. Although it was currently a small family, it had once been powerful in history. They knew the standards of the Thug Academy for accepting disciples all too well. They only wanted geniuses. Look at Han Fei and the others. They hadn't changed at all. Which one of them wasn't a genius? Even the Luo family had arranged for their juniors to enter the Thug Academy. Why didn't they take the opportunity to stand on their side? At the very least, as long as the descendants recruited didn't perish, they might be able to protect the Su family for 100 years in the future. The middle-aged man blinked as though he had received a message. Then he immediately nodded. Okay, let's make it 2. Han Fei said, we have to choose ourselves. The middle-aged man laughed. Of course. When your school is rebuilt, I'll invite you to a banquet at the Su family's residence. After all, since you have chosen to return, you have to get to know some people. It might not be convenient for you to go far, but you have to familiarize yourself with the Sunyan Island first. Han Fei thought for a moment and nodded slightly. All right. In that case, how may I address you, senior? The middle-aged man sighed inwardly. Only now is this kid willing to call me senior? This is the pride of a genius, . The middle-aged man smiled and said, Su Yang, I'm the current head of the Su family, but I'm only a peak-level law enforcer. Han Fei chuckled inwardly. A peak-level law enforcer was pretty good. In the 36 towns, this was already very terrifying. However, in those wealthy families, a peak-level law enforcer was indeed not that strong. It seemed that the 2 explorers of the Su family were probably quite old. As for their strength, Han Fei didn't know, but they definitely can't become venerables. Otherwise, they wouldn't have become a small family. Han Fei didn't say anything. First of all, they had to accept disciples, and the descendants of big families did have their advantages, even if they were from declining families. Secondly, he might be staying on the Pure Sun Island for a long period of time. It wouldn't be appropriate if he offended everyone now. Today's battle was a declaration of the return of the Thug Academy. As for the rest, well, let them rebuild the school first. After landing, Su Yang shouted at those people, you occupy this place, because You like the abundant spiritual energy in the Thug Academy. Now that the owner has returned, you've seen their strength. This land should be returned to its original owner. Move out and find a place to settle down in the next 2 days. It was obvious that the Su family's prestige in this area was very high. Although many people were reluctant, no one retorted. More importantly, Han Fei and the others were too ferocious just now. The 4 of them had taken down 8 law enforcers, especially Han Fei, who had won against 5. This made them feel helpless. When the youth looked at Han Fei and the others again, their eyes were filled with awe and fear. The young man who had been thrown away by Han Fei also fell silent. They couldn't afford to offend such a genius. There was no saying that a powerful dragon couldn't suppress a local snake. He was very strong. 5 of them dared to challenge 1,000 people. Who else would dare to do so? The elder who had participated in the battle sighed. Everyone, disperse. Go back and move. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Luo Xiaobai pointed at the middle-aged man who was clamoring from Han Fei and the others to kneel down and beg for mercy. You, apologize. Han Fei and the others smiled. Although Luo Xiaobai was usually very rational, she was a woman. She couldn't bear to see herself being humiliated, nor could she see the people she cared about being insulted. Luo Xiaobai cared a lot about Han Fei, Zhang Xuanyu, and the others. Over the years, it wasn't an exaggeration to describe them as childhood friends. The middle-aged man's face flushed red. Now, he couldn't flare up even if he wanted to. He couldn't beat any of them, but he was an adult. How could he apologize to a few children? Su Yang shouted, apologize. Apologize seriously. The middle-aged man seemed to be slow to react. After hesitating for a moment, he finally took a deep breath and took a few steps forward. He bowed and said, Lu Bing is ignorant and offended you, young friends. Please forgive me. After a long while, Lu Bing didn't dare raise his head when he heard no sound. He bowed even deeper. After a while, his son held him up and said, Dad, they're gone. Lu Bing looked up in surprise and found that Han Fei and the others had already walked hundreds of meters away without any sound. He didn't even hear them. Lu Bing's face flushed red. He had disgraced himself in front of his son today. However, it was all that little B*** star's fault. Wasn't it him who provoked the other party first? Several law enforcers bowed to Su Yang, and then someone asked, Family head Su, can the Thug Academy really come back? Su Yang looked at the departing figures of Han Fei and the others and scoffed. He's already back. What do you mean, can he really come back? The few law enforcers took a deep breath. Then the children of our pure Sun Island. Su Yang shrugged. I can't interfere in this matter. You have to see how they arrange it. However, let me remind you that I believe you all know what the Thug Academy used to be like. If you don't have a genius in your family, don't send him to them. In terms of selecting students, the 7 sects combined aren't as strict as the Thug Academy. Well, after everyone left, Su Yang sighed. He didn't know if he had made the right bet. The Su family was only a small family. It wasn't impossible for it to rise to prominence. However, there were only a few people in their family who could be considered elites. He really didn't know if they would take a fancy to them. In addition, he had to remember another thing, although the Thug Academy was good, its style had always been domineering and even lawless. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been besieged back then. He only hoped that the Thug Academy would be more low-key and wouldn't attract a huge disaster. Otherwise, the Su family would probably be implicated. Su Yang had no idea what his decision represented. If he had known the purpose of Han Fei's return, if he had known that it involved the game between venerables, he probably wouldn't have dared to get involved in this matter. Unfortunately, this was not the case. He only saw the strength of Han Fei and the others, and the return of the people from the Thug Academy, but didn't know anything else. This was the limitation of a small family. In school, Zhang Xuanyu said, there are quite a number of strong people here. Just the Pure Sun Island alone has 7 to 8 law enforcers, and there are 2 explorers behind them. This doesn't include the ones who didn't come. Lu Renquang nodded. We still have to become law enforcers as soon as possible. Han Fei said, no rush. We're not familiar with the 1,000-star city yet. When the school is rebuilt, we'll go to those places to take a look. Luo Xiaobai looked at Ku Shui and said, Grandpa Ku, get someone to send over a pulse-testing stone. Ku Shui smiled and extended his hand. Miss, here you are. Clearly, the Luo family had long known that the Thug Academy would be rebuilt. Therefore, when they got Ku Shui to pick them up, they had already prepared everything they needed. Luo Xiaobai threw the pulse-testing stone to Han Fei. 2? Han Fei said, we'll see when we get there. If they're good enough, we'll take in 2. If they're ordinary, we'll take as many as we want. Luo Xiaobai said in surprise, take as many as we want. Han Fei smiled and said, it's not a big problem. No matter how declining a family is, it's still a family. It's impossible for it to not have 1 or 2 decent children. Otherwise, this family would have been wiped out long ago and wouldn't have lasted until now. Even if they arrange it themselves, they will find 2 good seedlings. Otherwise, why would Su Yang mention this to me? Han Fei clapped his hands and said, all right, the people have been cleaned up. Continue cleaning up the uncleared areas. I'm going to start building the house. He was almost a law enforcer. Building a house was even simpler than clearing the grounds. The only thing Han Fei had to consider was how big a house he had to build. What type of house? What style? Since he was the one building it, he naturally wanted to slack off. Maybe he should just build a school library? As for the 5 of them, maybe they could just build a tree house and sleep in the trees? As for the classroom, there was no need. How should he build the house? There was no need to consider this too much. It mainly needed to be grand and imposing. Only then could it match the temperament of the Thug Academy. However, it wouldn't work if the house was too big. The Thug Academy had just returned to the 1,000-star city, so they were definitely in the eye of the storm. What if some people came to cause destruction? Therefore, they had to set up a killing array. Finally, the Thug Academy needed to recruit students. If only this house could automatically access incoming students. Oh? There's no need to build a house. Other things seem to work as well. It had to be grand, have a killing array, and can be used as an assessment tool. Han Fei only had 2 ideas, neither of them being a simple building, a maze and a dimensional killing array. Han Fei had once seen a square-shaped maze of plants, which had plants as the walls. It could be moved and could be used to set ambushes or killing arrays, making it impossible to find an exit. If he used the plant walls as array lines and used the spirit gathering array to replenish the spiritual energy, he could seal the area above. This would become like the deep-sea stone forest where the rock-holding turtle was imprisoned in the level 2 fishery, but it would be quite difficult to create. As for the dimensional killing array, it was a little difficult, but it didn't seem difficult to make it into a cube. He had to create a great cube and use it as a library. This way, he could set up a series of killing arrays in each cube. By rotating the cubes irregularly, he could ensure that nothing went wrong. However, the cube didn't seem to be simple either. It wasn't that it was troublesome to build, but that it was troublesome to build arrays. With his current level of arrays, the killing array he created might not be powerful enough. At most, it could block law enforcers. Forget it. I can only create it first. I'll slowly upgrade it in the future, Han Fei muttered to himself. As for the rest, the common rooms and dormitories could be installed at the back of the mountain. Just like before, they could live in treehouses. As for the training grounds for teaching students, they could be arranged in the maze. With this in mind, Han Fei immediately felt that it was perfect. Now, not only could he solve the problem of the school's construction, but he could also nurture the students. He didn't have to build so many houses. It was great. After flattening the ground, Han Fei had already flown into the sky and was studying how to set up the array formation. He heard Lu Renquang shout, "What are you doing?" Han Fei said impatiently, "Carry on with your work. I'm doing construction." Li Luo was flipping the ground with Luo Xiaobai. She muttered, "I think he's just skiving." Luo Xiaobai shook her head. "No. Although Han Fei talked too much, he's still very reliable." Li Luo grinned and waved at Han Fei. "I want to build a small villa like the one you built in the Empyrean waterfall." Han Fei waved his hand and said, "What are you talking about? The Thug Academy doesn't provide dorms. Later, go to the forest and build your own." Han Fei held the fish skin map in his hand and pondered. "That's not right. It should be able to move." "No, it's too troublesome to move. I can use a teleportation array." "Yes, outside the killing array, I still have to create a defensive array to protect the plant walls." "What killing array should I throw in?" "Forget it, I'll throw them all in." Half a day passed in a flash. In the evening, the group of people sat at the back of the mountain and ate hot pot. Han Fei was still studying the fish skin map in his hand. Now, under normal circumstances, cooking was Lu Renquang's job. After years of experience, although this fatty was still a little inferior to Han Fei, he had mastered all the basic dishes and had a good palate. Lu Renquang said, "Fei Fei, it's dinner time. You should eat now. Only then will there be flavor." Zhang Xuanyu leaned over. "What's all the fancy stuff you're drawing?" Han Fei pushed his head away and said, "I want to build a school that's different from the 7 sections. Now I've discovered why there are so many ruins and secret realms in this world. They were all developed by humans." "Everyone?" Even Luo Xiaobai was dumbfounded. What did building a house have to do with ruins and secret realms? The third day, everything had been taken care of. The wood and stones that Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renquang had gathered were already piled up into a small mountain. At this moment, everyone was squatting on a log, watching Han Fei pacing in front of the pile of wooden stones. They all wanted to see what Han Fei was going to do. Suddenly, Han Fei took out a large piece of wood from Forge the Universe. Luo Xiaobai's eyes narrowed. The big red trunk? Zhang Xuanyu's eyes widened. What? Didn't it disappear? Lu Renquang muttered, I don't think it disappeared. It was actually uprooted by Han Fei. With his personality, it's highly likely that he would do such a thing. Li Luoluo was dumbfounded. So this is the tree from the middle of the sea. Grasslands? Old man Ku Shui also saw this scene with interest. Although the 10,000-year-old big red trunk wasn't worth much to Han Fei and the others, no matter how worthless it was, one had to see how large the material was, right? _swish_. A massive amount of spiritual spring energy surged out and instantly ignited. The spiritual fire soared high. Han Fei's sudden action shocked everyone. Even Ku Shui was dumbfounded. After a while, he said, Young Master Han Fei, are you refining? Everyone was stunned. The corners of Luo Xiaobai's mouth twitched. This is so big? What are you going to do with it? Zhang Xuanyu gulped and swallowed his saliva. This is crazy. How much spiritual spring energy is this? Lu Renquang had forgotten to stuff the dried fish into his mouth. He said in a daze, isn't he building houses? He's gonna refine the house? Under their dumbfounded gazes, a huge red ball slowly appeared. Its diameter was 50 meters. This was the diameter of the big red trunk itself. Now, Han Fei had rolled it into a ball. However, after the ball took shape, it gradually began to deform. Up, down, left, right, front, back. At the back of the ball, a few more rods extended out. Then, they transformed again into a complicated circular screw shape. In fact, Han Fei didn't really refine it, mainly because there was no need. This was only the interior of an ordinary cube. As long as the external frame was constructed, it would become a fourth-order cube. At first, Han Fei felt that the third-order cube was too simple and the fifth order was too troublesome, so he made a fourth-order one. Unfortunately, the interior was only 50 meters in diameter. Therefore, the entire cube was only about 80 meters long. While everyone was dumbfounded, Han Fei began to refine the stone. This one was much faster. He added some scraps from the big red trunk, and the quality wasn't bad. It was just as good as a mortal weapon. Of course, it would be even better if Han Fei was willing, but it would cost a lot of spiritual energy. Besides, real spiritual weapons required a complete refining process. The cost was too high. 4 hours later, 56 strange components with different shapes appeared. All the components had 1 or 2 or even 3 square faces. This was because the fourth-order cube had a total of 8 corners, 24 sides, and 24 central blocks. Therefore, everyone was confused. Han Fei shouted, Xiaobai, Li Luoluo, come and help. Luo Xiaobai and Li Luoluo walked over in a daze. Han Fei divided the 56 pieces into several piles and wrote colors on them. He said, come, color these sides with the correct colors. There are 6 colors, orange, red, yellow, white, blue, and green. Li Luoluo frowned and grinned. Is this the house you were talking about? Han Fei said, you underestimate me, don't you? Since you like the colors, you'll be responsible for coloring Lu Renkuang and Zhang Xuanyu sat on a log, eating dried fish as they watched the three of them mess around. Finally, they painted the cubes with the colorful colors. After everything was done, Han Fei refined again. Finally, a square six-sided object appeared in front of everyone. Zhang Xuanyu finally couldn't help but say, "Fei Fei. What is this?" Han Fei grinned. The cube. If it was only the cube, it wouldn't be able to form a true dimensional killing array. Otherwise, it would be a total of 64 pieces without any internal components. It wasn't that it couldn't be refined, but that the cost was too high. Without any connections, the final solution was to refine this thing into a huge spiritual weapon. Even if he drained all his spiritual energy, it wouldn't be enough. However, Han Fei didn't need this giant spiritual weapon, as long as it was a mortal weapon. Han Fei looked at the huge six-colored cube in satisfaction and suddenly grinned. Arise! Suddenly, everyone saw the cube fly up and stop at a height of more than 30 meters. Ku Shui was puzzled. Young Master Han Fei, did you add a floating stone to this cube? Han Fei immediately grinned. You have sharp eyes. Ku Shui smiled faintly. Sharp eyes? Without the floating stone, it couldn't fly. Lu Renkuang asked in shock, is this a house? Zhang Xuanyu grinned. How can a house look like this? However, Li Luoluo liked it. No. I think it's pretty good. Luo Xiaobai didn't say anything. She couldn't understand it. For the first time, she felt that her intelligence wasn't enough. Han Fei chuckled. Isn't it nice? There's something even better. With a thought from Han Fei, the entire cube began to spin. After a few spins, the originally beautiful six-sided cube of colors completely dispersed. Hiss. Shoot. What's going on? It can spin? Luo Xiaobai's expression changed drastically. Han Fei, how can it turn back? Ku Shui's pupils constricted as he took a deep breath. It's a work of art. Doesn't that mean there are infinite changes? Han Fei smiled and said, not yet. There aren't any arrays yet. When I set up all the arrays, this thing can automatically spin. When the time comes, I won't even know what array I will encounter when I enter. How is it? Isn't it magical? Everyone was silent. After a long while, Lu Renkuang said leisurely, then how do we enter it? Han Fei smiled and said, don't panic. When I finish setting up all the arrays, I'll add in the self-destruct array. Then if someone wants to open it by force, he won't get anything. This is our school's library. One has to combine all 6 colors into one and not make a single mistake before entering. Zhang Xuanyu said leisurely, how do we connect this thing? With a thought, Han Fei said, just like that. The cube's library began to spin and it spun countless times. Even Luo Xiaobai was dumbfounded. Only then did the cube slowly restore to its original state. Zhang Xuanyu took a deep breath. Well, how does it restore itself? I saw it spinning, but didn't see anything clearly. Lu Renkuang scratched his head. It's over. I probably won't be able to enter the library for the rest of my life. Li Luoluo's face stiffened. I think it's better to build a house normally. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. In front of the cube, even Ku Shui was a little dumbfounded. He probably couldn't enter unless he dismantled it. However, the actual situation was that the cube itself wasn't anything special. It just had a strange shape. If someone really wanted to enter the cube, they would have to really want what's inside. However, if they couldn't resolve the cube, they wouldn't be able to take the things inside. Therefore, even if Han Fei and the others weren't around, it didn't matter if someone tried to barge in. At most, the cube would be destroyed and he could build another one. How difficult would that be? Ku Shui couldn't help but sigh. Brilliant. It's no wonder Miss grew so rapidly with such an extremely brilliant genius. This wonderful idea is comparable to the Monument of Gods. Only Luo Xiaobai's eyes flickered. That's not right. The cube's library has infinite changes. The outcome is different every time it spins. Therefore, it's impossible to spin the cube like this even using the exact same way just now. Han Fei grinned. There's a code. However, this code can only be known to members of the Thug Academy and not outsiders. Phew. Oh. Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renquang heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that there was a passcode. Otherwise, they could forget about entering it for the rest of their lives. Li Luoluo looked at Han Fei curiously. How did you work the cube out? Han Fei sneered. Who am I? You won't know how talented I am until you know me. Well enough. Luo Xiaobai rolled her eyes. Alright, stop bragging. How long do you think it will take before it's done? Han Fei thought for a moment. The difficulty doesn't lie in the construction, but in the arrays. I need to fill every cube inside with killing arrays and connect every component. It will take another 3 days. Zhang Xuanyu curled his lips. Just 3 days? Then build it quickly. Han Fei took out a drawing and said, Xiaobai, follow my drawing and use spiritual plants to set up a maze. Arrange these pieces of wood according to the drawing. Luo Xiaobai took the drawing and looked at it. She was dazzled. Was he building a school or setting up a grand array? On the map were squarish vegetation walls filled with roads. In the middle of the map was the cube. And the square on the map had a diameter of more than 300 kilometers. Who the hell was this trial for? Even Luo Xiaobai couldn't help but curse. Who could walk in here? If it wasn't for a teleportation array, flying ability, or perception, they would probably have to rely on luck to enter. Luo Xiaobai said leisurely, isn't this too much? Han Fei waved his hand and said, not at all. We have too many enemies. We have to take some precautions. Luo Xiaobai rolled her eyes. If an explorer really comes, the arrays you set up won't be able to stop him, right? Han Fei said with a smile, I may not even be able to stop a peak-level law enforcer, but we can slowly perfect it. With more and better arrays, I'm afraid the day we become law enforcers, even an explorer won't be able to break in. Luo Xiaobai gave Han Fei a deep look. You're quite thoughtful. The other 3 hurriedly came over. Zhang Xuanyu muttered, let me see. What's new? Then Zhang Xuanyu covered his eyes. Damn. Forget it. I'll pave the floor. Yes. I'll just do it. The dried fish in Lu Renquang's hand dropped. I'll help to trim the plants. I'm familiar with this. I've done it at the plantation of the Blue Sea town. Li Luoluo was dumbfounded. I heard that you have the habit of farming. There's still hundreds of kilometers of soil outside that hasn't been loosened. I'll loosen the soil. 5 days had passed. Luo Xiaobai and the others each held a fish skin map with formulas drawn on it. Lu Renquang rubbed his head. Clockwise, clockwise, counterclockwise. Counterclockwise, clockwise. Alas, where am I? Forget it, let me start again. Li Luoluo decided to try. Clockwise on the right, clockwise on the top. Clockwise on the back, clockwise on the right. Ah, how annoying. Luo Xiaobai broke the fish skin without a word. Where did Han Fei go? Miss, young Master Han Fei is setting up a huge spirit gathering array. There are more than 30 medium-sized arrays in each array, and more than 30 small-sized arrays in each medium-sized array. Young Master Han Fei is really a genius. Luo Xiaobai rolled her eyes. Okay. Then let's wait a little longer. It wasn't until this afternoon that Han Fei flew over from midair. At this moment, the maze hadn't been covered with seals. This was something Han Fei couldn't do with his current abilities. He decided to wait until he became a law enforcer before doing it. Han Fei smiled and said, "Hello. How's it going? Have you all memorized the code? If you have, we can go out. I have a feeling that people will be waiting for us outside our school every day." In fact, it wasn't just a few people waiting outside every day. There were dozens of people waiting outside every day. Or rather, those people weren't waiting for them. They were looking at the maze. As the cube was a little far from them, most people couldn't see it. However, this huge maze attracted their attention. However, no one dared to enter without Han Fei's permission. If they were beaten out again, they would lose face. As soon as Han Fei asked them, he saw Zhang Xuanyu, Lu Renquang and Li Luoluo looking at him aggrievedly. Li Luoluo was pouting off to the side. My head hurts. I only remember half of it. Zhang Xuanyu chuckled. I've already memorized 70 to 80%. Han Fei looked at Lu Renquang, who was stunned for a moment. Ah. Give me a few more days. Han Fei. Fortunately, Han Fei didn't need to ask Luo Xiaobai. She had probably already memorized it. At this moment, he patted Lu Renquang on the shoulder and said, "Eat a mouthful of hot pot on the left and a mouthful of red braised pork on the right. Memorize it this way. It'll be easier." Lu Renquang's eyes lit up. Good idea. It's much more interesting this way. As for Ku Shui, Han Fei naturally didn't give him the code. After all, this was a secret of the Thug Academy. Ku Shui was from the Luo family, after all. Han Fei said, "All right, let's go. Follow me through the maze. Let's go to the banquet tonight." Luo Xiaobai nodded. All right. Zhang Xuanyu was puzzled. Fei, I have something that I can't understand. Huh? Zhang Xuanyu said, why do you often stop laying the floor halfway? Han Fei smiled. It's a trick. You'll know what it's for when school starts. In the evening, when Han Fei and the others appeared outside the maze, the Su family people immediately welcomed them. Our family head invites the young masters and young ladies to attend the banquet. Han Fei nodded. Okay, one moment. Han Fei took out a large sign and stabbed it into the ground. On it were the words, "There's a killing array inside. Don't barge in, or you might die." When the group saw the sign, they immediately gasped. Such a huge array? Someone immediately asked, may I ask if the Thug Academy is recruiting? Han Fei smiled and said, everyone, don't panic. Let's attend the banquet at the Su family's residence first. When the time comes, I'll announce the recruiting standards of the Thug Academy. Everyone will have a chance. Upon hearing that everyone had a chance, many people's eyes lit up. Recently, the elders in the family had been talking about how powerful the former Thug Academy was and how talented the students were. They originally believed that they would only accept disciples from large families, but they never expected everyone to have a chance. How could they not be happy? Han Fei looked at the Su family member and said, lead the way. The Pure Sun Island was actually very large. It took up more than 2,000 kilometers and was comparable to the Wind Thunder town. Of course, it wasn't circular, but in an irregular shape. However, the Thug Academy took up about a third of the total. When everyone was passing by their plantations on fishing boats, they all discussed how to build a few spirit-gathering arrays in their plantations. After a moment, on a river, they saw a residential area spanning tens of kilometers. The entire residence was brightly lit. The scene was like the palace courtyard that Han Fei knew. There were groups of houses and colorful lanterns. It was very lively. Of course, Han Fei and the others knew very well that it wasn't because of them, but because of the reputation of the Thug Academy and the big shots behind it. There were countless guests waiting in front of the house. As it was a welcoming banquet, they didn't need to prepare any gifts. It could be said that many famous people had come to the Pure Sun Island. They had long heard of the reconstruction of the Thug Academy. It was said that 5 top geniuses at the peak of the Hidden Fisher realm could fight 1,000 enemies without being defeated. There was even a young man who fought 5 law enforcers alone. Upon hearing this, many people were dumbfounded. Who wouldn't want to come and take a look? At this moment, Han Fei and the others had just landed. Someone who looked like an old butler came forward as if he had been waiting for a long time. The butler was also quite powerful and had reached the law enforcer realm. Clearly, he had come specially to welcome Han Fei and the others. The butler hurriedly went forward and said with a smile, are you the 5 young masters? You're finally here. The family head has instructed us to receive you. If you don't mind, allow me to take you in. Han Fei looked at Luo Xiaobai, who bowed slightly. There's no need to trouble yourselves. You're already a law enforcer, we can't let you serve us like a servant. Just send someone to follow us. That way, it won't expose our identities. When the banquet starts, we can go there ourselves. Just as the butler was about to say something, he heard Ku Shui say with a smile, Mrs. Wright. You can rest assured. Han Fei nodded. We can walk by ourselves. Luo Xiaobai glanced at Ku Shui. Grandpa Ku, you don't have to follow us. Otherwise, it will be too eye-catching. Of course, Mississippi. Han Fei and the others blended into the crowd at the door. Although some people found them unfamiliar, they didn't see that Han Fei and the others had come, so they only thought that it was a gathering of youths. Han Fei and the others also kept a low profile. In fact, although Luo Xiaobai was very polite just now, she was actually saying that they needed to see the Su family's original appearance themselves, not the way they were going to be shown. This was the way descendants of large families spoke. Amidst their tactfulness, there was a forcefulness. Luo Xiaobai had always been a meticulous person. Since they were coming to the Su family to accept disciples, they had to see what the Su family was like. Therefore, after entering, they pretended to be incognito. Of course, this didn't stop the Su family from hiding the truth well. Behind Han Fei and the others was a Su family servant at the hanging fisher realm. At this moment, the man took a glance at Han Fei and the others secretly and said cautiously, "Young masters, do you need me to take you around?" Luo Xiaobai shook her head. "No, just follow us. You don't have to make a sound." The servant hurriedly lowered his head and said, "Yes, Mississippi." In fact, there was nothing interesting about the elegant landscape of gardens. Usually, rich families would pursue something entertaining for fun. Han Fei and the others quickly left the crowd and walked to a remote place. After all, the Su family was very large. Even though it had declined, the house was still like an imperial palace. There were small bridges, flowing water, pavilions, ornamental rocks, and other scenery. But enjoying the scenery wasn't Han Fei's goal. In Luo Xiaobai's words, to see what a family was like, one had to see what the ordinary members of the family were like. Then, one had to see what the low-level members of the family were like. Finally, one had to see what the high-level members were like. This way, they could compare and perhaps figure them out. Along the way, Han Fei and the others encountered many people. Of course, there were guards in many courtyards. These people weren't difficult to communicate with. After knowing their identities, they just let them walk freely. In fact, in such a family, the guards were not needed. If someone really dared to break in, it would be impossible for them to be discovered by the guards. Therefore, the guards were more like a display of splendor. After they completely left the crowd, Han Fei suddenly said, "Wait for me." Li Luoluo asked, "What's wrong?" Han Fei closed his eyes and listened. He ignored the noise at the front door and only listened to the silence. The imperial palace had 9,999 rooms, but there was also a place like the cold palace. In the Su family, it must be the same case. Although Han Fei's perception range was large, he didn't pry too closely. However, through the sounds coming from everywhere, he could locate a member of the Su family. About 20 kilometers away from Han Fei, in a courtyard, a woman's voice was arguing about something. The voice said angrily, "Why can't my son, Sanqian, attend the banquet? Sanqian is already 12 years old this year. His talent isn't bad." Another female voice shouted, "You should know that this is a matter that concerns the rise and fall of the Su family. There'll be only 2 people who can enter the Thug Academy. How many people in our family have quarreled over this? How many people have been suppressed? Su Sanqian's talent is average. It's fine if he doesn't go to the banquet, but if he goes, do you know how many people he will offend if he isn't chosen?" In the courtyard, a woman dressed in plain clothes was arguing with a maidservant dressed in relatively luxurious clothes. Beside her stood a youth with an expressionless face. "Mom, I'm not going." The woman hurriedly said, "Son, this is our only chance. You must go even if we have to risk our lives." However, the maidservant sneered and said, "Risk your lives? So what? Don't you know how many branches there are in our family? Is any one of them something you, an orphan and a widow, can deal with? I'm doing this for your own good. Su Sanqian, you have to be sensible. You can't go to this banquet. Otherwise, you will be harming yourselves." The maidservant looked like she was consoling them, but in fact, her expression was contemptuous. She wasn't kind to the mother and son at all, and was even a bit bossy. The woman suddenly turned serious. Su Sanqian, I'm your mother. Instead of being depressed in this courtyard, why don't you give it a try? Your father didn't have any say when he was still alive. Now that he's dead, are you willing to live under someone else's roof for the rest of your life? As the woman spoke, her eyes turned red and tears flew down. She stared straight at her son. The youth clenched his fists tightly, his heart filled with grief and indignation. He looked at his pained mother and then at the indifferent maidservant. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, I'll go. No way. The maidservant's expression immediately turned cold as she looked coldly at Su Sanqian and his mother. You'd better know your limits. Although you are a **starred son, you still have a chance to stand out. However, once you leave this door today, humph, only death awaits you. Outside, Luo Xiaobai and the others had already arrived under Han Fei's lead. In fact, Han Fei heard people discussing the Thug Academy along the way. After all, everyone had already received the news. Many of the older generation knew how glorious the Thug Academy used to be, so the discussion never stopped. However, there was really no one like Su Sanqian and his mother who would risk their lives to attend the banquet. Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei and said with a frown, there are actually many collateral branches in the big clans. These people usually don't have high statuses. Furthermore, there are many factions within the large families. The bastard children almost never have a chance to make a name for themselves. Zhang Xuanyu said angrily, I hate such bossy people the most. I want to see why a maidservant is so arrogant. Just as Zhang Xuanyu was about to walk in, he was stopped by Han Fei. Han Fei gave Zhang Xuanyu a strange look. This guy didn't seem to have a noble birth, so he probably couldn't bear to see this happen. Han Fei said, no rush. Let's take a look first. The hanging fisher behind Han Fei and the others broke out into a cold sweat. The head of the family had already forbidden them from causing trouble during the banquet. Why didn't these people listen? Were they out of their minds? In the courtyard, Su Sanqian's mother refused to give in and said stubbornly, my son will definitely go today. You don't want to cause a commotion here, right? The maid-servant's expression changed slightly. Why? Do you want to fight us? At that instant, the maidservant used a strange footwork technique. With a flash, she grabbed the woman's neck. Don't touch my mother. Su Sanqian shouted, but he was too weak. How could a junior fishing master be faster than a peak-level hanging fisher? With just a shock wave, he was sent flying. Sanqian. As the maidservant didn't really want to hurt anyone, Su Sanqian only flew out. At that moment, a spider silk hit the ground. Su Sanqian twisted his body, and a long stick appeared in his hand as he attempted to counterattack. Li Luoluo said in surprise, ah. This child is cultivating both as a manipulator and a soul warrior. Su Sanqian's mother tried to use her finger to block, but she was too weak. The maidservant grabbed her by the neck. Then the maidservant casually grabbed Su Sanqian's long stick and said coldly, are you refusing me only to be made a fool? How dare you not give your third Madam face? Just wait till you're kicked out of the 1,000-star city. In fact, Yang Qinger, if it weren't for the head of the family, do you think you Could remain in the 1,000-star city with your little strength? Let go of my mother. The maidservant sneered. If you really care about your mother, you should stay here obediently. Don't have any improper thoughts. I'll teach you a lesson today. If you dare cause trouble again, no one will be able to save you. What bold words! Just as the maidservant was about to teach the mother and son a lesson, a magnetic voice sounded behind her. The maidservant's expression immediately changed. She hurriedly turned her head and saw an extremely handsome young man leaning against the wall, watching this scene indifferently. The maidservant was stunned by the person's handsome appearance. She was sure that she had never seen this person before. Feeling that her current image wasn't good, she hurriedly retracted her hand and bowed slightly at Zhang Xuanyu. Young master, you are? Zhang Xuanyu curled his lips. Didn't you want to teach them a lesson? Why aren't you attacking? Sensing Zhang Xuanyu's slight mockery, the maidservant's expression changed slightly. The visitor wasn't friendly. Her expression immediately turned cold. Young master, are you here to attend the banquet? This is the Su family's inner chambers. Young master, you shouldn't be here. Zhang Xuanyu smiled and said, I'm standing here now. Is there a problem? Opposite him, the woman hurriedly ran in front of Su Sanqian and protected him. Behind her, not just anyone could barge into the Su family's residence. The visitor's identity was probably not simple. The maidservant frowned. Young master, this is a family matter of the Su family. You shouldn't interfere. Zhang Xuanyu sneered. Is this how the Su family treats their own family? Aren't the **starred children just kids? Can't even attend banquets? This is the first time I've heard of this. With that, Zhang Xuanyu looked at Su Sanqian and his mother. Go ahead. Don't mind her. Stop. The maidservant blocked his way and looked at Zhang Xuanyu coldly. Young master, aren't you being too nosy? _hum_. As the pressure descended, the maidservant staggered as blood seeped out of the corner of her mouth. Who was Zhang Xuanyu? He had a powerful soul and was best at soul attacks. How could a peak-level hanging fisher withstand his pressure? Zhang Xuanyu curled the corners of his mouth and smiled devilishly. What can you do if I interfere? Why don't you get your master to come out? Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Why was it Zhang Xuanyu? Of course, he was the one who wanted to help the young man the most. Han Fei folded his arms and watched aside. Luo Xiaobai said, it's not uncommon to have two professions. There are even 3 professions. But this child's reaction speed is very fast. He should be quite talented. Han Fei smiled and said, if his talent is poor, I don't think anyone will stop him from attending the banquet. Lu Renkuang's face trembled as he said, well, should we recruit him? Li Luoluo suddenly said, did you notice that there's something wrong? Han Fei and the others looked at Li Luoluo. What's the problem? Li Luoluo said, there's something wrong with that child's spider silk. It's poisonous. Besides, the power he unleashed just now exceeded that of a junior fishing master. He must have used some special secret technique. His mother is the same. Although she was captured by the maidservant just now, you definitely didn't notice that there was poison spreading on one of her fingers. She deliberately let the maidservant capture her. Han Fei and the others were slightly stunned. Because the level of this battle was very low for them, no one observed it carefully. Hearing Li Luolua's words, they couldn't help but feel speechless. Luo Xiaobai said, I remember now. In the Thousand-Star City, there are actually many people who don't live well. They can't come into contact with high-level things, so they will accept and cultivate some unorthodox techniques. And these people are mostly hunters. Han Fei frowned. Unorthodox cultivation methods? Luo Xiaobai said indifferently, it's just a form of address. It usually appears at the bottom of society. Someone once relied on this cultivation method to rise to prominence. Therefore, there are actually quite a number of people who take this path. It's even said that there are 800 unorthodox disciples and 3,000 side sections. Han Fei grinned. Interesting. In the courtyard, the maidservant glared at Zhang Xuanyu. Young master, do you know what you are doing? Zhang Xuanyu leaned against the wall and didn't even move. Instead, he looked at the mother and son and said, aren't you going to the banquet? Go. Yang Qing'er hurriedly bowed to Zhang Xuanyu. Thank you for your help, young master. With that said, Yang Qing'er pulled Su Sanqian out. Although Zhang Xuanyu had helped, she didn't dare to trust him. This was because Zhang Xuanyu was too young and so strong. This meant that the other party had a powerful background. After all, she was someone who had seen the ways of the world. She knew that many descendants of powerful families would only help casually. Some of them actually had more ulterior motives. Therefore, she didn't want to trust him easily. If this person had other motives, it was impossible for them to resist him. Seeing the mother and son leave, Zhang Xuanyu clicked his tongue and said, You actually don't look bad. Unfortunately, you're not my type. Zhang Xuanyu removed the pressure and walked out lazily. He didn't argue with the maidservant, but he knew what would happen next. He was a little expectant. The maidservant naturally didn't dare to argue with Zhang Xuanyu. Seeing Zhang Xuanyu leave, she heaved a sigh of relief before rushing off. Not far from the yard, Han Fei looked at Zhang Xuanyu with a faint smile and said, I thought you would directly take him in. That child looks good. Zhang Xuanyu grinned and said, Helping is helping, recruiting students is recruiting students. I know the difference. It depends on how he performs at the banquet later. Han Fei and the others had high standards, so it didn't matter if they had the spiritual heritage measuring stone. After all of them, including Xia Shaochan, didn't have a high spiritual heritage initially, except for Lu Renquang. Of course, in addition to the growth of spiritual heritage, reality proved that as long as one had enough opportunities, it was possible to obtain a way to improve one's spiritual heritage. They continued to walk around. During this time, they secretly observed some children, but nothing special happened. After half an hour, Han Fei and the others were about to continue to see the children of the Su family's direct bloodline when a group of people suddenly came and blocked them in a garden. Zhang Xuanyu smiled and said, See, I know this trick. I knew it would come. A woman appeared in front of them with an old servant and 2 maids. The beautiful woman's face turned cold as she pointed at Zhang Xuanyu and said, Lure, is it this person? The maidservant who had been sent away by Zhang Xuanyu raised her head. Madam, it's him. He's the one who released Su Sanqian and his mother. Take him down. Without asking for the reason, the beautiful woman pointed at Zhang Xuanyu. Arrogantly. This was because she knew that there was no one on the Pure Sun Island that she couldn't afford to offend. Who cared about this young man's background? Just take him down. She only knew that the Thug Academy was returning. Su Yang was about to introduce Han Fei and the others to the outside world. This made the beautiful woman feel that anyone who could accept a disciple was definitely a middle-aged man or even an old man. How could it be a few young men? In fact, as long as she went out to know what was happening in the outside world, she would definitely discover the uniqueness of Han Fei and the others. However, as soon as she appeared, she was about to take Zhang Xuanyu away. Even Han Fei and the others were somewhat surprised. The old man behind the beautiful woman appeared in front of Zhang Xuanyu in the blink of an eye. Zhang Xuanyu directly activated a soul explosion, and almost instantly, the corridor where Han Fei and the others were was destroyed. The beautiful woman and the two maids were sent flying, spewing blood. As for the old servant who had attacked, blood oozed out of his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. He was sent flying by a punch. A house shattered and the ground quaked. Han Fei couldn't help but look at Luo Xiaobai and say, "Didn't you say that? These people are very shrewd?" Why? Luo Xiaobai was silent for a moment. Perhaps this is an exception. Han Fei looked at the hanging fisher servant behind them. Because of their protection, this person was only standing in the ruins and wasn't injured. This person was sweating profusely as he respectfully sent a voice transmission, _this is second master's third madam _. This person was from the Su family after all. He didn't want to die, so he didn't say much about this woman. As for the beautiful woman, she was also a peak-level hidden fisher. The soul explosion wasn't targeted at her, so she only stood in place, unlike her two maids who were bleeding from their eyes, ears, noses, and mouths and had fallen to the ground. At that moment, she was horrified. Who are you? The moment Zhang Xuanyu dared to attack, she realized that she had missed something. Zhang Xuanyu grinned and said, "Why? Where's your arrogance from before?" As for Luo Xiaobai, she looked up into the sky. Don't tell me the Su family hasn't noticed what happened here? Just as Luo Xiaobai said that, she saw two elders appear at the same time. One was Ku Shui with a smile on his face, and the other's face was all dark. When the beautiful woman saw the old man, her expression changed drastically. Second Patriarch, why are you here? The old man snorted. Why am I here? Usually, we just turn a blind eye when you throw a tantrum. But today, you offended the guests of the Thug Academy. What do you want? Upon hearing this, Han Fei and the others didn't panic. However, they were somewhat puzzled and somehow felt that they had been tricked. The old man turned around and smiled at Han Fei and the others. My young friends, our Su family has been negligent in this matter. We will definitely punish this woman severely. Then the old man swept his cold gaze at the beautiful woman and shouted into the void, Su Qing, get over here. The next second, a figure flew over at an extremely fast speed. It was a middle-aged man, Hao, as a junior law enforcer. The person swept his gaze and immediately berated, Zhao Baobao, what did you do? Quickly apologize. The old man snorted and said, your wife is usually willful and bossy. Humph. On this busy day, she actually offended our young friends from the Thug Academy. She has to be severely punished. From today onwards, Zhao darling. will no longer be the daughter-in-law of our Su family. Get her back to the Zhao family. Zhang Xuanyu and the others were surprised. Holy sh*t, is the punishment that severe? They looked at each other. Although it vented their anger, it didn't seem necessary, right? The beautiful woman was dumbfounded. Although she was shocked by the identities of Han Fei and the others, had she really done so wrong as to be forcefully divorced? Su Qing's expression turned ugly as he slapped her twice and berated. All right. Are you trying to sow chaos in my Su family? All right. Your Zhao family is impressive to have raised a woman like you. As Su Qing yelled, a magical divorce letter was thrown out. Zhao Baobao shouted, Su Qing, you son of ab*tch. This is clearly a misunderstanding. Your Su family bullied me. If you dare divorce me today, I'll fight you to the death. Han Fei and the others had become spectators. Somehow, they had become spectators. However, Luo Xiaobai said via voice transmission, we were tricked. The Su family is waiting for us to come and investigate. They are waiting for us to have a conflict with this woman so that they can take the opportunity to chase her away. Han Fei and the others were dumbfounded. Why would this be? Seeing their blank expressions, Luo Xiaobai explained, from the conversation. It's obvious that the Zhao family is stronger than the Su family. The Su family used us to chase this woman away because they needed this excuse. With the interference of the Thug Academy, the Zhao family definitely won't dare to take revenge for the time being. To get us involved means that the Su family is either far weaker than the Zhao family or is thinking about the future. Once their family's explorer dies, the Su family might be controlled by the Zhao family. Then the outcome will be obvious. The Su family will be completely annexed, and the Zhao family will swallow the Sun family's resources and rise up. Han Fei gasped. Oh. Li Luoluo was dumbfounded. Are these people so calculative? Zhang Xuanyu sneered. Nothing is impossible for these big clans. Lu Renquang stuffed some dried fish into his mouth. It's so complicated. I don't want to understand. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. They didn't know if Luo Xiaobai had ever encountered such a ridiculous divorce predicament. In any case, they had never seen it before. He just divorced his wife so easily? Clearly, Su Qing had known about this plan and even slapped his wife twice. This scene was like a television drama. This matter was resolved very quickly. In just half an hour, she had already been taken away cursing and kicking. Han Fei and the others even sighed. The TV drama ended so quickly? Only then did Su Qing come to Han Fei and the others to apologize and leave. As for the explorer referred to as second patriarch, he stayed behind and smiled at Han Fei and the others. My friends, I'm really sorry. Although we shouldn't air our dirty laundry in public, we had no choice. Luo Xiaobai asked, what compensation will there be for us? Luo Xiaobai was straightforward. She had seen through this trick long ago. Furthermore, she was smart enough to know that since it had already happened, the Thug Academy was a part of it. Although her impression of the Su family had plummeted, this wasn't the time to fall out with them. Asking for compensation was the best choice. Han Fei smiled and said, before that, there's something else we need to know. I just want to know if the mother and son in the yard were acting The elder shook his head with a smile. That was definitely not an act. That mother and son took an unorthodox path, but that child's talent is pretty good. A level 6 low-quality spiritual heritage might not catch your eyes. But that child has an excellent talent and can endure hardship. Zhang Xuanyu frowned. If you knew that he's talented, why did you place him and his mother in such a place? Letting him be bossed around by a maidservant? The elder sighed and said, our Su family has long declined. Most of our descendants are useless. And my young friends, I think you know that if you need to tap into a person's potential, you'll have to suppress him, polish him, and even make his heart full of hatred. Only then might he have a chance. In the future. Luo Xiaobai said, you've long taken a fancy to him? The old man nodded. Yes, so we deliberately let the servants bully him. Of course, we will ensure that he and his mother are alive. He is one of the family members that our Su family wants to send to the Thug Academy. Lu Renquang muttered, I really don't understand. It's so difficult to be a descendant of a large family. Li Luoluo snorted. It seems it's better to stay in town. There's freedom in towns. There aren't so many schemes there. Zhang Xuanyu curled his lips. You just didn't see it. Han Fei nodded. All right, we'll see. However, Senior Su, we were used during our first ever time visiting you. That doesn't make sense, right? You'll have to make up for it. The elder smiled and said, of course. The compensation is that from today onwards, our Su family will completely stand on the side of the Thug Academy. Our Su family can do anything for you that is inconvenient for you to do. Luo Xiaobai asked in surprise, what trouble do you have? The elder sighed slightly. To be honest, the Su family doesn't have many good descendants. Although the two explorers of our family are only about 800 years old, we were once forced to expend too much of our vitality, leaving the two of us with less than 10 years to live. If the two of us die, the Su family won't be far from complete decline. Han Fei took a deep breath. This old man is so bold. He's betting everything on the Thug Academy. Han Fei said indifferently, are you sure you can get the corresponding reward for doing this? The elder smiled and said, as long as one of the chosen children rises to prominence, the Su family will be revived. As long as the two of them don't perish, the Su family will not be wiped out. I won't lose. Luo Xiaobai suddenly asked, after learning that the Thug Academy has returned, you must have investigated the matters regarding the scattered stars island, right? The elder nodded slightly. I've heard of the news. My young friends, you are all legendary figures. Even the big families dare not mess with you. Luo Xiaobai said, then why are you betting on the Thug Academy? The old man grinned brightly. The people behind the Thug Academy are willing to put you in the 1,000-star city. How can our Su family not take the bet? The old man's words rendered Han Fei and the others speechless. After all, they were a family that had once been glorious, so they dared to stake everything they had on a single bet. It was a sink or swim deal. But did the Thug Academy need it? Of course. With two explorers protecting the Thug Academy branch in the 1,000-star city for 10 years, even if they offended a small family and took in 2 students, they had nothing to lose. Han Fei shrugged. All right, so be it. Anyway, the Zhao family won't be stronger than the Chu sect and the Chao family, right? Since we've already met one child, where's the other? The elder smiled and said, young friends, please attend the banquet, but with me around, there will be suspicion, so I'm afraid I can't accompany you. Han Fei and the others understood that the old man had his concerns. How could a dying man not have any concerns? Luo Xiaobai said, all right. Let's go to the banquet. But Han Fei didn't feel comfortable. As soon as they entered, they were tricked. Although the outcome wasn't bad, it left a poor taste. Compared to these old foxes, he was like a piece of white paper. Luo Xiaobai said, don't worry. The Su family is betting on the Thug Academy. Besides, at this juncture, the sudden appearance of the Thug Academy is their straw to clutch at. At this moment, the butler was already waiting on the way, smiling at Han Fei and the others as if he didn't know what had just happened. The Su family's welcoming banquet was held in the courtyard. It was brightly lit everywhere. The entire banquet venue was more than 2,000 square meters. Large with more than 100 tables. At the very front of the banquet was an arena-like clearing, and Han Fei's table was closest to the arena. Su Yang personally accompanied them along with some famous people who weren't from the Su family. After Han Fei and the others sat down, Su Yang introduced, my young friends. These are all from the famous families of the Pure Sun Island. This is Liu Qingji, an advanced law enforcer who is in charge of the Pure Sun Islands trade market. This is. In fact, Han Fei wasn't interested in these people at all. Luo Xiaobai wasn't interested either, so she just said, if anyone wants to enter the Thug Academy, he'll have to pass the test. Family head Su, most of the people should be here. Please let all the children of the Su family come out. Su Yang smiled and said, my young friends, do you want to announce to the public that the Thug Academy is about to recruit students before the test? Han Fei nodded. All right. Immediately, Han Fei's figure flashed and appeared in the arena. The moment Han Fei stood in the ring, everyone's eyes were focused on him. The voices of conversation also became quieter. Han Fei declared, my name is Han Fei. I'm the acting president of the Thug Academy in the Pure Sun Island of the Thousand Star City. I'm sure everyone here today knows about the return of the Thug Academy. I'll cut to the chase. The Thug Academy will start recruiting students from tomorrow on. However, we'll only recruit 3 students. Why 3? Because we'll recruit 2 students right away. Anyone can participate. Those who want to come can gather outside the Thug Academy tomorrow. _wow. Below, countless people were dumbfounded. What the hell? Your school will only recruit 3 more students? Someone said, they'll only recruit 3 more students? Someone was speechless. Isn't this too few? Are they really an academy? Someone stood up and said, my young friend, even the former Thug Academy wouldn't only recruit this many students. Han Fei immediately said, don't call me young friend. You can call me President Han. An acting president is also a president. The man rolled his eyes. You, a peak-level hidden fisher, are worthy of being the president? Someone sneered. Can a hidden fisher become the president of a school? Is it still the former Thug Academy? Han Fei certainly wouldn't be afraid. In fact, he didn't care about anyone here. The Thug Academy never recruited disciples all at once. Apart from Chu Jinnan and Ling Yuan, which one of them was recruited amongst a crowd? Han Fei sneered. It's up to you whether you want to come or not. The Thug Academy will admit any student meeting our standard. As long as you can enter our school, you will be successful. That's all I have to say. The rest is up to you. Just as Han Fei was about to leave the stage, someone suddenly sneered. What? If you, the acting president of the Thug Academy, loses? Suddenly, someone flew over from the sky. It was clearly a law enforcer. Everyone looked up and found that this person was actually an intermediate law enforcer. His aura seemed to be stronger than the intermediate law enforcers Han Fei had encountered before. Han Fei immediately looked at Su Yang. You invited him? Su Yang stood up. Who are you? It's not appropriate for you to come. Uninvited, right? Haha. The person smiled and said, it's none of your business. Since the Thug Academy has started recruiting, we have to see if they have the ability. Right? If they just mess around here, isn't that a joke? Han Fei immediately understood that this guy was here to cause trouble. Su Yang shouted, Sir, do you think it's so easy to barge into my Su family? If you don't leave, don't blame me for being rude. That person said disdainfully, Family head Su, what's wrong? These youths have just come to the 1,000-star city, but have already established a relationship with your Su family? I'm just doubting their intentions. I haven't done anything rash. Why is family head Su pushing me away? Han Fei stepped into the air. That's easy. You want to know if I, the acting president, have the ability? Okay. Let's have a life and death battle now. Do you dare? Hiss. Everyone below was in an uproar. Someone exclaimed, he's indeed from the Thug Academy. Their people are always so arrogant. Someone sighed. Although Han Fei seems to have a battle record of fighting 5 alone, junior and intermediate law enforcers are 2 different concepts. Someone frowned. That's not right. Why did I hear that Sully went as well? The power he unleashed is comparable to an intermediate level law enforcer. On the other side, the youths who had been prepared all looked up into the sky, as though they were listening to a heavenly book. A peak-level hidden fisher challenging a law enforcer? Was this the strength of the Thug Academy? Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei stood proudly in the air above the Su family. When the phantom glass wings appeared, it caused an uproar. The wind god Pearl. It's definitely the wind god Pearl. Someone took a deep breath. This is probably a peerless genius. He can even obtain the wind god Pearl. Someone said enviously, no wonder he dares to be so domineering. He can even obtain the wind god Pearl. It's not a big deal to challenge a person of a higher realm for him. Someone sighed. It's the Thug Academy after all. If he's not a real genius, would he dare to show off with a few young hidden fishers? The person opposite Han Fei had a gloomy expression. He was here to cause trouble, but he didn't expect Han Fei to be so straightforward. A life and death battle? If he accepted it, even if he won, he probably wouldn't be able to kill Han Fei. But once he lost, not only would he lose face, but he might even die. However, he frowned. Although Han Fei had a 1-on-5 battle record, those were all low-level law enforcers. As for him, he was already at the peak of the intermediate level. His strength was at the level of 8 waves, and with his secret technique, he had nearly 20 waves of strength. It made no sense for him to lose to a peak-level hidden fisher. It was said that this kid's strength wasn't stronger than Su Li's. In other Words, even if Han Fei unleashed his strength, it was only about 15 waves. Could it be that he was very fast? His law was speed enhancement, so there was no reason for him to be slower than him. With this in mind, the person was immediately filled with confidence. Even if Han Fei had any other extraordinary means, he could at most defeat him. It was impossible for him to kill him. And if he won, the Thug Academy would have a bad start and it would be difficult for them to advance in the Thousand-Star City. He said, "All right, the acting president of the Thug Academy does have some spirit. Since you want to fight, I'll fight with you." Below, Zhang Xuanyu curled his lips and said, "This person is doomed." Lu Renquang was eating happily. He wasn't worried at all. He even smiled and said, "Before I become an explorer, I wouldn't want to fight Fei Fei." Luo Xiaobai nodded slightly. After the explorer level, the effects of the secret technique will greatly decrease. You can give it a try then. Li Luoluo looked at the three of them in shock. Hey! Are you that confident? The other party definitely came prepared. You still don't understand law. Enforcers. The peak of the intermediate level is already very strong. Luo Xiaobai shook her head. No, you don't understand Han Fei. Above, Han Fei grinned and said, "Then let's begin." _hum_. Both parties instantly flew into the sky. Otherwise, if it was too close to the ground, any random strike would cause fatal damage to the onlookers. In the blink of an eye, more than half the people below couldn't see the two of them. The middle-aged man sneered. You asked for it. However, Han Fei didn't say a word. With a casual wave of his hand, a long saber instantly slashed through the void as if he had just done something casual. Poochie! In the sky, the corpse fell, and the long saber had already vanished without a trace. Han Fei muttered as he flew down, "Cut the crap." In the Su family's backyard, the two elders' expressions changed. One of them said, "The power of that strike just now equaled that of a peak level law enforcer?" The other person nodded hard. That's right. A peak level law enforcer. He easily tore through the void. His strength has already exceeded Su Yang's. More than Su Yang. I'm afraid that no one below the explorer realm can defeat him. This is too terrifying. Do the disciples of the Chu sect and Chao family have this ability? A hidden fisher can kill a law enforcer with one strike? In the Su family's backyard, the two explorers were deeply shocked. In the distance, an explorer in the void narrowed his eyes and muttered, "Punishment saber." It seems that it's impossible to shake them with such trivialities. With that said, the person vanished without a trace. At the welcoming banquet, the people who were looking up felt a terrifying pressure descend. Then Han Fei came down? Someone was speechless. Why did you come down? Aren't you going to fight? Someone was surprised. Where's the law enforcer from before? A hidden fisher smiled bitterly. Fight? The law enforcer is already dead? What? Dead? How is it possible? That fast? Didn't they say that he's an intermediate law enforcer? He died so easily? _bam_. The next moment, the crowd saw a corpse fall. The Su family's old butler's expression changed as he quickly put away the corpse, thinking, _please don't affect the welcoming banquet, _. At the same time, the old butler was covered in sweat. It's too terrifying. There's no way to block that strike. Even Su Yang had a faint sheen of sweat on his forehead. However, unlike others, he could tell that it didn't seem to be Han Fei's own power. But even so what? It wasn't Han Fei's own power, but it could be used by him. Even he didn't seem to be able to withstand this strike, much less a mere intermediate law enforcer. Su Yang couldn't help but sigh for that person. Why did he have to do this? Since Han Fei could come to the Thousand-Star City, how could he not have some trump cards? Great, now the law enforcer died, not even having the chance to use his law. He probably didn't expect it himself. As for the children, they were still confused. How did Han Fei win? Was that person a fake law enforcer? Han Fei landed on the stage and smiled. If there are still challengers, I don't mind. The entire place instantly buzzed as everyone muttered softly. Challenge? Is that a challenge? That's more like courting death. Only a fool would challenge him. Is it easy to become a law enforcer? That guy was killed only with one strike. Someone thought to himself, although the Thug Academy has disappeared for more than 30 years, they are now back. When I go back today, I'll get my kid to line up at the entrance of the Thug Academy. They will recruit 5 students in total. Let my kid have a try. Seeing that no one answered him, Han Fei returned to the dining table. Dejectedly. Everyone at the table looked at him differently. Even Li Luolua was dumbfounded. She had fought alongside Han Fei. When did Han Fei suddenly become so strong? Su Yang said, "Everyone, eat and drink well. Let's start the banquet." On the other side, Su Yang signaled with his eyes, and the old butler flashed to the back of the ring and urged, "Young masters, ladies, hurry up and go to the ring. Whether you can enter the Thug Academy or not depends on yourselves." For a moment, the group of youths were all nervous. If they hadn't seen the domineering law enforcer being slashed by Han Fei, they wouldn't have been so nervous. However, Han Fei had just killed a law enforcer in front of them. How could they not be afraid? Many of the youths looked determined. The opportunity was in front of them. They just had to see if they could be chosen. Su Sanqian clenched his fists. He wasn't horrified by the scene just now, but felt his blood boil. This was how a person should be, not submitting to others. And having absolute confidence with absolute strength. Whoosh. He saw 52 youths enter the arena. This was already a lot. 12 years old was the best golden age. If they could find a suitable candidate in this batch, they wouldn't consider other age groups. This was because people of this age were the easiest to mold. Luo Xiaobai looked at Su Yang and said, "That's all?" Su Yang smiled and said, "I'm sorry, but the entire Su family only has 52 12-year-olds. Zhang Xuanyu said, "There's no age restriction. Call all the kids over." Su Yang nodded. If this batch doesn't have any suitable candidates, the children between the ages of 9 and 13 will come up. At this moment, all the children were looking at Han Fei and the others. Su Sanqian looked at Zhang Xuanyu. This person just helped me and my mother. Is he also a senior of the Thug Academy? Su Yang stood up, picked up his glass, and downed it. Today, I'd like to thank the Thug Academy for giving us the chance. Now President Han, please. Prepare your assessment. Han Fei returned the toast and looked at the ring. Remember, this is an assessment. Follow your hearts and maintain your true selves. With that, Han Fei looked at Li Luoluo and said, "Do me a favor. Set up a bug illusion." Li Luoluo said in surprise, "I'm here to give them the test." Han Fei smiled. Yes. Li Luoluo's bug horde illusion was something that even strong masters at the same level as her feared, much less a group of children. Han Fei had already decided that if all of them failed, there was still another solution. Li Luoluo waved her hand and a gorgeous seven-colored light scattered on the heads of the youths. At the banquet, everyone forgot to eat as they looked at the youths in the ring. However, in an instant, the group of youths fell to the ground. Someone cried out, "Bugs! So many bugs! Father, save me! Mother, mother, save me! Don't come over, damn worms! Don't come over!" Ah! There were only 3 people who could last for 1 minute. This surprised Han Fei. These 3 must have had a very strong will. Su Sanqian felt his soul tremble. The colorful, strange worms were crawling all over his body. There was a strange pink centipede searching for something on his mouth and nose as though it wanted to burrow into his body. Su Sanqian shut his mouth tightly and tried to activate a spiritual energy protective cover to shatter the worms. However, the spiritual energy protective cover instantly shattered and was useless. No. Su Sanqian, you must become a student of the Thug Academy. He remembered what Han Fei had said, follow your heart and maintain your true self. If I succeed, I can live. If I fail, I'll die. Feeling that there were worms burrowing between his ears and nose, Su Sanqian roared and opened his mouth, biting the centipede and a few unknown worms with his mouth. Below the stage, Li Luoluo said in surprise, "This child is prepared to die." 3 minutes had passed. Only Su Sanqian was still standing. The others were already crying for their parents. This was only an illusion, but it wasn't something a group of children could accept. Su Yang sighed. What a bunch of disappointments. You have experienced pressure and illusions before. It's just switched to insects. Why are you so scared? Li Luoluo looked at Han Fei. Shall I continue? Han Fei shook his head. No, remove it. As the illusion vanished, some ran off the stage, some continued crying, and some randomly released spiritual explosions. It took a long while before these youths realized the situation. In the crowd, only Su Sanqian stood still. His body was straight as he looked at Han Fei. Han Fei looked at Su Yang. You 3, stay. Han Fei pointed at Su Sanqian and the other 2 youths. Although the 2 youths had moved and were even sitting on the ground, they had been gritting their teeth and holding on, just not standing. Han Fei didn't doubt their will. Su Yang was overjoyed. The 3 of you, come here. Su Sanqian and the other 2 were overjoyed. At the same time, the 3 of them firmly believed that there would definitely be a second round. They definitely couldn't lose now. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Although a 12-year-old child who had just had his spiritual heritage awakened was the most malleable, talent wasn't just about plasticity. Therefore, Han Fei and the others firmly believed that they should finish testing the other kids. As Su Yang clapped his hands, a total of 123 children came. Zhang Xuanyu said in surprise, why is there a little one off to the side? Han Fei and the others also noticed that in the crowd, there was a little girl who was holding a wooden toy fish in her hand. Her big eyes rolled around and she had a blank look. Han Fei said with a smile, perhaps she looks tiny. I'm telling you, a girl changes 18 times when she grows up. It's impossible to tell how tall she will grow in the future. Luo Xiaobai and Li Luoluo looked at Han Fei strangely. A girl changes 18 times as she is growing up? He spoke as though he was very experienced with girls. Han Fei chuckled dryly. Don't forget that you and Xia Xiaochan weren't that tall before. With that said, Han Fei gestured and ignored the looks in their eyes. Instead, he looked at Li Luoluo and said, the exact same test. Do it again. Li Luoluo frowned and said, they already know it's an illusion that they just need to overcome themselves. Shall I increase the difficulty? Han Fei shook his head. No, there's still the next test. Li Luoluo nodded and waved her hand, scattering the 7-colored fog again. Indeed, this time, the kids' reactions weren't as exaggerated as before. There were only a dozen or so people screaming in horror. No matter how terrified they were, most of the kids just sat on the ground or took a few steps back. However, the standards this time were different from before. Su Sanqian's group just needed to persist to the end. In this batch, anyone who moved would be eliminated, even if it was just a small step. Han Fei looked at Su Yang and said, this is the simplest test. Su Yang nodded with a smile. The Su family's decline wasn't without reason. If these kids experienced a real test, their daily training could be forgotten. Luo Xiaobai said indifferently, the people eliminated are basically children under the age of 12. There are only 5 of them left. Only 7 or 8. 13-year-olds have been eliminated. They can proceed to the next step. Zhang Xuanyu muttered, that little girl is one of the 5. That's strange. She seems to be the youngest. Han Fei nodded and let Li Luoluo retract the illusion. After the eliminated children were taken away, he looked at Su Sanqian and the others and said, the 3 of you, go on stage. The 3 of them perked up as they knew that the second round of tests was coming. However, apart from Su Sanqian, the other 2 felt that it was unfair. After all, the same test wouldn't be as effective as the first time. Now, nearly 50 people were left on the stage. This way, their chances of being chosen decreased again. However, Su Sanqian didn't think so. He was already used to unfair treatment. He knew that the strong wouldn't care about such trivial matters. What he needed to do was do his best and successfully pass the second round of tests to get chosen. While everyone was curious about how Han Fei would carry out the second round of tests, they heard Han Fei say to the crowd in the ring, cultivators can make up for anything they lack, but they can't lack perseverance. From now on, you must stand within a meter of your original spot and not fall to the ground. In the end, I'll choose 2 of you. Han Fei gave a reminder, and his words were clear. Most people, including Su Yang, guessed that Han Fei would use the most ordinary pressure. However, with a flip of Han Fei's hand, the arena erupted with banging sounds. At this moment, at least 10 people suddenly sat on the ground. Huh? The law of gravity? Su Yang and the others at Han Fei's table were all law enforcers. How could they not tell what it was? Han Fei directly exerted gravity on everyone, eliminating nearly a dozen people in the blink of an eye. The children who were already sitting on the ground looked blank. Someone cried, I just didn't react in time. I can withstand this gravity. Someone begged, Senior, give me another chance. Without needing Han Fei to speak, Su Yang shook his head slightly and shouted, don't affect the others' assessment. All of you should leave. Zhang Xuanyu suddenly said, that girl is still here. Han Fei and the others were speechless. Why are you always paying attention to girls? Han Fei was a little disgusted. It seemed that Zhang Xuanyu had the potential to become a pedophile. However, Han Fei was also surprised. He looked at the little girl, who was still holding a toy in her hand and often raising her hand to fiddle with it. I have to say, she's a little special. Luo Xiaobai looked at Su Yang and said, was she born with great strength? Su Yang was somewhat surprised. This child is a little special. Although her spiritual heritage is not quite good, her endurance is very strong. However, her cultivation speed isn't fast. She's only a level 8 fisher. Now, Han Fei asked, how old is she? Su Yang said in embarrassment, this child was born petite. She's only 9 years old. Han Fei smiled. Alright, let's see what happens. This level only tested patience and perseverance. The gravity Han Fei exerted was different, but the gravity was slowly increasing. Almost every second, it increased by about 10 kilograms. 20 minutes later, 3 to 5 people couldn't hold on and fell to the ground. After about 25 minutes, nearly 10 people couldn't hold on and fell to the ground. At this moment, every increase in gravity might very well be the last straw that crushed them. However, Han Fei didn't say anything until half an hour later. There were only 8 people left standing on stage. Zhang Xuanyu added, that girl is still here. Han Fei nodded. Wait a little longer. This time, apart from the girl, even Su Sanqian's knees were bent as sweat poured down. Most people spread their legs apart in an attempt to make themselves stand more stably. Han Fei didn't increase his strength that much. Every 10 seconds, he only increased his strength slightly. Below the stage, many members of the Su family were extremely nervous. A man sent a voice transmission, _son, you must hold on. If you can make it, you'll surely have a bright future, _. Someone clenched his fists nervously. Daughter, you mustn't admit defeat. If you win, you will have everything, _. One of them said, darling. Put down your toy. It's heavy, _. When Han Fei heard the voice transmission, he knew that the person was talking to the girl. However, the girl grinned at the audience and refused to let go of the toy. Han Fei and the others looked at each other. Isn't this girl too tough? She's only a level 8 fisher. Han Fei couldn't help but continue to increase her gravity until it increased by another 1,000 kilograms. The girl's face was red, but she didn't even look up. Another half an hour later, there were only 5 people left on the stage. Han Fei suddenly said, yes. Good. Let them stand for 12 hours in total. Puff. Thud. Upon hearing Han Fei's words, 2 of the kids fell to the ground. What? 12 hours? It had only been 2 hours, but they were almost dying. How could they make it to 12 hours? Su Yang was speechless. Are you stupid? Why did you believe him so easily? He was just bluffing, At this point, there were only 3 people left on the stage. Su Sanqian, the little girl called Xiao Qiao, and an advanced fishing master, who was gritting his teeth and holding on. A 13-year-old advanced fishing master was definitely not bad. However, many people were in a higher realm than him. However, not many had lasted Until now. To be precise, the youth and Su Sanqian were on par. Han Fei looked at Su Yang. Who is that young man? Su Yang smiled faintly. That's my great-grandson. Han Fei understood. No wonder. He's a direct descendant. With that, Han Fei removed the gravity on the girl and waved. Come here. Below the stage, a couple was overjoyed. Their daughter had actually made it. They had been feeling that their daughter's physique was a little special, but her spiritual heritage wasn't high. It was only level 3 high quality. Logically speaking, it was impossible for her to be chosen. However, the truth exceeded everyone's expectations. Han Fei said to Su Sanqian and the other youth on the stage, whoever lasts to the end will be a student of the Thug Academy. As for how long you can last, it's up to you. With that said, Han Fei put on a mysterious air, held a glass of wine, and leaned against the chair. He looked at the girl who was still holding a toy and asked, "What's your name?" The girl looked around and saw her parents winking at her. She said honestly, "My name is Su Fei." Puff. Han Fei's eyes widened. He spat out the wine and almost fell. Su Yang and the others looked at Han Fei in surprise. What's wrong? Have you heard of the name before? Su Yang smiled and said, Director Han, have you heard of this name? I gave her name because I hope that when she grows up, she can become a normal woman. Cough, cough. Han Fei hurriedly sat up straight. Well, I think it's not a good name. I think she should change it. Everyone? Zhang Xuanyu said leisurely, Fei Fei, can you calculate a person's luck from their name? Luo Xiaobai was also puzzled. I think it sounds pretty good. Han Fei's face stiffened. No, a name carries destiny. This name is not appropriate. It has to be changed. Su Yang laughed. Ha ha ha, that's a small matter. As long as her surname is still Su. Then, Su Yang sent a voice transmission to Su Fei's parents. The couple hurriedly went forward and the woman said, yes, it has to be changed. I've always felt that Fei Fei's name doesn't match her temperament. President Han. You are a wise person. Please give her a name. The man nodded as well. Actually, Fei Fei is just a nickname. Yes, she's still underage. Her name can be changed at any time. Su Fei was dumbfounded, thinking to herself, do I have to change my name too? Study in school, Han Fei said leisurely, ahem. Let me calculate a good name for her. Han Fei gestured for a long time like a little scholar. Su Yang almost rolled his eyes. Finally, Han Fei said leisurely, I think Su Daji should be good. Everyone? Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Han Fei shook his head with a leisurely expression. I gained enlightenment of the heavenly Tao in my subconscious and gained an epiphany to bestow this name. I vaguely sense that the person with this name will become a king and have great blessings in the future. Upon hearing Han Fei's bragging, Luo Xiaobai and the others immediately lost interest. Although they didn't know why Han Fei insisted on changing the girl's name, he often acted like a psychic. After so many years, they had gotten used to it. Let him be. Su Yang smiled stiffly. Oh, is that so? That's good. At that moment, Su Fei's mother said, Darling, remember your new name. Su Daiji, from now on, you won't be called Su Fei. His father nodded immediately. Fei. Dodgy, in the future, you have to listen. To President Han in school. Han Fei waved his hand. Alas. In school, you should call me senior brother. I'm just a student recruiting on behalf of my master. Su Daiji clearly didn't care about her name. Instead, she extended her hand. Toy. Han Fei glanced at her. This girl is a little silly. However, it didn't matter. The people from the Thug Academy had always been unique. But a toy? Why would he want a toy? With a thought, he summoned a piece of trash material and casually refined it. A moment later, a third order Rubik's Cube appeared and he threw it to Su Daiji. Han Fei said, alright, since you're already a member of the Thug Academy, you can go to the table. Su Yang glanced at the couple, signaling them to return to their table. As for Su Daiji, she was arranged to sit beside Han Fei. However, the girl clearly wasn't interested in food. Instead, she spun the cube noisily. As for the wooden fish toy in her hand, it had fallen to the ground at some point in time. She didn't even have the intention of picking it up. Han Fei smiled and said, Senior Su, the other person you wanted us to pick was actually your great-grandson, right? Han Fei looked at the stage and saw Su Yang nod awkwardly. Ming'er is actually not bad. His talent is already outstanding in this generation of the Su family. Su Yang actually had a lot of doubts about Han Fei's choice of Daji. In his opinion, the two on the stage should be their choices. He couldn't help but remind him, Fei. Daji's spiritual heritage is actually a little poor. It's only level 3, high quality. We once suspected this, but after repeated tests, it's indeed only level 3, high quality. Han Fei grinned and said, spiritual heritage isn't a problem. If spiritual heritage can directly determine a person's achievements, then there should be strong masters everywhere in the Thousand-Star City. The Thug Academy doesn't pay attention to this. After a full hour, everyone who came to the banquet dispersed. Most people didn't want to wait to see which of Su Sanqian and Su Ming could last until the end. Furthermore, the reason for the Su family's banquet was that the Su family had told everyone that they were standing with the Thug Academy. The other was to announce the return of the Thug Academy and its start of recruiting students. As for the news that Han Fei had killed an intermediate law enforcer with one strike, it would definitely spread throughout the Pure Sun Island tomorrow. Everyone who needed to know would know. Those who didn't know wouldn't pay too much attention. Everyone at Han Fei's table left early, leaving only Su Yang and the old butler to accompany them. As for Han Fei, he was the only one who was still gobbling. He wasn't that picky about food, as long as it was edible. As for Han Fei and the others, their gazes landed on Su Daiji. The girl spun the cube in her hand at a very fast speed, so fast that it produced after images. Su Yang was dumbfounded. Is this the big box in the air in the Thug Academy? He only knew that there was such a thing, but now it seemed extremely difficult to restore it after the colors were completely messed up. And the one in Daji's hand was a third-order cube. The one in the Thug Academy was a fourth-order cube. Su Yang could even imagine that it would be way harder, although it was just one order more. Su Daiji had already tried countless times, but still failed to restore the cube. From the moment she obtained the cube until now, she had never stopped. Up to now, she could only restore one side of the cube. How was the one from the Thug Academy going to be restored? However, Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai didn't think so. They secretly exchanged looks. Is this girl a hardcore player? Luo Xiaobai was even a little shocked. They had all looked at the drawings and learned the steps of the game before they could start. But Su Daiji? It seemed like she had only managed to restore one side, but she was only 2 steps away from completing the cube. How terrifying was her talent! At this moment, Han Fei was more certain that there was something wrong with Su Daji's spiritual heritage. She must be extremely intelligent. Otherwise, she wouldn't be that fast. While Su Daji was focused on playing the cube, Su Sanqian and Su Ming were almost at their limits in the ring. Su Yang couldn't help but say, President Han, actually, Sanqian and Ming are both quite talented. Can you? No. Luo Xiaobai answered the question directly. She said, they are talented, but if we only choose one of the 3, we will choose Daji. In other words, their talent doesn't mean anything. In big families, there are plenty of people who can reach their level. Su Yang sighed inwardly. It was true. There were many people stronger than Su Sanqian and Su Ming in the top families. It was no wonder that Han Fei and the others were only willing to choose one between the 2. Su Sanqian's mother was standing in a distant corner. She didn't attend the banquet, nor did she have the right to attend. She had been here the moment Su Sanqian went on stage, gritting her teeth. She knew him well and knew that he wasn't the kind of person who would give up. He would definitely win. On the stage, Su Sanqian felt that he could hardly hold on, but when he thought of the years of oppression and torment he suffered, he knew that he couldn't afford to lose. If Su Ming lost, he was still a direct descendant of the Su family, the apple of the eye of the Su family. But if he lost, his life was over. He couldn't accept it. Aha! Suddenly, Han Fei and the others noticed that the spiritual energy around them was slightly surging. Su Sanqian had made a breakthrough. Han Fei was slightly surprised. Interesting. Luo Xiaobai said, it seems that he won. Zhang Xuanyu grinned and said, yes. He won. Su Ming was competing in endurance. He wasn't much better than Su Sanqian. The moment Su Sanqian made the breakthrough, he sighed inwardly and thought to himself, it's over. And once this competitive spirit was vented, Su Ming couldn't hold on any longer and fainted to the ground. Su Ming's father sighed and carried Su Ming to the backyard. However, he wondered if it was true that anyone could become so strong after entering the Thug Academy. He admitted that Han Fei was very strong. This was undeniable. However, it didn't mean that everyone could do what Han Fei could. Right? If that was the case, how could the Thug Academy have been defeated back then? In the corner, Su Sanqian's mother was crying silently. At this moment, she finally couldn't hold it in and wailed. Furthermore, the moment Su Sanqian made the breakthrough, Han Fei patted Zhang Xuanyu on the shoulder and said to Luo Xiaobai and the others, let's go back to school. Luo Xiaobai wanted to hold Su Daji's hand, but the girl jumped off the chair and followed behind Han Fei. Her hands didn't leave the cube. Li Luo said curiously, I bet that it will take her at least 3 days to complete the last 2 steps. Luo Xiaobai was silent for a while. Tomorrow morning. Han Fei wasn't too sure. Who knows? The next morning, when Han Fei got up, he sensed that there was a long line of hundreds of people outside the maze. It was only dawn. Han Fei wasn't in a hurry. He found that Su Sanqian was fighting Zhang Xuanyu, and Su Daji was playing with the cube. However, she no longer needed to look at it, as she was subconsciously spinning the cube at extremely fast speeds with both hands as she watched Su Sanqian fighting. In less than 3 seconds, Han Fei saw Su Daji finish restoring the cube. Then, she continued to break it apart, glanced at it, and continued to spin it blindly. Wow! This girl is good. Is there something wrong with the Su family's brains? How could they measure such a talent purely by spiritual heritage? In the training ground, Zhang Xuanyu said, "Too slow. Don't use your messy unorthodox methods. They are full of loopholes." Su Sanqian had already been fighting him for half an hour. In the end, he didn't even touch the corner of Zhang Xuanyu's clothes. He fell countless times, his face covered in dust. After a moment, Han Fei slowly walked over, and Zhang Xuanyu said, "All right, that's all for the basic test." Su Sanqian hurriedly said respectfully, "President." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Call me senior brother. Don't call me president in the future." "Yes, P. Senior brother." Su Daiji extended her hand to Han Fei again. She didn't say anything, looking a little nerdy, but her expression was cute. She was short, so Han Fei couldn't help but smile and rub her head. "Humph." Su Daiji shook her head and stared at Han Fei angrily. Han Fei took out 2 fourth-order cubes and threw one to Su Daiji and the other to Su Sanqian. Su Daji received the 4th-order cube and carefully stuffed the 3rd-order one into her pocket. She was already spinning the 4th-order cube in her hand. Su Sanqian wore a blank look. He saw that Su Daiji was having a great time. But after a few spins, he was dumbfounded. How should he deal with the cube? While he was pondering, Han Fei threw him a fish skin map. "Don't try to figure it out yourself. Just look at the steps." Han Fei didn't expect everyone to be like Su Daiji. This girl was literally a treasure that exceeded Han Fei's expectations. Zhang Xuanyu asked indifferently, "Should we let them enter the library after they finish?" Han Fei thought for a moment. "Train their bodies first." With his previous experience, Han Fei knew that Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renquang were examples. Not everyone had to refine their bodies, but it was definitely a foundation. Since he was here to take in students, he had to teach them according to his standards. With that, Han Fei glanced at the 2 of them. "Follow me." A moment later, the group passed through the maze and arrived at the library. The 4th-order cube in Su Daji's hand fell to the ground. The little girl hurriedly picked it up and stared blankly at the huge 4th-order cube above her head. She was completely stunned. Su Sanqian also took a deep breath. He looked at the cube in his hand and then at the cube above his head. His heart trembled. What is this? What is this place? Han Fei threw another jade slip to each of them. It was the demon level. Divine quality 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies, much better than the incomplete version he used to have. Han Fei said, "Su Sanqian, Su Daiji, this is a body tempering technique. I'm not asking you to walk the path of body tempering, but body tempering is the foundation of everything. When you can complete these 108 postures, you can begin class." Then, Han Fei smiled and said, "Let's go. Let's continue recruiting." The maze that was hundreds of kilometers long was filled with countless twists and turns. Even if Luo Xiaobai and company walked in it, they would get lost. Without using the teleportation array, perception, or destroying the maze itself. This was because there were many short-distance teleportation arrays set up here. If one wasn't careful and stepped into one, they would find themselves in an unfamiliar place. Of course, not all teleportation arrays were problematic. Some mazes were an endless cycle. Once someone discovered that this was an endless cycle, the teleportation array would be the only way to the next maze. By the time Han Fei and the others arrived at the front of the spiritual plant maze, there was already a line of more than 1,000 people. Usually, it was adults with their kids. Now, some people could still use their perception to enter the maze. After all, the maze had yet to be completed. At present, they only had the framework, but the arrays inside were almost completed. As the seal above the maze hadn't been set up yet, those who were already hidden fissures could more or less put their perceptions in. They found that it was filled with giant spiritual plant walls piled up with spiritual plants. Someone was still discussing, this huge maze must have a time limit. If we don't fly over it, it will be quite difficult. Someone shook his head. That's not right. Did you notice? This maze is especially rich in spiritual energy. Furthermore, the sign says that there are killing arrays inside. I'm afraid it's not as simple as a maze. A parent said worriedly, these children are so young, but they set up killing arrays for the test? Is that right? The moment this question was raised, many parents began to consider it. This test was probably accompanied by some danger. Look, they're out. Someone immediately shouted, President Han, can we take the assessment today? President Han, what are the rules of the assessment? How long does it take to pass? President Han, is this maze very dangerous? Is there any danger of perishing? President Han. All sorts of questions erupted. It was obvious that everyone had accumulated many questions. The Thug Academy really didn't look like a school. This was more like a secret realm. Han Fei raised his hand and stopped everyone's voices. Don't panic. Let me briefly explain the rules. The rules are very simple. First of all, this maze is also known as the Infinity Maze. Although there are killing arrays inside, as long as you don't barge in, you won't encounter any danger. But once you barge into the maze, you have to bear the consequences. Secondly, the maze is only open to children who are level 9 fishers and those who have just become fishing masters. If you are in a higher realm, you'll have to reduce your strength. Otherwise, you will trigger the killing arrays. If that happens, there will be danger. There's no time limit to this maze, but if you feel that you can't pass it, turn back to the starting point. Perhaps the Thug Academy isn't suitable for you. Wow. There's no time limit? But there are killing arrays. Someone shouted, President Han, as long as we pass this maze, we'll be considered to have passed the test, right? Han Fei smiled and said, of course. As long as you can walk through the maze on your own, you'll pass. However, there are only 3 places left for the Thug Academy. If you want to enter, do so quickly. Someone asked, can we enter now? Han Fei said, of course, but listen up, everyone. Don't try to resort to tricks. If you get caught, you'll be sent to the starting point to try again. Instantly, someone shouted, "Son, run! Charge!" Someone pushed his daughter. "Quick, daughter, you have to make good use of your talent as a manipulator." An old man shouted, "Grandson, don't act recklessly. We aren't in a rush. You have to find the flaws in this maze. Once you pass it, your future will be bright." It was like a huge fish tide. At least 1,000 children were rushing into the maze. Han Fei grinned and said, "All right, everyone else, please wait patiently." Han Fei looked at Luo Xiaobai. "Can you watch over the test?" Luo Xiaobai asked, "What are you going to do?" Han Fei said, "I'll perfect the mobile maze while mixing things up a bit." Li Luo immediately raised her hand. "I'll help." Han Fei was speechless. "You can set up arrays too?" "I'll plant some wormgrass." Luo Xiaobai impatiently led Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renquang to watch the exam. As an externally recruited student, Li Luo could do whatever she wanted. As long as she didn't transform, everything was negotiable. After half an hour, Han Fei was standing on the wall of spiritual plants that was about 10 meters tall and carving arrays. Of course, it was impossible for him to carve one small array over this area of about 100 kilometers. Han Fei's plan was simple. He would directly turn the 100 kilometers into a large array. After that, he could carve countless small arrays inside. To array masters, as long as they had enough patience and time and grasped the technique of arrays, they would eventually be able to create a large, terrifying array. Rome was not built in one day. Therefore, one shouldn't underestimate an array master. The things they could produce might far exceed their own strength. At Han Fei's current limit, he couldn't kill a peak-level law enforcer just with an array map as large as thousands of kilometers like old Jiang, but given enough time, he could trap a law enforcer. When the array was finally perfected, Han Fei felt that there was a chance of trapping even an explorer. At this moment, on the plant wall, a girl was walking around in the maze. This was the 6th time Han Fei had seen this girl. Why did he see her so many times? It was because the girl kept walking on the wooden floor. Han Fei even wanted to ask her why she couldn't cross the wooden floor. She should at least try. A moment later, Han Fei circled to the other side where 3 youths were running wildly. Someone ran to the back. "No good. Those bugs are real." Han Fei said, "Huh? Bugs? Where did the bugs come from?" Han Fei's figure flashed and appeared hundreds of meters away. In the maze tunnel, a row of wormgrass extended out of the spiritual plant wall. A centipede was opening its mouth, and it was alive. Han Fei's face darkened. I've set arrays. What's Li Luo doing? Forget it. They're just ordinary bugs with ordinary strength. Keep them. Hum. He saw a large spiritual wave appear in a tunnel in the distance. Han Fei, cursed, which son of AB*TCH, climbed the wall. "I haven't finished setting up the arrays. Damn it." When Han Fei arrived, he saw a young man lying on the ground, groaning, and his face swollen. Han Fei immediately cast a healing spell on him. He extended his hand and carved out an extremely short teleportation array, sending him back to the door. On the spiritual plant wall, Luo Xiaobai and the others appeared and disappeared unpredictably as they observed their surroundings. Of course, there were also many youths who were looking at the text and Patterns on the spiritual plant wall in surprise. For example, when a girl saw the words, "Turn back to the shore" on the spiritual plant wall, she curiously extended her hand. In the next second, she was sucked in. Outside the maze, an old man said in surprise, "Lin Lin, why are you back?" The girl was dumbfounded. "Ah. Why am I back?" For example, a youth saw the words, "The path is beneath your feet" written on the wall. He extended his hand and slipped into an unfamiliar maze. More importantly, from the youth's point of view, it was all spiritual plant walls. There was no difference. However, when he turned his head, he found that there was another teleportation array on the wall, behind him. However, the words, "Start anew," were written on it. He was curious. Was this the way back? Therefore, he wanted to take the teleportation array again to take a look. However, with a touch, he appeared at the entrance of the maze, with a whoosh. "Ah. Why am I back?" As well as these temptations, there were many other strange words and phrases. For example, "Thank you for your patronage." They would return to the entrance if they touched it. "No through road," which was actually an entrance to the next maze. "Danger here." Touching it would trigger a killing array. "No climbing." But no one climbed. It was only 2 hours later that a youth became extremely frustrated and climbed it. However, the moment he climbed, he appeared in another maze. On the second entry, most of the children seemed to guess that they had already found the trick to passing through the maze. As long as they grasped the teleportation array's functions, they would definitely be able to pass. Hence, after almost everyone had repeated it a few times, finally a youth passed the first stage of the teleportation maze. However, as soon as he entered the new maze, sword lights swept over. The youth barely blocked 3 sword lights, but he realized that there was no need to block them. The sword lights were just a mechanism, and all he needed to do was avoid them. However, when he dodged 7 to 8 attacks, he suddenly realized that there were sword lights sweeping past him from all directions. He had to have the ability to block 3 sword lights at the same time or he would be hit. As well as this, there was also a teleportation array behind him. The youth was stunned on the spot. How was he supposed to pass this thing and move forward? Did he have to receive a slash from the sword lights? After more than 10 seconds of thought, he decided not to turn back. It wasn't easy for him to get here, so how could he turn back? But suddenly, 3 sword lights slashed at him. Ah! Damn it! He shattered 2 in a row, but he failed to block the third one. His body accidentally left the safe zone and was struck by a sword light. A terrifying gash appeared on his back. Not good. Save me. In the end, the youth chose to go back. He had no choice. If he didn't, he would be struck to death. When night fell, almost half of the children returned to the entrance. Someone cried, "Mommy, I don't want to enter this maze. It's filled with scams." A youth said in a peeved manner, "There's no way we can enter. The deeper we go, the harder it becomes. In the beginning, it's only teleportation arrays. But then there are all killing arrays. It's impossible for anyone to walk through." A girl said sobbing, "There's an illusory array inside. It clearly says, 'Congratulations on finding the entrance,' but just touching it makes you return to the outside of the maze." The parents exchanged looks. Was it really that mysterious? What the hell was this maze? Was it really that difficult? At this moment, Han Fei was still perfecting the maze. At some point in time, Luo Xiaobai appeared beside him. Isn't this too difficult? Han Fei shook his head. Actually, it's not difficult at all. The first 100 kilometers test one's temperament and intelligence. The middle 100 kilometers test one's special abilities. Either one is extremely fast, has excellent adaptability, has special footwork techniques, or has a special contractual spiritual beast. In any case, only people with special abilities can pass. Basically, 90% of the people will be eliminated in the middle 100 kilometers. Those who can stay can be considered elites. Luo Xiaobai said helplessly, what about the last 100 kilometers? The spiritual plants I set up are already very difficult. What did you set up? Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. The last 100 kilometers? Han Fei grinned and said, after we have the ability to adapt to danger and other special abilities, what else do we have to face? Luo Xiaobai frowned and said, these are just external factors. Sometimes relying on them might not be useful. Han Fei nodded. Therefore, the last 100 kilometers is the real selection. You are a manipulator, so your path is for the manipulator to take. As for us, we naturally left behind our own things. What I left behind is a spirit gathering diagram. As long as anyone can copy it, they succeed. Luo Xiaobai nodded. What if they take the wrong path? It won't be easy for a spirit gatherer to enter the maze of a soul warrior. Han Fei grinned and said, how can everything be done according to plan? When we explore the secret realms, we also encounter unexpected situations. Luo Xiaobai nodded. That's true. This was only the entrance examination. If they really explored a secret realm, nothing was certain. They might encounter all kinds of dangers. Han Fei grinned and said, don't worry. We'll just pick 5 people. There are always outstanding people among 100. Besides, there are thousands of people here. There must be 1 or 2 of them who will stand out and walk out of the maze. The corners of Luo Xiaobai's mouth twitched. I'm not sure about that. However, I think you should make long-term calculations. You should lower the difficulty of the first 200 kilometers. Otherwise, we'll have to keep saving them. In response to Luo Xiaobai's words, Han Fei continued to perfect the maze. In fact, Han Fei was only doing it out of boredom. Otherwise, he wouldn't have only recruited 5 people in a place like the 1,000-star city. When they picked 5 students from these people, who cared if it was a perfect combination? They would first temper their body before going to the library to find cultivation techniques and combat skills. He would leave them to cultivate by themselves for a few months. Of course, it would be best if it was a perfect combination. At the very least, before Tang Ji's wedding, he wouldn't go to the monument to God, the Sky Meditation Garden, or the Ideal Palace. If he caused any trouble, it would affect Tang Ge and Mu Ling's wedding. That would be a huge problem. Han Fei lay on the wall of spiritual plants. What gift should I give? Old Han gave Tang Ge an ultra-quality divine weapon, the halberd, and the sun-moon concentric rings. Should I give him a pair of rings? No, he already has the sun-moon concentric rings. It's meaningless to give him a pair of rings. I might as well give him something else. Han Fei's heart did a flip. I can send fireworks. Yes, it's a big wedding. We have to celebrate. I'll get the Sue family to get some materials later. This should be easy. Suddenly, Han Fei's heart stirred. He sensed that someone had entered the last 100-kilometer part of the maze. Immediately, Han Fei turned around and flew away. In the end, the person had entered the armorist portion of the maze. It was a youth in rags. There were many bloody marks on him. The youth had thrown a healing spell on himself. Huh? A spirit gatherer? Han Fei couldn't help but be surprised. This young man was only a junior fishing master, but he had already mastered the healing technique. It seemed that he was quite talented. Furthermore, to be able to reach this stage as a spirit gatherer meant that the other party was likely involved in more than one profession. Lu Renquang had also noticed the young man. He came to Han Fei's side and said, with a strawberry in his mouth, "You're a spirit gatherer, right? This level isn't easy to pass. Although I didn't leave behind any offensive means, I left behind a shield, a divine turtle shield." Han Fei asked in surprise, how should he break it? Lu Renquang smiled foolishly. In a few seconds, attack the same point 100 times. If each time the strength is the same, then he can break it. Han Fei looked at the youth in the maze, turned his head to look at the teleportation array beside him, and stepped over. Although the tests left behind by the 5 of them were different, the difficulty was definitely there. For example, although in Lu Renquang's level, one didn't need to face sharp blades, it required the challenger's perfect control of strength, speed, and maximum performance. This was more difficult than the admissions test in the Blue Sea town. Similarly, the difficulty of his spirit gathering diagram was rather high. If one didn't copy it properly, it would result in a spiritual energy explosion. As for the tests of Zhang Xuanyu, Luo Xiaobai, and Li Luoluo, they were probably actual combat tests, which had to be very dangerous. Soon, the youth circled in front of the invisible shield left behind by Lu Renquang. At that moment, he was touching the armor-shaped wall with his hand. After a long silence, he asked, "An armorist's shield?" He retreated 3 steps, and took out a long sword from his sea-swallowing seashell. After preparing for a while, his essence, vitality, and spirit were restored to their peak, and 3 sword shadows erupted at the same time. Clank, 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 But the shield wall didn't change at all. The youth scratched his head gloomily. I took the wrong approach. With that said, he didn't hesitate to turn around and quickly rush back to the teleportation array. He extended his hand and vanished. Lu Renquang was dumbfounded. He just gave up so easily? The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up. Interesting. He's a spirit gatherer. And a soul warrior. This is the path most spirit gatherers take. It's the same for me. However, at this moment, as a soul warrior, he clearly couldn't break your shield, so he chose to leave. Lu Renquang curled his lips. I thought someone was going to pass the test. Forget it, I'm going back to sleep. Outside the maze, there were still many parents waiting. However, the rescue efforts had been greatly reduced. This was because these children had discovered the trick to it. Wherever it was difficult to pass, there was usually a teleportation array to return. Therefore, they had learned their lesson. They wouldn't force their way in, or if they failed, they would immediately enter the teleportation array. After all, there were so many parents outside. Any spirit gatherer could resolve the problem with a healing spell. 3 days later in the afternoon, Han Fei had completed about half of the seals for the maze. Although there was still a lot of room for improvement, he couldn't be bothered. In a few days, when the maze was completely perfected, he would go back to sleep. Bam. At this moment, an explosion erupted within the last 100 kilometers. Han Fei scanned the area with his perception and found that it was the young man from 3 days ago. Han Fei didn't know how many times he had searched before he finally found the path of a spirit gatherer. Just now, when he was copying Han Fei's spirit gathering diagram, there was an explosion. Logically speaking, a spirit gathering array wasn't difficult. However, what Han Fei drew was a spirit gathering diagram, not a pure spirit gathering array. Therefore, the lines were very irregular, and once there was a mistake, it would self-destruct. Finding that the youth was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, he couldn't help but smile. A spirit gathering array is actually powerful. President Han, I brought you what you wanted. Han Fei received a voice transmission. It was the old butler of the Su family. Han Fei flew over and looked at the nearly 5,000 parents outside the maze. He couldn't help but click his tongue. There were many more people than the recruitment in the Blue Sea town. However, Han Fei ignored them and said with a smile, Old Can, do you have a map of the 1,000-star city? And information about the various factions in the 1,000-star city? If you do, give me a copy. Su Can nodded immediately. Yes. I'll go back and get it now. President Han, just wait here for a while. Han Fei took the sea-swallowing seashell from Su Can and scanned it with his perception. It was indeed something like a saltpeter. He was immediately relieved. Tengu had a gift. As the Su family wasn't too far away, Han Fei had nothing to do and was happy to wait here. From time to time, a youth would suddenly appear at the entrance of the maze. Many parents looked at Han Fei and couldn't help but feel a little excited. However, they weren't familiar with him and didn't dare to talk to him. Han Fei moved a chair out and began to eat spiritual fruit before people gathered around him. Someone said, President Han, have any children passed the test today? Han Fei shook his head. No. A parent said, President Han, isn't this maze a little too big? From high above, it looks like it stretches for hundreds of kilometers. Han Fei smiled and said, it's not big. Only a few 100 kilometers. Have you forgotten the secret realms in the sea? They extend almost thousands or even tens of thousands of kilometers, let alone 100. A parent said, President Han, other than this maze, do we have any other assessment methods? Han Fei grinned and shook his head. Everyone, the Thug Academy has a tradition of only recruiting geniuses. I don't mind telling you that someone is about to pass the test. If anyone feels that this maze is difficult, they can actually choose to give up. You have to know that in the past 30 years, the number of students who joined the school can be counted on 2 hands. Do you still think my request is simple? Well, many parents were dumbfounded. What kind of school was this? Although they had heard of it for a long time and knew that it was difficult for the Thug Academy to accept students, they didn't expect it to be so difficult. More and more people came after hearing the news. There were thousands of them. Nearly 5,000 children had entered the maze. Up to now, not a single one had passed the test. It was ridiculous. Suddenly, Han Fei's heart stirred. He pinched his fingers and felt trouble was coming. Instantly, Han Fei got up and looked behind everyone. A few seconds later, Han Fei staggered. Holy sh*t. Han Fei was about to run, but then he thought what was to come would come. After all, he had been caught by surprise. After more than a year, Han Fei had almost forgotten about Jiuyin Ling. But now, with a whoosh, she appeared. Clearly, she had already experienced the mortal world. This was because she was wearing very ordinary clothes. Her hair casually dropped down on one side of her chest, and now she didn't look as unworldly as before. If it weren't for her exquisite face, Han Fei wouldn't have been able to recognize her. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. When Jiuyin Ling landed outside the maze, many people were surprised. Where did this law enforcer come from? I've never seen her before. Furthermore, this law enforcer looked a little too young and beautiful. Even though her clothes were very ordinary, the temperament she had developed over the years couldn't be changed. Even though she wasn't as unworldly as before, her posture, expression, and the temperament she constantly emitted made her appear ethereal. When she saw Han Fei, she clasped her hands in front of her and tilted her head slightly, revealing her white teeth and a bright smile. I'm back. Ah. Oh, time flies. You've already experienced the suffering of the human world? Jiuyin Ling seemed to become more cheerful and lively. The corners of her lips curled up slightly as she smiled. It's not over yet. This stage is much harder than I imagined. However, it's indeed beneficial. I'm already an intermediate law enforcer. With more experience here, I might be able to become an advanced law enforcer. Han Fei's eyelids twitched, and his heart sank. That fast? In 2 steps, Jiuyin Ling was in front of Han Fei. You're even faster. When I left, you had just advanced to become a hidden fisher. I haven't seen you for more than a year, but you've already reached the peak, while I've only advanced from junior to intermediate. Hiss. The listeners were all shocked. Instantly, countless people gasped. What did this mean? It only took Han Fei more than a year to go from a junior hidden fisher to a peak-level hidden fisher? Furthermore, the lady who spoke actually only used a year to go from a junior law enforcer to an intermediate law enforcer? Was this world different, or was he already incompatible with it? Many people were stunned on the spot as they thought to themselves how indeed birds of a feather flock together. The people befriended by elites are often elites. Cough, cough. Han Fei said to the crowd, actually, you don't have to stay here all the time. Don't you want to go home for dinner? Many people were rendered speechless. Eat what? With his strength, what difference did it make if he ate or not? Seeing that no one was willing to leave, Han Fei stepped on the ground and a soundproof array appeared. Han Fei's face sank and he said helplessly, "Why are you here?" With a faint smile, she said playfully, "I visited all the places in the Heavenly Water Village. I learned how to cook, buy clothes, eat at restaurants, and fish in ordinary fisheries. Just a few days ago, I missed you, so I knew I could leave. Later, I went to the Scattered Stars Island, but I heard that you had already come to the Thousand Star City. Then, I came back home and asked my family to look for you before I knew you were here." Han Fei blushed. This girl is really frank. Couldn't you be more tactful? Han Fei laughed dryly and said awkwardly, all right. As you can see, I'm recruiting students now. Why don't you go in and wait for a while? She smiled. Does the Thug Academy still want to recruit teachers? I want to be a teacher here. Cough, cough. Hanfei widened his eyes and looked at her in surprise. Ah. You want to be a teacher at our school? Why? In Hanfei's opinion, more than a year ago, she was still a simple-minded girl. She might be good at fighting, but when it came to teaching students, she was still a student, right? Furthermore, Hanfei had previously discovered that there was a huge problem with Jiao Yinling's comfort and nature technique. He had to help her resolve her problems. Hanfei paused. How about this? Go to the school and wait there. I'll come to you when I'm done here. Jiao Yinling smiled and nodded. She looked at the huge maze and said, Shall I fly over directly? Hanfei said, You're a law enforcer. Just fly over. Remember to be more than 100 meters above the ground. Otherwise, you will trigger the seal and killing arrays. She got up and flew over, leaving the people outside dumbfounded. Someone said in surprise, She went in just like that? Could she be from the Thug Academy? Someone laughed and said, It seems that President Han and that young lady have an affair. They are both young people and are in the right ages to fall in love. Don't you understand? Many people nodded in agreement. Hanfei's heart sank. It wasn't a good thing that Jiao Yinling was here. It wasn't because she liked him, but that there was something more serious. Suddenly, a woman approached Hanfei. President Han, may I ask you something? Do you have a girlfriend? _whoosh, _. Hanfei shivered and jumped to the side, looking at the woman warily. I do. I do. The woman looked slightly disappointed, but she immediately said, Then what? About the others? Does the handsome teacher Zhang have a girlfriend? An uncle asked, President Han, what about teacher Luo? Hanfei rolled his eyes and said, She's from the Luo family of the 1,000 Star City, you can try to propose. Immediately, many people's expressions changed. From the Luo family? Someone asked, Which Luo family? Someone immediately said as though he was looking at an idiot, Who else can be called the Luo family? Hiss. Are you talking about the divine manipulator family? Sure. Instantly, many people shut up. Luo Xiaobai wasn't someone their families could make a proposal with. Then, Hanfei saw a fatty say, Your standards are too high. President Han. Does teacher Lu have a girlfriend? My daughter is a first-class beauty with high strength and talent. Furthermore, she's about the same age as teacher Lu. Instantly, many people looked at this person. His taste was quite heavy, but as long as his daughter could marry Lu Renquang, it was worthwhile. After all, he was a true genius with extraordinary talent. Hanfei looked at everyone speechlessly. Hey, hey, hey! Shouldn't you be concerned about whether your sons and daughters can pass the test? If not, take them home already. After chatting with these people for a long time, he finally saw the old butler return. Before the old butler could say anything, Hanfei took the map from the old butler and entered the maze. Beneath the cube, Su Sanqian was sweating profusely as he lay on the ground in a strange posture. He felt his entire body spasm, and this spasm had been going on for days. Every cultivation was like torture. If it were in the past, Su Sanqian would definitely be overjoyed when he got the 108 Spirit-Absorbing War Bodies Manual. He would risk his life to cultivate it no matter the price. But now, Su Daji was cultivating with him. This girl was in a super strange pose. It wasn't any of the 108 poses. At that moment, Su Daji's two legs were twisted. Her body was twisted like a fried dough twist. Her head was on the ground as her two tiny hands circled around her body as she spun the cube. From the first day of cultivation, Su Sanqian had been suffering. Su Daji's cultivation speed was too fast. On the first day, this little girl actually completed 36 poses. She probably wanted to play with the cube, so whenever she maintained a pose, she would begin playing again. It was already the third day. Su Daji had already completed 81 poses. At this moment, there was a high chance that she still wanted to play. Therefore, she placed her head on the ground and secretly played with the cube with her two small hands. As for Su Sanqian, who had been persisting all this time, he had only completed 54 poses. He once suspected that there was something wrong with his talent. He knew about Su Daji. His status in the family wasn't high. However, because his father was a law enforcer, even if her status wasn't high, she was still a little princess. He had always believed that he was extremely talented. Even if he took the unorthodox path, he could still rise to prominence as long as he endured long enough. But now, his mentality was about to be destroyed by Su Daji. At some point in time, Luo Xiaobai arrived under the cube. She glanced at Su Daji and said, "Daji, why are you playing with the cube again?" Su Daiji hurriedly stuffed the cube into her pocket and continued cultivating. She replied, "I'm almost done." Luo Xiaobai's eyelids twitched. It was indeed inappropriate for her to say anything. Su Daiji's talent was far better than they had imagined. Her cultivation progress was extremely fast. She didn't look like a cultivator who only had a level 3 spiritual heritage at all. Suddenly, a figure fell from the sky. When Luo Xiaobai took a closer look, she frowned and said, "Jiuyin Ling?" At the moment when Jiuyin Ling arrived, Zhang Xuanyu, Lu Renquang, and Li Luoluo were right behind her. "Ah! Little Nine!" Li Luoluo shouted and pounced forward like a tiger. However, with a tap of her feet, Jiuyin Ling dodged. "Luoluo, why are you here?" She was a little surprised. Could it be that Li Luoluo had entered the Thug Academy? Zhang Xuanyu warmly welcomed her. "Whoa! So it's Miss Jiuyin. This is... Where's Fei?" As Zhang Xuanyu looked around, the teleportation array flashed and Han Fei appeared under the cube library. Immediately, Han Fei looked at Luo Xiaobai and the others and explained. "Well, in fact, there's a problem with her technique. I have to think of a way to help her." Luo Xiaobai asked, "How are you going to resolve it?" Han Fei said, "Jiuyin Ling's comfort and nature technique is closely related to the sea-quelling painting. Do you understand? There's something wrong with this path, so do you understand?" Han Fei blinked. He didn't know if Jiuyin Ling could hear him, so he blinked at Luo Xiaobai. However, on second thought, Han Fei felt that something was amiss. Why should I feel guilty? I'm an upright person. Why should I be afraid? Luo Xiaobai thought to herself that she didn't understand, but no matter what, she had to watch. However, she heard Jiuyin Ling smile and say, "Well, I want to be a teacher at the Thug Academy." Instantly, Luo Xiaobai and the others looked at Han Fei. Su Sanqian and Su Daji had forgotten to cultivate not far away. They had a nagging feeling that something was up.